way around $4.12. Okay, so that's a substantial return. We're looking at 850%. Moving forward, let's take a look at another name here. Micron, guys, where is the support level? We're going to be looking at this $800 marker open interest at the zone sitting at 8,700 contracts, and then volume 9,500 open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, one thing that we want to keep an eye on is the spread. This is extremely expensive, guys. All right, so about $75 here for this specific contract just to get in or to be slightly at the money. Now, as for your delta exposure sitting around 39 cents, your gamma relatively cool, but once again within the space itself, guys, considering we're on the downside equals more implied volatility, 148% there. Now, moving forward, let's take a look at this specific put contract. Underlying goes down, put contract goes up. Okay, so long put that is. So what we have here, guys, is an open of around $22.62, and then it does be around $43.86, giving you a 93% return in that contract. But one thing that we also want to keep an eye out on, mirror dated expiration cycle, what's going to happen is that the decay, even though we didn't have a strong rebound, the decay within the contract, and today cut this in more than in half. All right, guys, and send it back.
Thank you. And so looking at that Micron, like it's got to be at least a little bit of a surprise that after we're talking about S&P Hynix overnight and didn't really expect this stock to be precisely where it was for the entirety of, not the entirety of the day, but for the majority of yesterday. It was so much volatility. Obviously, at the open, a lot of things were dropping, and when you consider the insane ranges behind that, the fact that we are just in the middle of the chop on Micron, it's a little bit hilarious, but not necessarily something that I think will sit. I think that's pretty unlikely. Worth noting, relative to Micron, DRAM is a little bit weaker, so looking for a really systematic displaceable portion of SK Hynix action there. It triple tapped from 40 and a half to 49. Even if you get up to that area, I think you will still be resistance. We had a paper rotate. It's still at my 51.5, and that's over even close to be able to touch that somewhere. And in case you're keeping score, this is exactly what you. The other aspect of this US Silver, which by the way should be another fresh high, that isn't so good is, of course, it's on Fed. Like, imagine a scenario like we get into, they don't raise rates. What are the questions going to be like if oil futures are up to like 7 or 8 or close to double digits by the time that Warsh gets out, by the time Warsh gets on the podium, and they didn't raise rates? That'll make for a wild circumstance. No question that. That's kind of what we're headed here. That's the other aspect of it. There's going to be some questions about this. Shout out to East, Meet, Westy, Bestie, seen from TikTok before. What's battle symbol? That is BATL. It's on the AMAX. Well, nice American, fully made. Both that's called the AMAX, but BATL. That is battle symbol. It's actually Battalion Oil Corporation. Yes, the company. We just call it Battle for the obvious reason. You get tickers, nicknames, you get yeah, shout out to the viewers from TikTok and appreciate you. There's such thing as a bad question. And I get it. There's going to be a lot of times in the trade desk, I do it, everyone does it here, we'll give a stock a nickname. And it's never a bad idea to ask for notification. Like, I'll call ASTS asked sometimes. It's like, well, thanks for that stock you talked about, the ASTS based mobile. It's like, I'm going to ask this for some reason. But I can't imagine why for that. But Battle makes a ton of sense. You're going to say that. That's a good thing. But I call it VIPK. It's Vivicore, Vivicore, whatever the heck's called. I do a bit like one school, but that's another reason. VIPK, there's another one. I do believe, I want to say that this was also, I'll look it up, it's another energy name, small cap or household. 600,000 float for this one, 30% short. So this is also an option. It's like it's moving more than the others, 45% up. Like it's last John since we made that fresh high in oil futures was a better than 10% up. It's actually more than 10, it's 110, but it's another 10 to 15% from breakout to high there. So you're getting decent bang for your buck out of these small cap funds. So at 1.5%, you just move 10 to 15, battle pump 8 to 12. Kind of don't put one guy keeps getting these ones.
I was looking here, futures, like down there on that oil producing spikes, obviously, on each part, and super trying to, go back to the side of it, still flat, and to the end, interest rates. So, the market could be basically just a slave to whoever comes out of the Middle East, maybe right now. This is what's moving, and or some of the names, right, that we talked about, and that must be shooting itself in the face right now. Now with the downside, they're on 60 right? I think the SoFi call is on right now, and they're starting to get hit pretty nice right there. Joe is definitely the man out here. He's right now with his and also says what admin says what's up to there. I guess there he goes, right there. Yeah, the glow show full of fire over here. Also, we do have what's up to. I don't know if it's. I
think it's supposed to be on there.
Supposed to be on there.
I think it's supposed to be
with the money side there. I just want to see is there a stock there and others now. There it is. So shout out to Joe and Adara from Adamant. So Attaboy Adamant, thank you for the. Those are. Was that Saudi Arabia? AED.
It's a UAE.
UAE. Okay, that's exactly something. Yeah, there we go. And thank you everybody for all the love and the support. Right, we're gonna keep on going. The show is 8:30. We do have a plan to have release for our video. I was coming on here, but you should be on here today. We'll talk about some small cap names as well coming through. So DARA is not a small cap now. I want to say thank you to the over there. So let's go back. Yeah, we should have release pretty soon, I think, right, guys?
So the calendar, and I have some small caps that I wrote down to talk about. So whenever he's here, we're certainly ready to bring him. And thank you very much to Adam for supporting the show. Let's talk here about GFS. Certainly not a small cap, the same as GFS, but all that's the website. But GFS here with a U.S. government, specifically Commerce Department,
$300 million letter of intent to Adara with the U.S. Department of Commerce to accelerate silicon photonics R&D. And I'm sure you will not be surprised to learn that the U.S. government's taking a stake of in GFS, not as much as Intel, of course, talking about 1% this time, 10% in Intel. But look, the $300 million here is specifically for two different things. You've got full packaged optics, CPOs, and near packaged optics. And the purpose here is to replace copper. So they're looking at doing this for optics, as we've been talking about a lot lately, at the expense of copper. It's going to be apparently, if you believe some reports, a five-fold increase in energy efficiency, and it's going to reach about 400 gigabytes per second in data transfer rate. So very advanced. And then it's a who's who of support that came out in support of this deal here. You got the likes of NVIDIA, AMD, Broadcom, Cisco, Marvell, Qualcomm, Meta, Corning, Lumentum, and Microsoft, all signaling that hyperscalers as well as established chip makers, they're actively aligning behind global foundries here as their primary domestic foundry for co-packaged optics. Gave back the entire move, but I think, from just a cyclical perspective, this is quite good.
The GFS certainly in focus now. They go forward in this set with this deal in mind. Are you guys looking at?
Well, I don't think anybody day trades full time. Because even when they have a story, the volume is so incredibly low, the spread's too big. But look at the weekly chart. It's a pretty gross looking pullback that you have. In the month, we just makes it look even worse. This is probably one of the only, it's the worst IPO breakout that I can remember, where you have the typical early IPO top, you trend down, and when you finally break it out, that's when you get $80 to $92, and then this one. Well, I think timing's part of it, right? So it did its breakout, like right in the midst of the run up where they may have some. Unfortunately, this breakout probably got screwed with that kind of action. But at least it's at the spot. Like where it broke out, it's at the spot at 48. 200 period on the weekly chart. A little bit old that I guess will be a little bit interesting. But if you're, now let's say you've already liked Intel, adding this one, keeping more exposure. Let it put in a green week bouncing here, like give it that 3 levels. Prove that it's not just still cascading down. As I said, that's pretty massive in terms of the pullback to give the entirety of the move. And if you look at how the stock is traded, show me one time in this chart, weekly chart, where it bounced and you needed to actually be sitting on the bid guessing where it was going. Not once. You didn't have to guess here because the second week when it holds, you can still get a good price, still getting it every single time it bounced out of its holding on tail. Get a chance. You don't need to be sitting on the bids. It's nasty.
Here's one that you may not want to be sitting on a bid of either. CoreWeave right here is about to, I don't, to insert pun here, but it's weaving its way into, I guess, basically its IPO level. You know, that $40. Yeah, like, we know that we saw Microsoft. I mean, everybody's selling their compute right now, which, leaves a place like CoreWeave, sort of caught saying, what about me? And yeah, they're looking to break right now. And I was thinking about adding this to the list. That's 64 and a quarter right there, breaking down on CoreWeave. So this is a very, very interesting CRWB. Let me just have a quick look at this. 13 days, August the 11th, coming through right now. As soon as you see Luis Barbado ready to rock and roll with us pretty soon. No PE, of course, for CoreWeave, as they don't make any money. But yeah, only down 0.45. Like that we held yesterday. Like that's the low right there, 64.5 I'm talking about. So we hold that yesterday. I know it means a little bit of work to get back into that level, but I think if we do somehow reach that, I mean, yesterday we opened the day at 70, give or take. We make that move down $5. So it wouldn't take $5 to break that today. You only need $3, and then we break it, and then, as we're showing you on the chart there, let me check out what its friend Nebius is doing quickly. Nebius better, a little bit more of a moat around them, deals with Microsoft, deals with the EU and things like that for compute as well. That's 300 down to 170, and that's not doing very good. All right, we do have Luis coming, and just on that note, here's another one. Maybe you want to talk to him about DRRM right now, Luis. This is a name that some of the traders in the chat are looking at, and this one's grooming up to the upside, but it's Vera Mobility Corp right there, up 28% and trying to go again. Don't want to be long at $13 right there because that happened, but long at 4 might be good. There, DRRM, but yeah, another beat up name that, what were they even doing in the first place? It was Vera Mobility Corp. I have no idea what that business is, but that beats it down there at $4. Really good base, obviously. And the reason why we bring this up is obviously you guys have been chatting this mentioned us. I didn't know so. But there's the break we said there, I think, right there at $5, $5.20, right? So the break's the high from June there, and then we start to go to the upside. So I'm interested to see what Luis thinks about this one. It's above DWAP, it's starting to go. It seems like it's pretty stable. Maybe there's some room to run on VRR and their Vera Mobility, but I'm not the one to ask about that. We have Luis coming right now, so let's go back over to the desk and see what this segment's all about.
We're talking to Luis here in just a second. I quickly want to mention the headline that I think is going to have some implications over here. Keep an eye on UNL, United Airlines, not looking at all of your events. Seems a report suggesting that U.S. President Trump and UNL CEO Scott Kirby are going to get down a $22 billion plan to expand and improve the Washington Dulles Airport. Now, this is significant because we already know that President Trump is set to appear alongside U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy at 3 p.m. Transportation, this airport announcement would have to come up. So keep an eye on UNL and the market at 3 p.m. Something says he. But keep an eye right now here on us over here, Trader TV, because a very special recurring guest, Luis Barbado, friend of the show from over at 8-Day Trading in lovely Barcelona, Spain. Good morning, Luis. How are you doing now?
Good morning. We have some very, very good weather here, actually. Very, very hot. It's like 35, 37 degrees, something like that.
That sounds absolutely lovely. Enjoy. I want to talk
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Oh, it's too hot. Okay.
It is too hot, and the humidity here in the city is crazy. So we need some holidays.
The grass is always greener, I suppose. let's take a look here. VRRN, I know this was one that right before it came on. Sean was mentioning, did you trade this at all? Or did you know, we kind of had a big pop like David back a bit? Are you watching this game or have you traded?
Well, you know, when you start looking for stocks, you have to find like some red flags for the things you don't like and for the things you like. Since mainly we trade short, like 75% of the trades we do short. When you look at this stock, you really don't like to short it because, you know, you have like very far the resistance. So if you're shorting here, these new highs around $5 as some mentioned, you're not very safe trading short this one because the resistance is around $12 or something like that. That's the first one. So it's better to go long. When you look at some info, some fundamentals, you see 97% institutional ownership. That's something we really don't like, you know, because the type of movement when we have high institutional ownership is different. It is more trending one side, no noise, you know, it's like a little bit more heavy tape when you are looking into the tape reading. So it's not something that we really like. If it's about like 30-40% institutional ownership, that means most of the company, it is in the hands of the big institutions. So it's not something we really like. So some things that we don't like about this stock. It's not a small, very small cap, 2 billion market cap, so it's kind of a big cap. So it's not something we will short, definitely. We might have a nice long here in this one, but when you look at the chart at the level 2, it's very thin. We have only 900,000 shares traded, but it seems like most of them has been trading in some long trades, like huge trade, and there is no, you know, this fluid and liquid level 2 so far in this stock.
I want to ask about another name here. It's actually on our watch this morning because we're straight as well. I think by some order attack AMIX. This on and on that's medical. Actually, the filing last night to get registering just over 850,000 shares for resale with the warrants. And we got here 500,000 share float. Pretty solid float. How do you figure this? What would you thought of capital for this AMIX? Actually, it's pretty tame so far.
Yeah, that's a stock that we would love to trade. It is true. I'm gonna check now that the locates are $17 per 100 shares, so 17 cents. You have to make 17 cents to scratch the trade, so it's a little bit expensive when you look at the price of the locates for the type of movement we are looking for. But absolutely, it's a nice show. We're trading against resistance, which was support. Here we're trading against that resistance, and when you look at 1 minute. Look, it failed on the 5-5-20, so you have very nice places to get out of the trade if you're sure. If you don't like it, we have a failed highs trading below VWAP, so actually it's a pretty nice trade. If I could short with a decent price of locates, I would wait for a pump to be what 450, 460s for the first in the pad until 470, 480s, and that would be the maximum size, the parameter of the position, and get out if it breaks 5 and we see some volume. If it's trading after the open above VWAP and fighting pre-market highs, it might be a long. So far, it looks like a short, but if we find these levels, we might change our bias to long the trade if it trades about $5.
I want to ask you, what other tickers are you looking at right now? You have any trades for the last couple of days?
Well, pre-market, we have this one, DIVK. It's a nice stock. We were trying to long this one on the VWAP, this retracement to the VWAP, and long again here. Look, mostly we do short, but this stock is trading about VWAP, so we were looking for this pullback to go long and break it pre-market highs. Same again now. We're a little bit short here because we have a kind of a resistance around $3 that you see. So we shorted a little bit here against this $3 resistance, but it seems it's going to pull back again to the VWAP, and the opening bell is going to be the key for this stock. If we see opening without volume and failing VWAP, we will definitely go short of this one. And if we see some volume coming in right out the gates and trying to go against to the pre-market highs, it might be a nice stock to trade long. Look, when you see this one, you have to go a little bit whatever. See, you go to the left side of the chart, we have a lot of green and $6 to $9, from $5 to $10, and look at this from $1 to $170 criminal record for short traders. So if the goals of Papillon and also it's clean as high. So, with tire stock, because also we are in a runner cycle. This is very important if you trade a small cap to identify what kind of market are we in for a week, for a month. And for the last week, we are in a running cycle. So if you are short, be very careful with tight stops and hard stop if it breaks pretty much an high VWAPs or whatever your important levels are. Because we have some crazy movement, like I think it was a couple of days ago, Stark, look at that, from $1 to $4, it held and it opened up in $9. So you can blow up your account on this one. We have another one just yesterday. I think it was STKH. I think it was this one. Yeah, look at that. From 150, you move up to 290, held $4, held $6. So if you are short, you cannot short this front side in this running cycle. We only need one of these crazy to ignite the whole market, and all the long buyers and all the long algorithms are looking for this. So if you're short, look for shorts when you have a safety net to get out. Okay, don't short front side of this one because it can hold up. It can be a T-close. It can open a month later in $100. So, always when you are shorting in a runner cycle, as we are for the last week, be very careful and have very hard steps.
Thank you for going over all of that for us, Luis Barbado. Where can people find you?
They can find them on X, 8-Day Trading, and of course they can email us on info@8-Day Trading. We have our website. It's a little bit under construction, but we are developing it for the course that we are doing in English next month, so they can check the website as well. 8daytrading.com.
Congrats on the course. You guys can all find Luis Barbado on our show at 1 p.m. today with the Midday Boys show stream. So definitely check that out. He's also on the nerd chat as an 8-Day Trading. So thanks again, Luis. See you soon.
Thank you very much, Alan.
All right, guys, welcome back. Let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades, guys. At the top of our list, we have Caterpillar. We're negative 3.75% here. We're going from an outperform to a neutral weight and a $900 price target. That is down from $1,200. The analyst stating that growing concerns with this data center build out going to raise costs as there is pushback at the state and local levels. All right, guys. So that may delay the development approval and add a couple more hurdles. Moving forward, let's take a look at Gemini Space Station. We're down 3.2% as well. We're going from a sell to a neutral with a $4 price target here, guys. That is down from $4.75. Goldman Sachs is giving them that downgrade, but the firm also stating housing path to profitability and a much smaller install base compared to some of its competitors. So those are the reasons for this actions downgrade this month. All right. Moving forward, let's take a look at Coca-Cola reporting yesterday, guys. Slightly positive this morning, but with a neutral weight rating, Citigroup giving them the nod, $86 price target. Sorry, guys, that's supposed to be KO on the bottom of the ticker. Citigroup giving them the nod, $86. That is up from $82. But the analyst increasing its price target due to organic revenue growth and outpacing consensus estimates. Strong concentrate sales and unit per case volume up 4% and 5% respectively. Moving forward, guys, this is a look at UPS. Goldman Sachs giving them the buy rating, but also increasing their price target to $832. From about 0.3%. Strong revenue, but also revenue per piece outpacing the cost per piece. That is the reason for the upgrade, giving a boost to the company's margins. All right, guys, so that is our analyst actions. We have one more on the list, and that is going to be Boeing with a $290 price target. That is up from $270. JP Morgan giving them the nod, but also stating the company's recovery is proceeding with few model changes. They are on the path to success.
We meet him, my friend. That's him with the Maybach. Oh my God! Hey Trey! Look at my little vacuum. What's going on, mamas? Who this? Baby, you don't know who this is. This is the owner of the brand of Sprinkles. Yo, what's going on, little bro? How you woman's pretty over here? You know him? Nah, little bro. She used to be in the crib packaging my socks for me and all that. Yeah, let me get that little care package. This the new drop right now. Shit fire. Oh my God! All that for me? You giving us this whole thing? Nah, yeah, bro. I know how you even like she get what she smacked. Yeah, that's straight from Cali too. Oh my God, you remember that Cali trip you took that one time? Yeah, you and your homegirl with the little cruising. Wow.
Once they
Yes, man. Oh my God, that's a brand new chain. Yeah, come here. Let me put my chain on you. You know you should have been missing Sprinkles. Go back to the crib. Baby, you go back to the crib. I'm a day and chill with them, okay? It's shark season, little bro. Step up.
That's interesting.
You know, it was meeting you anyway.
Certainly, yeah, I didn't see that one yesterday. So good look there. But as far as IBIT goes, here, look at the daily chart. I mean, Bitcoin's still right around that 64,000 level. But on the daily, it is riding the 50 period here. But still, when I zoom it out or zoom it back in and go to the 15, I kind of like the last time it bounced off this level, you had a couple of days of long. You know, it was a long that day, and then it was continuation for effectively like 1.5 more days. So I'm looking for continuation today. Like the prior high kind of lines up with this close, 36.25. So I want to go big and rip. The issue you come with, the issue you get with Bitcoin today would be, well, it's a Fed day. So anything you're looking for in the morning or the patterns, that kind of goes out the window the closer you get to 2 o'clock. So it's very much more of an early morning thing here for me. But that prior high would be closed. Just looking at the last time we got a bit of a jaunt off this price, the next day, what did it do? It dipped, challenged those highs, and then was able to rally. So I'm looking for that kind of a pattern.
All right, everybody. I keep seeing it in the chat. It's the right reads, it's the right setups, but of course, it's the wrong size. Here's the truth. You've got skills, but your talent is just too small. Trade Funder changed that. 100K for stocks, 25K for options. Today, we get to keep 80%. Paid out every Friday. Never risk your own money. $99 to start. Refunded on your first qualifying payout. So you're getting that money back. You can start it in just 1 hour. There's no evaluation, there's no background checks. It's just you and the size that you've been missing. Here. Scan the code on your screen, tradefunder.com. Choose stocks or options. I think that's a perfect example right there. There's so many traders that are looking to get that leg up. Right, make sure you scan that. Trade Funder right there. Great opportunity. Less than an hour. 80% every Friday. Get that payout. You always see online. There's companies out there that I didn't get my money, or I gotta wait. Gotta get paid. That right. Definitely get paid every week and make it a paycheck. Get it from Trade Funder right there. 80% payout. Like I've never. That's a monster number right there. They're also going to refund your first $99 there. So I think your first payout, you get that money back. No point in not taking the shot there. So make sure you say,
yeah, that could go right there.
Right there. You get going on that one. 6 red days in a row for the Qs. Is that right? Oh, right on here, this IOND. We will look at that. I just want to have a question about IOND. So immediately I start to look it up, and this was a great move yesterday. And here's what Ben Singer talks about IOND here. And if you scroll down, there's not a whole bunch of information. This is relatively new stocks. We got yesterday about an hour at $50, went up to $63. There's not a whole bunch of information. So before, without deep diving right now, only 51 million in revenue. doesn't look like it's a huge play here, but it says iconic.
I'm wearing the same deodorant since high school.
I think it's a very well. Yeah, like I don't know much about this business right
They
here,
know
but
I
that
was
was
gatekeeping. In my mind, there's no way that a millionaire can wear a gatekeeper. So I went back to a video where he did a tour of his home and office. And 50 seconds into the video, right there on the countertop is the deodorant that he was talking about. And the reason I know it is because I have the same thing.
50,000 shares.
JPG, La Mela deodorant. I'm big on wearing the same deodorant as the spray, so the smell of my deodorant doesn't clash with the smell of my spray. They smell exactly the same. They both have that fresh, clean, minty, lavender, cinnamon smell. The difference I'm seeing with both of these is the spray projects more, but it doesn't last as long. The deodorant, one has to be really close to you to smell it. Check out Glacier Purple.
Not too much for that. You always look at Ryan and their field, potentially wearing an Iowa and he is going to go. We've seen the mild thing say about this idea. You know, you can look at CBRS. I know that these are all not.
I've already seen them.
Yeah, these are all not block statements of Sinister, but you know, we have Cerebrus here. That's been used. That's their best day. Was his birthday. States that was 3 days old. It had a move up there, or 2 days old, I'm sorry. Second day was its best day, hasn't seen the Kotovich since then. So I just really wanted to say, and there's other names too, right? But there's also names like Stuff, the names that became smoke. You don't have to talk about Stigma, that's the whole story. But you know, out of the more recent IPOs, you just got to be careful with, you know, trying to trade them to the long side, especially on its early days, right? And Steve Howe been on the show as well, so they just like really look at IPOs for a couple of years, to be honest with you, as an investment anyways. But as a day trade, we closed there yesterday at $63. They're already down to 57. Now I know there's not much volume here, but these prints are actually 55 right now. So you're going from 62, 63 down to 55 right now. So you've almost given half, you've given more than half back already here today. So just be careful. It's a huge spread, and you know, thank you again for all of your super chats. I think we have another one.
It was another one that just came there. I think it's just be there. Thank you. Thank you, Tisha. NCRA is another small cap. You're looking at Sarah. You got 376. It's a level. You've already taken that. And then 510, Sean, you know, giving it time to set up, leading gap or gap is with 172%. So this is obviously doing a bit more than some of the oil names. The oil ones give you the futures to at least be able to watch and go off of. With these, it's very just much about that structure. 76, that's gone. Always going to be able to guys the daily charts. When you zoom these suckers out, you get a sense of what their typical history is, which show me the spike that has lasted more than 1 day. Like that's a single day. That's a single day. Again, that's to me that looks like it's probably just a 1 day event. So most of the time it's the day it's in play, and then that's good to go. So like 76, you kind of already tagged $4.5 over here at 510. But this has been individualized. We just double check the information. Because when you're looking at these, part of the continuation is how big is the flow? Only 1.3, 40% short. So that's what they need at this point. So whether it's NCRA or the oil, given the fashion so there's another jump back to the high, which is a lot of small cappers. This is strength. Being exciting debut this week. Maybe not those that are afraid that oil is going to be. The other thing to consider with the US up here in all features, this isn't just a break in today's high. That gap down is now getting threatened. So it's going to be a while. What's worse going to say for a 10%? That'll be fun. I wrote down on the Sikino battle. You have 140. Come back in that. I wrote down Sikino's now. I actually wrote down. Worth 5 right there for the bomb to get into that area right now, but people haven't put up really the chat. But yeah, it's funny because it's not actually, as Miller just mentioned there, oil, breaks that 127 right there. It's off the racing. So like what that as it was happening in real time, the volume really picked up here. That looks much more like a chart that it did the first couple hours of trading here today. But yeah, it's continued its move higher here, and VATL really isn't
So this is interesting to me. I do think there's going to be some good buy opportunities. And look, I wrote down 145 before this happened. It was just because this is where the bunch was. I think if you go long here, 140, 145, you have out, 138. It doesn't seem like it's very much of a hit there, but you take a couple thousand shares or whatever on a dollar stock. You don't want to lose too much other 10 cents. So I'm careful. EA's out here early this morning. All right, here we go. We've got RDGT for a swing trade around $9,000 in it. Okay, so nice amount of cash we put in. Easy buys, what's to be done as of right now. Oh, this isn't RDGT. Like I said, it's always easy. No, in case I'm using that one. It's always easy to manage your position when it's in the money. The problem is when it's lost, and I would say you might have to get out now. And the only reason I'm saying that is, and again, this is not financial advice. Like, the $9,000 means something different to me. Everybody's different what that comes to. I would say, with this name, like, what if today opens up and it's horrendous and you lose this 90, 70, like a 90 loss, like that's right here. What's this price? That's 92. If you sort of ramp it down a little bit, 85 or so, like that's sort of where you've been at. I don't like to look at that, man, because that's 70. So once we lose everything here, I don't know what the stock is, and I don't really. It's a Chinese health company. Chinese health company. Yeah, we should be on. We should review that. If you're trying to get out, like I don't like it. The spread is obviously too wide. There's really no shares here. You have $9,000 in it. It's under $1, so you have roughly 9,000 shares. You got to be careful. It's only done 77,000 shares so far here this morning. Yeah, I don't know. As far as giving you some advice there, you can either wait, I would say, until it breaks 87, 85, like you get out and cut your losses. That's really the only thing to do. I mean, if it rips back up, taking profits is easy. It's the downside that you're worried about. Look, if you have $9,000, it's something, even if it's a lot of money. If you lose, 20% of that, you're still living for another day. You can get in something else and put that $7,000 to work or whatever it happens to be that you have left, do something else. Always advice would be, I don't know when you bought it, but you always got to be careful with these plays. So it's very risky to buy something at $1.12 when it already broke under $1.20. Like that was the area that it broke through. So yeah, Chinese healthcare. Not sure how hot that sector is these days, but you might not be able to get this one back. We'll wait, and I say good luck to you guys. That's it, RDG. So, but it's 9 o'clock, and rundown time right now. So let's go back over the desk. We'll find out more about what's been kicking out today. And I think you have a good, strong idea of what's going to be. There's a lot of watch lists. Yeah, there's a lot of earnings. It's a huge watch list. There's a lot of small cap movers, and oil, of course, always talked about. So let's go back to the desk. It's Adara and Sharif with our rundown.
740 and 4/5, guys, is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're a little bit below that right now, but most notably, we're still at that 740 area, and we continue to defend 740 despite, wicking below it at times. Most of the closing prints, saving except for one, has been above 740, so we'll continue to use that area as support. But I want to draw your attention, guys, to these lower highs that we've been putting in. So ever since getting into that 755 area back on the 14th, it has been lower high, lower high, lower high. All the while, we're still holding that 740 area. So not saying flat bottom break is coming, but definitely something to look out for. 745 here has resistance.
Accidentally pressed this button too earlier now, though. It's time to look at our rundown and our watch list. As Neil and Sean said, very good watch list. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to every story, but you can see everything staying on watch. You can see everything that's going to be reported potentially after the bell. That's a note. You can take a look at what we're expecting from the Fed. All of that's going to be in that free FREE3 Trader TV right now. Now, let's kick it off here with a name that doesn't do much now, but certainly did immediately after its earnings report. That's SK Hynix. This is SK Hynix's first report since it added its U.S. listing here. It went public July 10th of 2026. And just a look here for SK Hynix, this was not as strong a report as maybe some people thought it would be.
It was good, but there are some issues, especially going into the future. So let's get 257% year-over-year surge in revenue. I mean, most of us were expecting that given the demand for RAM. Record-breaking profit margins, about 76%. And the revenue, guys, eye-watering, 79.3 trillion Korean won. Look, they revealed a number of LTAs, long-term agreements. This is both good and bad. Let me make my case. Good because you're able to project future revenue. You're able to lock in that revenue. It's bad because if land prices continue to go up, you're going to look like a schmuck who actually settled for a lot less. And they've got 10 contracts with 10 major hyperscalers, according to the company. We're also kind of moving beyond the one-trick pony of HBM, and they're actually getting into a lot more. They're getting into Solidigm, I think that's how you say it. It's basically SSDs, and you're using these a lot more in data centers, essentially storage. That tripled year over year, and their gross margins are a little bit higher actually than their HBM. So good look here, but CapEx been rearing its ugly head as an area of concern for a lot of these hyperscalers, and SK Hynix no different. They raised their 2026 full year CapEx about $27 billion. That's about 40 trillion Korean wons. And they're going to build out 2 different packaging facilities that are going to require that kind of money. Advanced Nodes, let's talk about the fact that they're moving beyond, just some of the dread that they had with DRAM, and they're actually going to get to the next generation of DRAM, which is going to have a higher price and therefore a little bit higher margins. Last but not least, they're supported by record profits. They have a ridiculous amount of cash, 69.4 trillion South Korean wons, and that drops their debt to equity ratio to just 7%.
SK A5 brings down this morning. How are you guys feeling this?
Well, I have DRAM on the radar, and for the rest of the chips, will probably just SMCI again, but it is worth looking because it's so range bound. You have to see what was going on overnight with the stock, and you'll see some pretty much, I want to say obvious levels where it has it opened up and then failed at about 132 in here. So top side 32, 33 is resistance. You could see 114. That was the overnight bottom. So when you see all this range bound action that we're talking about, understand that it had a wide move. So there's your 32, which coincides with our 6 a.m. market high. I think that gives us everything. I paid for low fees on DRAM. A couple of reasons. I mean, like ETF, love the way it's trading recently. It was a good short yesterday at around the same price as about 48. If you pop, you get a triple top here at that 48.5. So that's right around effectively where SK Hynix would likely hit that 132 level. So then a triple top gives you some cover over here on DRAM, and I'm just going to throw this one in because now it's triple A. The thing that you have to realize, the thing with SK Hynix, it was, in some ways, there was some goodness because it was able to reaffirm demand for the group in total. But with everybody seemingly looking for the top, like missing analyst estimates, despite the fact that it was gigantic quarter, that's the kind of thing that I think gives a little bit of hesitation. Like any Fed day, by the way, like levels matter up until 2 o'clock. Levels don't matter as much after it. Like that's what goes for just about everything. But one of the reasons I'm looking at SMCI might be like absurdly obvious. Like this stock, it was a good short off the open. I don't think they reversed into max in the long yesterday. But this 28.6 bottom, and then look at how it held in the afternoon. So it's showing you like 28.65 at the top, and if it gets through 28.9, which is this big high, sure, there's breakout potential for sure. But man, like that was all kinds of resistance that if it gets into that price, I'll take a shot on this MCI 28.6.
I think you always and in the chat market, that's what you are. Yeah, these are this happens. It's completely happens. So I was like, something further these on over here. For the coffee, that's a great one there. Yeah.
It's like a Rorschach test actually, because
what are you looking at?
yeah, it's like one of my
Butterflies. I see a few butterflies.
I still get an owl.
Yeah, that's some OBO. So for me here on SK Hynix, look, I mean, I think what we talked about there is a little bit sense that is that it's not really moving as violently as we typically thought it would. There's one numbers we had come out with pretty decent. Since 30 hour time drops all the way down here. By the time 7 o'clock, they made that low, so we went from 136 into 120. And then battle back, and now we're doing what we're doing here. So I think that if you're going to look at it actually below today, maybe it would be that 120 bid. So I think that's pretty cool that it actually stops there and then bounces back up. We heard a little more today from South Korea about trying to confirm some of these the overnight trade and trying to go to the market, different stuff, triple lever and all that kind of stuff. Information because SKN is such a sort of stalwart there for them over the cost. That we wonder if it just got bought up and it gets sold off here today, like that 1% is nothing. You see most of these names, when you get not the perfect report, generally speaking, lately you're down like 10+%. So I do actually expect the downside play here today in SK earnings, but the fact is it's not going down now. So could definitely be wrong about this one. I wrote down, I only have a few ideas on here today with Fed coming through. We have oil and I have Intel written on today too. It's not like it's looking that great, but this is going to be day 3 here. They reported last Thursday, 4 p.m. Thanksgiving for that one. And, now you're starting to battle back a little bit. So you had Friday's trade, right? Then you have Monday, Tuesday, and now today, Wednesday. We'll see what winds up happening. It got hit pretty good again yesterday. Early, right? So this is not something where I'm thinking, okay, we're just going to sit here and take 86 long. But this is where we closed yesterday at $86. We got up as high as 88. Just like that, there's a top here as well. So I think the break of 88.20 probably gets going. That's that top right there. I would rather, because we do have the Fed today, it's not really moving. There's not many of the big names that are firing off today. So I'm going to wait to see if we can be patient again. We were really patient with Google yesterday. They panned out swimmingly. And we're going to do that same thing here again today. If we can wait just a couple minutes and wait to see if what 86 does, then good to go. And maybe a real early break on 88 and change. That could be a long, and then you play that back to D-Walk, figure something about a clock, and see if that wants to work. But just because today is Fed Day, and like I was saying about a lot of the tech names not really moving around today, like we've seen them moving around in the pre-market before, that break of the top might not go because there's just not as much interest in buying these dips and seems like today. Like yesterday, they came for it at 440, that's for sure. Then it came in and closed again, right where we're it's flat, right? We're closing at 450. So this is another one of those names where I don't think we're going to get as high as 466 today. So that could be a good fading area. But I always worry about the downside, especially on these scale daily chart like that. So yeah, I'm going to see if we can protect Intel off earnings. Now it's over with. And then yesterday's big play for me was Google. And again, that was a day 3, 4, right? Same day they reported as Intel, right? So they had their battle backs for a minute, right? We were all we did I did that 320, so it's been a good one there so far. I'm looking to do something similar with Intel. You can see people today. This might be one of the best of the bunch. Nasdaq's flat-ish now, right now. And look at Google. What about a top take with Google at 337? I mean, put that on the board as well. That would be above the 200, above the walk, and a strong name here that we can look at because Apple, which has taken over the whole market with its $5 trillion market cap right here, is going the other way today. So money may be coming out of Apple, maybe into a strong tech name Google. So these are the top 2 Mag 7s that are actually, and look, Apple's the only one that's anywhere near its highs. But Google's been strong, Apple's been strong there, and I think you want to play strong names today. Just names that have been trending in the right direction. So Apple long, Google long, and then Intel, this sort of semi-play. You see what happens at 86. Because I think Intel's Intel's down now for 50, almost not 50%, 40%, it's 70%, top to bottom. So I think Intel has. Yeah. So, all right, let's go back over here. This is the name that's probably. I know Cheryl was breathing a little sigh of relief right there. Because, Bloom is back temporarily, or is it going to be so? Wow. Let's go find the story here.
Yeah, it's actually holding this gap really well here. To 2026 earnings, so significant pieces from earlier growth. for both EPS and revenue, and both revenue tech is actually growing as well. Not a lot of negativity.
Record Q2 2026 sales. We're talking about, over $1 billion in quarterly sales for the first time in the company's history. That's about 165% year-over-year pop. On the quarter, they also beat on non-GAAP EPS. But there is some concern. A lot of concentration risk here in the quarter and in the half. Let's get to it. Management, we want to pound the table. Oh, we've got over a dozen clouds and hyperscalers, as customers. Fine. But where's the money coming from? Well, the money is coming from one single source. 73% of this quarter's revenue came from one unnamed source, and for all of 2026 so far, you have 65% generated from two sources. To me, that's something to keep an eye on. All right, beyond the headline 215% revenue spike, Bloom's historically unprofitable service segment actually grew. So, and why we're seeing this is, of course, because they're deploying these machines at the AI data centers, which require servicing, maintenance. That ends up being a higher margin business as well. So I do like that. And then they got a lot of debt in there, $2.48 billion in recourse debt. That's alongside the $113.5 million in stock-based compensation that they paid in the first 6 months of this year. Also, Oracle exercised a whole bunch of warrants, about 2.15 million common shares. That's about $324 million.
That revenue source talk pretty interesting here for Bloom. Is there anything standing out about the chart for you guys today?
Yeah, well, the chart has to, because yesterday we're saying, hey, it had the chance and it did do it. The bottoming tail holding the 200 period moving average on. So the margin growth, I think that's going to be a good sign. Obviously, Sean, as Sharif was saying, concerned about where the money is coming from. But I think, and where have we not heard that? Like, that just seems to be a recurring theme, right? And ultimately, I do like the bounce off the 200 period moves. That simple moving average here, it's only its perspective. It's the first time I tested it. There's a white belt low. It will be important to hold 176.5 at the open. If it closes a 15-minute candle at the I don't like that. As long as it holds this, it's now $7-8 above that resistance or support level. So it's way, way above it. But even a moderate dip does give you a chance to maybe jump around. Just anything under that 180 level. The light around the bottom, it needs to hold that higher low. Decent pre-market volume, but nothing that stands out. I want to see this one trade out of the open. I'm not used to trading. But yeah, that 200 period was what you were looking to hold. It has. It's always given a 3-day rule. We're just talking about a bit of a day trade here because that's one that's come off rather 10%. That's great, but that's why we're saying, is anyone really that if you're a shareholder here, you're not going to decide things because it bounced 10%, but it got cut in half.
Right. I just want to say, for some reason my ear check really working. But 180, whenever there's a gap, we always say, play it back to the up. This is about right, I think, for what we expected with its report, 7 to 10%. So, it moved the top end of that. So it's going to continue. So I'm trying not to do it. We go back into something that's numbers that had
Stay tuned. But buddy.
And sales. was that they can
What?
tax it.
What did you just say? I own 14,000 in rent and my car don't have to pay. Are you healthy? This is the first date.
Yeah, look, Darren, this is
How would I do that? Okay, did you not text me that you want to take me out? Like if I was cute, I look good. You want to get to know me? Sorry, no, I definitely want to get to know you. You seem interesting, but okay, interesting fact about number one. I am expensive. Interesting fact
If they did upgrade
I need like rent
revenue
ASAP.
back, so that
Interesting fact, I'm gonna put my car down. Car down, baby.
$2 million in
Okay, so I don't think you're looking for a man. It sounds like you're looking for a sponsor or something. Okay, no, I am looking for a man, but obviously I ran into a boy. A boy with a beard. That's exactly the vibe you're getting. A real man would ask like Cash App ASAP. A woman would act like Zell. I need a fixer, a problem solver. Why should I do that? Great, I have 6 months behind the rent and my car don't need to pay. Are you going to help me?
Refinancing $2.7
What did you
billion.
just say? I owe 14,000 in rent and my car don't have to pay. Are you help me? This is the first date.
Increased
How would I do that?
29%.
Okay, did you not text me that you want to take me out? Like, what's this? She's been fucking your friend all morning and her nigga keep going up her phone and texting me like, I don't know what to say anymore. All got boyfriends back home? But that's not stopping us from getting trapped like a hard boy with an egg. You take the raps like enough river gonna massage my teeth. Girl, I'm not leaving the fix the yard, think I'm
Yeah, that's because
Yeah, really do this? Yeah, we basically on a world tour right now. Like, fucking a nigga you never gonna see again. It's definitely a vibe. My mother. Oh my god, girl, I forgot my plan B.
Monday and another run with multiple homes get done.
Yeah. And we made sure our boyfriend nutted us before we left. So if we do get pregnant, the timeline adds up. And that's on smart bitches. That's my smart bitch. Yeah, smart.
Michael Jordan billboards causing chaos in the Windy City. More at 5.
I built a car so strange that the original designer of the Mazda Miata saw it and said he hated it. And that might be the proudest moment of my life. If you missed the last part, I took a cheap 90s Miata I never even liked and started turning it into a cyberpunk fastback. I reshaped the entire back of the car into a long speedtail and covered it in its first layer of fiberglass. For the first time, it actually started looking like something that doesn't belong on a high school road. But a rough shell is one thing. Today it all comes to date. I built a car
That's pretty cool. It's up until we start to better. That's all we do.
It's my niece's birthday. I need a gift.
How about
Well, there's some good signs out of the report. It seems to never matter. Really, they talk about how they're growing their products more than members, which can be a good thing. It means they're able to sell more things to members that they have, which is never a bad thing. It's incentive. The market doesn't seem to so fun very often.
I think it's like, you know, I'm talking about my own books. Yes, I do own this thing. I talked to Mitch, man, but this he was thinking this was going to explode. So we've already talked about it, but now that we have earnings, we can figure out where this thing may potentially be going. Yeah, like reading the report, we weren't talking about down 70%, but yeah, this breaking spot is really it's not great. And then you know, we do have to remember, as I was looking at the chat, saying like, oh, we keep mentioning how much we like Caterpillar was $200 stock 2 years ago. It's $800 today. So although it's coming off of high levels Caterpillars as well, so far we also do have to remember where the stocks come from. And there have been, you know, they were really beat up like down in the year. This only goes back to 2024, so it's about COVID levels. So we could get back in the single digits again for SoFi. Looking at the report, growing everything seems to be the right play, but that costs money. And with the increased interest rates here, SoFi potentially not well. And also, I think they still have that big student loan portfolio, which with increased rates not great as well. You have some results out of that. So I don't know, $15 there looks to be a level that you want to test along. I would think, and I think you could get into that. I know that sucks. to think that, but we'll wait to see if there's any sort of a imbalance that is for SoFi right now. We don't even have Ford on the board. They're 4.5 million shares. And that's up 6% today with the buying balance. So when you want to talk about something that's a little different than SoFi, and I have way more money in SoFi than I do in Ford, but that's a nice move up today for that name, up 6%. We'll see if it can continue higher. You know, SoFi is threatening to break down and around here somewhere and get lower. Meanwhile, Ford is trying to test some of these upper boundaries. So yeah, because right now it's really strange because I know SoFi is not the traditional bank. Like, you know, you're going to see a high contingency in the XLF. But, you know, this is what sort of the sector has been doing. And meanwhile, you know, these are KREs doing. These are the regional banks. You know, SoFi, Robinhood, they're kind of just beasts of their own right here. It's much more of a fintech play than a traditional bank, right? I mean, even the KRE, those regional banks, they're near all-time highs as well. So it's fintech. Is there a fintech? There has to be a fintech ETF.
I remember I had that complaint that there wasn't a good. I wanted something that would give you exposure to the traditional banks, take out maybe some of the credit card names, and have some of the paper blended in with some of the traditional banks, the blended ETF, and I couldn't find anything.
I'd say maybe he doesn't.
But as far as the specific context goes, and we looked at that. We got another one here.
Yeah, I just put it up there. You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks to first of all, that's Shuhari. So thank you very much for super chat. Thanks to the whole team for making the show. Trading can be a lonesome game. This is genius.
What did you build a game?
You've been around since Friday, and today's a big one because Monday's going to be fresh. So it's literally
here.
We're also starting to go up a little bit on TikTok. We want to say what's up to Apex Media and we like some of our usual
White woman. Your ass, your finger up my.
The riders.
You like that? I swing.
I know Moscow Furniture as well.
What's up, Sean? You like swing? You like that, Sean? What's up, Sean? You ready? You want to see me, Sean? Yeah, I was told 3 times out the year. Over there. Fuck wrong with y'all. I want to get it on a consistent basis. I want to practice abstinence. Look at that, nigga. Fuck you. 3 times out the year. We fought 3 times a day. Only 3 times a day. One of your bitch around me.
The great heavy hitter.
I'll never come home.
You're not running away.
My bitch don't want to be with you. Let me get beat up like,
and then everybody else wants to go. All of them friends over here talking. It's all diabetes is good. I love to see that Drake.
hey, man.
You ever see that Drake?
Give it a Get your dog, man. That's y'all type of dog right there. Y'all type of dog. The dog there. That's y'all type of dog. She was a white man. She was a white man. She got a white man in the crib. That's why. Yeah, absolutely. She probably does. She probably hug him. Hey, son. Hey, nah, I make fun of him. Hey, son. Hey, son, you ready? He makes fun of me. Come up his ass when you want to shout. Come up his ass. Look, he ready. Come up his ass. Come up his ass when you want to shout. So, we play bro. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we play black ball. We will ass. She gonna be like, listen, I was playing with him. I was talking about him. Shout out, I don't use that word. So they get lady, dog. Get in, boy. Dangerous. It's later. Like, just make your goddamn truck. One thing about it, slide your whole DL, man. Guess what I'm gonna do? Log in and delete them. What's wrong with you? Respond and curve your ass forward. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm saying the first, I'm like, hey, John, why you play me like that? That's what I'm gonna do. I said, what you talking about? Spin your DM. She gonna look dead at his ass. She already knew where it came from. Him damn for so team. Get on your goddamn man.
Investors are going to be far more focused on AI spending, but I submit to you they're also going to be interested on AI monetization. In specific, here will suck whether or not you will entertain the option of renting out compute to your Anthropics, your other models will see you need to generate some money here. Gary's spending a lot.
You could pick one of these certificates, Green tomorrow, Meta or Microsoft. This one.
You know, this is a really good one. It really depends on what's said on the call. So if we get that AI cloud monetization by Meta, I think it'll rock it up because, you know, that's we still the big one we saw. As well as SpaceX do the same thing, but it's so deep down. And we also have Microsoft sold off. So I think that's everybody on how to go.
So that's a great
Well, after the bell, obviously, to be a band, and to remember the comparisons of you can say whatever you want, but yeah. As far as both of these go, SpaceX there, nothing to do with their but it did double tag that. It's still lower lows every single day. It's been about every single day. But it does at the same time. Visual topic deal. Really short in the did have back there.
Yeah, I'm gonna be looking. This is a couple early trades here. BATL, watch out for 140. Sit here, see if we can get it. That's good here. We averages. We talked about some oil names. We're gonna look for Intel down here, INTC down here, 40, say 45, 86. Big fast there for previous sponsors of our Intel. We'll check out the sticker as another key name. Take a look at it fast. It's not a little bit fast on the road actually. Yeah, so go have a look at BidFast. We also want to thank Funded Trade Recording as well. Trade Funded Stream. Make sure you scan that QR code. If you want to become part of the Prompt Universe, scan that QR code. Get involved now. All right, so we got waiting for $86. I want to do this second. I said I wouldn't sit there, you know, take it. So we'll wait and see what happens now. Tell that battle is actually not moving at all. So there's nothing going on there. What is so odd? I said, maybe we get to that $50. Maybe I would like you to say that, but here it comes in $50. It's so fine. Down 8, so it could be down 10, I would think. And then maybe we get that balance spot there. And hopefully we're on wrong on how to go. It's going to be so flush. I don't actually see it so far out of the balance there, but I know because that's 9.5 right there, like a 58 all the way down to 50. So that could be a washout there on the balance. So be careful for that one.
It's the hold on TMNS.
Okay, so
TMNS immediately halted to the upside, breaking out its top. So third day is looking like it's on. Just hit 42.97, so probably 5-minute hold volatility. Give it 4 minutes, but that's not going to be open again. Trade third day is still going here. She's thoughts on. Oh, yeah, we did mention there's a person missing. Yeah, up here again. By the way, that was a mix. And mixed earnings have been typically bad for most names. And there's the fact that it lost to the again, maybe that's surprising. They're not the first name that we've seen have this big dip. That $50 130 we were able to catch it. So I'm still SpaceX. That's not
Yeah, I'm not sure. SpaceX, they're gonna like smaller.
that's all the same.
Probably more on SpaceX and Friday, $150. $150. Okay, there goes Apple. So Apple is up. Apple's all-time high. He's making that 42.89 was his previous all-time high. We came with 60 cents of that one. Now you're starting to fade out just a little bit on Apple, but the market, like we expected, there's a 2 PM, the call coming forward, 5 here on the show. Yield out of back around 150, 145. That'll extend Joe because I want to either people have Joe's more long at that point, but they're still expecting 65.35 right now. That rate watch they're expecting all right, so still waiting up for this. I want to make sure that we do. If we're going to be wrong, let's be wrong on SpaceX. I don't want to just get out right now. It's a little bit too early to get 30 now on board. I think that's one very well between the little shot here. And then look, man, this is the first loss. It's always, we're going to do something actually later on. We're going to have a video of them trading the first 5 minutes, right? And I think that we got to sometimes be patient before we go on the size. We really don't know where this is going. Right now, we are tapping out here for SpaceX, and we're seeing the slope there. And if it breaks, they kind of let it go. Like, we're going to I think that's not going to be now. It'll be a relatively small day, but you always have that very cool. Yeah, we'll be watch out for SpaceX.
But this is the pattern that works. The only short that was good on the open was the topping tail candle and the open. So there's your, that's yesterday. I can show you today's as well. But that's the topping tail goes underneath. So I'm not sticking with that. So fire, you have to build the fire and that. I mean, what are you going to do? Like, it's obviously short would have been better. But 15 just below to get the chart. It's been obvious a lot of those on the daily. Down here to go to the first month. So I'm looking up to see if Bitcoin anything breaking just yet. USO did take back toward the high, so Vivek might be on something. So thought of that. And when I say Vivek, VIVK is a well, that's time. Yeah, maybe there's nothing here on these small cap gold. I think the highs and lows like maybe these wait for when these pick up.
All right, 332.99. I actually forgot that I wrote down and I saw something at 6. So I got Google at 333. I forgot that we had it down. I only have 3 things on here. We didn't talk about it. So Google's coming back in. I want to look at Google their thing. I do want to look at Intel one, but then I was not doing it. But here we go. And we're on Google 23. Sorry, 334 there on Google. Let's give it a couple seconds to see if we can read it in here. But that's a good one we have right now. Google long. We had it yesterday, which is small. See if we can read it a little bit more here now. We might start to go outside of Google. So yeah, take a little bit. So it's a little bit of profit. And now let's see if we can on. And could be outside of Google. Okay, so about 10%. What was going on?
Literally, it's up 10%.
Oh, I'm sorry, up 10%.
Literally tagging that over the six. But look at the opening candle on board. That's a $7 down candle, and then the reversal was equally fast. So getting this one on the way back up can be possible. But I think this is. I still like it. I like the long. Way. But I'm not going to chase the long. SPCX, SpaceX, but I think that topping tail candle, but it didn't break it yet. But once you get over 5 hours, you can't hold on to what you have 75. I think that's 3/4 mark, but if you can't hold this, then I did get Ivan. So Bitcoin was downward trending, broke the trend, long paid out its price, giving it back to about 36 degrees. So the tighter stop. That little that reverse. Don't really trade this very often, so sometimes when you see something go widespread in the open, like if you're trying to get the punch, you might be crossing $2.
Yeah, you told it, right now there's the dollar club there on Google. I mean, again, that was like, and of course, the only thing that we want to get stopped out there, not the there on SpaceX, so I have the thing that we use on for that we mentioned, they're definitely also short there. So now they're building up these like we can average right now again on space sites. You can really see that very quickly. That's not that much. I thought that we keep a bad that's longer. But we could definitely trade that again and see what happening. I would think that one more spot here on Google and get it right. And we still have 70% of that trade there. I think this wait for space something out for the 40s. So we just want to come back a little bit and see if we can get it. So we'll see if it comes back just a little bit more into the team. We'll take some bills out now on this trade as it's now 30 cents in the money for us to put on a little bit more shares. They're both breaking through 15 right now, so we can play off that 200 period average there on OK on SPCX. That's what's going now. Oops, what am I talking about? I want to do SoFi there. And just have a quick look as no. Oh, they bounced 15. Oh, they bounced 15 pretty nicely there. We like that.
Yeah, I like the bounce, but it was the timing of it. It was you don't want to say you don't want to rush and you want to be patient. Well, that was one where patience was not a virtue whatsoever. You just needed to see it underneath 15, 10, and then jam ball, which will be great. So here comes SNS guys. We jumped that one. Same, it's basically the same setup as SPCX, where it's a popping tail under prior resistance level, taking short, give the stop to just above that. But SoFi, that's one that will haunt you because really. The bounce on 15 is pretty quick. 1506, you can take like maybe 9s and 10s, I suppose. That's the way to go. And if it gets to be long on top of looking the other direction, it's just so not in SoFi. I don't know if we're even going to get into SoFi today. I'm not going to rush it. I'm not going to hold. I'm not going to sit there and try to chase that bit because that's not the direction we're looking for. Right? SpaceX just came back down on a slide. I came back, but that also means potentially with the market coming down that IBIT lost that gap. So first shot IBIT, I said 36.25, but it bounced off the level and held P1. So when I want something to the long side and brace the trend, hold P1, we'll take that shot. The level is down here. SMC, I'm not bids out. I guess I probably need bids at the lower day. That makes logical sense. And then the obvious low on SMCI is 27 or so as that gets back in. Bit of a buyer on the dollar on SpaceX.
Because we're double clubbing right now, so for now we won't be getting that much because there is 14.5 of the company group on SpaceX as right now. There is 14.10. This is $1.40 now in the money, $1.50 breaking lower. That was a good trade there. It's too bad that we got stopped out, but it just allowed me to actually double up the position there against that 160. So. Finally, SpaceX doing great there. And then there goes Google. So we're going 2 for 2 today with both pretty good winners, man. Just let's get some more out on Google. This is the highest this one's been. We have half left if you get that filled, which we just got here. We offer 60 bucks. What did I get? Sorry, 58 there. Sorry. So we get that rich at 58. Now we'll wait to see if we can get a bit higher for us right now. All right. Now they're both $2 in the money. As this is starting to really get going right now, man. Big day alert happening pretty early right now. That's a good one. We're not expecting this kind of movement, especially on Google. Like I bring it down here on the show. Hope you guys are able to look at this. I'm just here in the chat. Okay, we're going to that one right now. But we'll put that up there. But yeah, 233 there on Google was a good level. Look at that. I don't know if Google just did that. 336 50s there on the top side of that trade. But yeah, so far so good here. We'll figure it out what we're doing now. But yeah, there we go. Google up 100% starting to go. Yeah, good look over there. Wow, that was just a cool the short yesterday, but
it just double tapped 113.5. Just a reminder, there was a second good short in the morning, and it was right here at 115, and that bottom was right here. Same place again, double bottom. Let's see if we can get that up. Try for reload. Of course, and SoFi massive. Dumpster fire, fast, whatever you want to call it. Bounce to 15.3, it's probably going to take out that 15. So if you like the 15 bounce more and you got it, good luck to you. Try for anything more than that. Just because I don't want to completely give up on these. Oil, USO is bouncing off of the volume weight average. Maybe not. Okay, that's fine. It's bouncing above the volume weight average, right? So you're holding on to some strength. Don't want to give up on the here. It's catching a bid. This can just eat itself. Don't break 230. old get back from the block. I still think there's be some light when it comes to the IBK or possibly battle with the other one. Sky Q would be the third. So I just jumped out of SpaceX, finding myself yesterday where it ended up being the right move to put it on there. Really, and then look for another opportunity to help bring the situation or bring people on as it's actually the market's kind of sideways and NASDAQ overall. At least they do some things where we're at opposites in line. Kind of a finance shit. Bond market, not the money.
Very much about the kind of more than that of trade and the average rate up to this is part of the target you just have. This would rate up to the market. It's kind of like what we see there, made some lows, created there for high rate down. Of course, I'll get into some on that. That low rate there, something like that, it's like these highs. That was accurately going to call you there. You're doing a lot of something so now we're continuing to another one right there and today they have a little bit more right there on people now we're under on schedule but and it's got to go on SpaceX right there at the low of the days 160 really go SpaceX they have like that but yeah nice move there just to have a quick little more like battle and talk about USO I might just cancel my thing. Like, I don't know if I can figure out it's just not making more. So, that SDK8, that's another small cap name that's open again already today. It's what really there when we talk about SDK8. As well, that TFNS has open back up now. That had a 44 high, now down to 34, underneath the 25. And the average truck making this market very. Here's another small cap name that is just very significant. It's downside, but then it's well, it's unfortunately what you said. Okay, that's still older, but it'll be short whatnot there. Yeah, it's the case with SDK, the other one there, and then that's the second. I think it's Saga. We have one very
nice, but you know what's not nice? Lemonade.
Well, that's
no, it's not lemonade. I love lemonade. My wife's been getting into making good freshly made lemonade.
You can't be freshly made.
Well, that's true, honestly.
Like that's
I'm a big fan of this. Like that's nasty. On earnings, and this is a flat bottom, potential flat bottom break. It's at least holding on to the bottom. That's you can find on the watch list shows they're incredibly busy day. No, it's not on the watch list because there are so many things on this particular earnings day. It's rolling the Fed, it's rolling what's going on with the US. There's so much happening. So I say this. I keep forgetting the other one. And there's the other one. Hey, man,
is someone being killed?
Republican Congressman Carolina and Elizabeth Wilson, Thomas endorsement, he's twice the 900 this social recently. And it's also said that when you put it right people this one part of the now to replace the recently worked with threats, so it's very long work with those do. I will never like
Until the public that's just not good. So, the building overseas. Yeah, we did more go and more Joe. Coming on every day, that is wrong. Watch them. Success in that. There, we're going to see it. All right, SpaceX don't make no close doors. That maybe I wanted to look at a pretty early Western Valley, but it really I wrote down 86 here down low, so now it's time 46 again. Here, Intel did. And we talked about the breaking of that high. Well, if you came into it and it did break it, that little candle up there, no continuation. I think they have to put a tilt brake. It has to be one sort of push the brakes and actually get back there on the same level that you broke out on. You know, so long there at 88, up to 88.40, now falling back in, watch out for your 86 bid. And then here comes Google, but we've already had a couple of good outs on this name as we now hold about 30% of this trade. And maybe time to get another piece out, honestly, even if it's only going to be for 20 cents, because it looks like we're losing the bid right now. Look at the NASDAQ falling right now. So, yeah, again, we'll have our ears down and there right here, right now. We'll average in a little bit in this trade. It's coming into our 333 level.
And it's looking like a bit of a flush here, but I'm seeing it's not a huge spike. Market is obviously now in the red territory, but here's USO, sloppy period before, making another fresh top. So we're now starting to break out. I'm going to Vivek. It's not going. Which one of these? Any of these small cap energy names actually running, but just move up in the futures? I think they could be explosive, but they're all just dead. So maybe there's just nothing there. I don't know what to tell you. So the way to go, I suppose, was just to be in USO. SMCI, let this one trend down. VWAP is holding for sure, but the next bid should be down around 27, then a third or so. And then our good friend, who's not anybody's friend, for real, SoFi, it's bounced the second time on 15. This time at 15.03. So you can't beat them join them. It's now held, so that 15 level is holding. So it's been like just underneath. There's been some 8s. If I pick it up and it loses 15, to me that's an out. But that's not the only level to look at on SoFi. I'm trying to catch a bit. Daily chart says 14, 90. I'll say 14, 90, 14, 90. And it's making an attempt to bounce down. We'll look for a reversion for the shorts. Have been a little bit today.
Yeah, I actually had to flip it over, man. We have to take the L there a little flush down on Google. Look, man, I mean, SpaceX has made it back for us on Google, so we a pretty flattish data, but we did take shots at 333. We averaged, we got some more in. We talked about getting underneath a little bit here with the shorts leading the way to the downside there. It's kind of strange that we don't really want to put in too many shares here today, just because of 2 p.m.'s coming. I don't know what the position is going to look like heading into the Fed, but we're still short SpaceX. Now I just look over into the short now underneath 330. I like 333 to go there to hold. Didn't really give it. We had to give it a minute. I just kind of said, okay, we'll break it. I do like general first so we'll have to wait to see it. Like perhaps obviously, but if it does wind up being for right here right now. So not a bad look. Get back to the right now. So a bit out here. There you go. And hopefully we catch something in the 60s. And once we think that we get it, now it's a little bit of that back there. Sell side. I just want to give this a little bit more room, right? Something let's get ourselves. It's pretty tough case. We just need to get the national SpaceX there, so the designers. Allow the designers right now, because this is how we're going to be in the money and getting absolutely run right now in SpaceX. So that was a good idea. We're still, this is now real to the sell side, there goes SpaceX. Finally, and sorted it yesterday. We're on my one losing game yesterday with SpaceX, but today it's the one that I'm on right now as we hold pending Google. But there goes SpaceX. We're still down there at 1270 right now. It's starting to get lighter and lighter on SpaceX. Only a quarter of that position.
Shout out to Robinson Greatness. Thank you for Apple looking strong. Another day, another dump off on the Qs. With O'Reilly and Apple, this rotation that just keeps on rotating. It's live for the calling company that just keeps on growing. It's also the next 7 days that we're going to get earnings on. And well, we'll see, right? If we go for Apple, next not spending. Just not spending, man. And if you're not spending, they like you and they like you a lot. For sure. We're not covering every single thing. And apologies, I don't think we really looked at DRAM as findings very quickly fail. Like they were routing into the open. There's your resistance spot. So fail not. I'm saying fail because that's central. We're talking about the red. So here's SK5. I always have to literally say SK5, so I do not type it correctly. I still don't type it right. This is at least holding the bid a little bit. It's a little bit of a bid warning. SK5 we saw the red warning. We take a warning. Again, by the way, I left it as MCI and I'll get to what the heck is going on. I then to type a song. But SMCI is now down into made the break. So I lost this floor from yesterday. And we're headed down to the outside. Board now. 20s, make sure you get our fill, and then move on to the next. The loser trade for me was 5 minutes, which is kind of ironic because I look back, it didn't actually break the pre-market on either. It went like 2 cents away from it, so technically speaking, that probably should have stopped out of it. Either like a dark pool might have been another thing or something like that. I'm looking at the target and then we'll work on what's next. Potentially some oil trades. If we continue this trend up, I don't see US oil trending up without one of those small capitalists following along with it. They can't die for it.
With my guy Easy Peasy right now because I just talked about reversing. I know he's got these developers all the trades that I put on. But there we go again. Just talking about reversing the sleep. We just got a fill down there at 332.60. It's like that's still right there. So I actually a couple of 20s there, and I'll take the best. So yeah, there's the reversal back in there for Eagle. So there's a bit better for there at 30. Now we're like again, the outside territory friend. He's there in the chat as you can see. Support the channel with that. So thank you for that. That's Eagle. This is SpaceX. So a small little one. That's a bit now with the money and we'll get it figured out and get them out. So what or so for SpaceX right now. Again, we did get stopped out there correctly or so we put it back on there, but working it on the way back as we realized that I let it make that conflict and then short so now it's only short the 6 weeks top. So we're short here at what I saw these way out was 50 cents worth of a shot there. Now 5 to 1 now. So that's next up. That's here, like so it's great. I'm looking at things now. But Marvel, a lot of these take care of it, right? It's sold on their long-term accounts to AMD, average price 520, and that was I was happy about it happened. Now that's pretty good because 3 days later, as AMD is now down to 440. So this is a lot of going. You can see it starting to come back in. Yes, that Intel. Yes, there it is. So even hardware next year, maybe they can get a chance to look at this 86 level. But wow, that did not hold. There goes Intel right now to the downside. So that 86 should have been, I guess, a short there. That's why it's something like that. Because we really don't know what the market's going to do. We expect the best odds that we can to watch with us. And right there with the market down to another 0.7, just a nasty break with the ES down 0.5, Nasdaq down 0.7. And it's just like there's downside, right? And it's not great. SK minus actually goes, there's nothing. Well, it was down slightly. I guess everything was over that. Right? Yeah, I just wanted to make it a little bit more. It did absolutely launch the rain overnight. It's not big burner today, but that's why I don't think we saw anybody trading SK minus because it did to extend outside of the range, and then that 30 saying trading exactly where it was. Or 75% of the prior date, not an exciting thing to trade. So why is it breaking? Oh, it's looking at the levels, I have to look at it on the bid and probably smoking. So there was about the back bottom tail candle at target on SMCI, which gets me out through the low, look for the next opportunity. I don't know if it's going to be the MT that I give this along with here so far. This time it's not bouncing off 15. Just a quick reminder on the daily. Low here on the daily, just underneath $15. It's 14.90, 90.91. Give or take a penny or so. It's going to be the actual. Not one so.
We can break 15 and still have a bit of a bid, but it makes sense. And then absolutely nothing higher. US only teams to go higher. And I just looked over something that you try and bounce. So this is made a low. I want to see it hold a higher low and keep shot at this block. It's a little bit better. Maybe not by much, but battles get they get a battle, but battle just doesn't seem like it has any shoots.
What's the big part of it? You think I need to get to I don't think it's on I guess. Yeah, so by the way, this stuff in this and then let's see. Okay, so you get going up Google right there and then we go to detail. Next up, features ice punch this. So it came up after having it strongly. I did short there, so we did punch into some more share right there. You know, 7 and 24. And we did some more out there after we bought that. We did some 77 attack up there. It's about the next 60 silver. So what was the downside right there happening? Or you want to head there, and then we let it go. And so we keep having 61 back half. That's the there. And then I don't know what life is not every month. If they're going outside house for the detail, states starting to get going. Google SpaceX still $2. Down. I'd say I'm the one who's on your detail, battle, and Google, and a little note about the event. It's both that's the new numbers to us to set all 4% chance that we have a great rates. Rate of height is 35%, so that's not steady rate there, 65%, 35% the other way around. No chance. Hoping there's a no chance for it. But it was just somehow a surprise rate. I think the market will go crazy higher, but I don't know if we would. Basically, all right, so SpaceX started to feel some level of there's only much a little more out at 113 now, just because it is doing that way. We do have 20% left right now. Before we go over to the arrow right here, FIBE is going to be a blue runners. This is just open. So FIBE, big here first. There's the move higher on tier 5. So let's go through FIBE right down to the bits. Of course, I'm going to take a look at the FIBE. The other name S R's or as well on our side. So probably we will have a look at it.
Let's take a look here at the market S&P 500. We could go up low, but we did almost start to swing here. The low day from yesterday and Monday. That level was going to be 736. That's the absolute level 165. Currently trading around heading that 750. Take a look here at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ also pushing lower, especially the second candle right for 5 to 10. Now it's 10 a.m. Let's keep that third and the candle proves to hurdles from the back of the NASDAQ is fine. Watch your guys. As we'll see and that press conference from Secretary of Defense at 2:30 p.m. Now another market-wide thing to do here is USO. USO access denies so probably trading is Monday. So USO stays from market probably almost Davis will get going there without using for accounts. Lastly, let's talk about SoFi. Turn it out. It just hold at $15 level. This thing is currently turning off that ignorant low. They did have a slight gas and sales for T2 guidance a little bit. So strong sales guidance for 2.6, but we decided it's right behind on the other end. Really strong report. Nearly double a new gas estimates for T2 the sales close to estimates. What is their guidance for gas sales for 5? Still down on the day, we're not down on the day, right? We're down to where we're trading. So we're going to reaction. Let's talk MBTA and one after today. Catch support right here after we have sharp for that and Microsoft 30. Starbucks triple win. You've gone it's fine. You'll be different. But accuracy, a lot of people will be different. But
Thank you. As always, Tara. And well, that might have been, if this is the bounce we get off the 15, false break 15 on the SoFi. Get the set, broke 15, got to 14.95. And just challenge 15.20s. He's got 19 though, and VWAP sits at 15.40. We're looking for a targeted bottom weight average price. But this, look at this brace 15 again. I think that's kind of softer than it's true. It doesn't matter whether SoFi beats or not. I think we've seen this pattern enough that regardless of what they report, this paper is short, at least for the first hour or the first half an hour or so on earnings day. SoFi didn't come up. It was bad. DRAM's catching a bit of this against SK Hynix as well. SKHY breaking out. So SK Hynix is breaking out with the market down that easily drag. I'm just going to check this. Anytime you have a bounce off the lows, it's not automatic. It's simply show the market average price. But if I see it fail VWAP, it's exactly it's kind of consolidation. That could be a rebuild there on SMCI. It's bouncing off the low. Move energy. I gave up those. I get 166. If this again, another one. Why ask I guess?
Oh, the last one. Okay. You got called ready for P&L case. Say cheers for that one. No, my copy got reason for the say that's one. But yeah, real quick, I put this on this not because that I just talking I told you about it. I mean, pull up this right there, but this TRBH 31. This is not. I'm not going to sit here. You're not going to get banged or anything like that for this kind of a comment. So I'm going to get blown up on it because people start countering out. I actually responded to that and said, "Yeah, the short might be right there." And so I want to show you something here, and that is that they put up a response there, and it's fine. I don't necessarily think the short is going to be great either. So when that came through, I just want to remind you, like I had that same kind of feel. Like this is why we're getting out. So like there's a 80, there's a 50. So it's like we're getting out of people. Like if it breaks too much above this 330, I was going to stop out of people and not even have it. So 333, 50 right there is that 5-year average. So we want to say that not too much stuff. Simply that actually 51. If the trade doesn't work, that's the proof to get out of it. Now this trade is working, so I don't want to go too much more water on it. But you may be right now. The shorts now the market is starting to bounce back up here. So if you go see us leave back into the 70s right now, see what happens. There we go. See what happens. It'll find some bang, and then I say thank you for the comment there. That definitely helps you look at the stock. But you can sort out. Right? If you don't believe in something, you don't have to stay with it. That's basically what I just wanted to say with that comment there. Say something different. Lighten up your position, tighten your stocks, and here we go. Right? Just not having something. Now here goes the top side and roll it out. So you get a good piece out. We're light on it. We get 20% left of this trade. So Google, thanks for that comment. We're always going to chat. But that was everything I wanted to say all the time.
And the whole thing of reminding us in the chat, couldn't believe it so far. We get included in the S&P 500. We've been waiting for that forever, and I'm no longer holding my breath that they get that included with us. Don't hold your breath waiting for an offer from Trade the Pool. Well, you can hold your breath, but you'd already be exhaling.
Now, they're my brother, we not holding.
Well, there's no point because the offer's already out here. The deal's right here. Your broker's not giving it to you. Markets are active. You're seeing it every single day, and this is going to give you opportunities as a trader. But you just have to have discipline and access to capital. Those two things, if you want to take advantage. That's where Trade the Pool is going to come into it. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access the firm's capital and focus on executing the strategy and managing risk. No longer have fear of being limited by the size of your account or blowing up that person. No more moving that stock because you're worried about your safety of getting on your personal thing. That's limited risk trading. And if you want to take advantage of volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, you can visit tradepool.com, scanning QR code to see how you want to think portion of the show. Picky Eater in the chat just said something just happened.
Is it go?
Did it? Well, there's no crazy volume spike. I'm seeing, obviously you can see it's pulling back in here on that. Boeing has been a bit of a range bound mess for the last month, so it could just be. I think it's holding higher lows. I do like GE Aerospace a little bit better myself, but there's no news that I'm aware of. It just looks like it's a little bit of a retracement from yesterday, and I can't even say there's some kind of a rotation. Like I'm giving up the gains in that yesterday. It's going positive.
Okay, yeah, so good luck. Thank you. As I said, thank you for us, guys, on the chat, right? We will continue to look everywhere that basically you guys tell us to look, right? You work here for the whole thing. We want to see if we show everybody that's on the chat here one more time today. I mean, it's been a good run for us. Shout out to Ozan. Anybody that's here, if you have a better look, we can go with a better look on there, Tiffany over there. So there's a better one to look at. What's up to Chris? What's up to Vicky Eater as well? Old Wise Trader. Anybody on TikTok now? You got PCRD if you're here as well. Yeah, but one new message today. What's up? There it is. What's up to you? What's up, Stephanie? Andrew is here as well. Google, by the way, as this is happening, I think it's a good opportunity to put another bid out. So we'll take a bid as we're doing multiple things over here, hosting, trading, all of that, having a good time with everybody here. That is live. Want to be trader? Yeah, me too. Shout out to Blicky Spears there. What's his name? What's up to DJ there as well? KC Entertainment is here. And again, something like what's going on, my guy? That like is good for my official. There he is, again, 360 and Tweakin coming through as well. For that one, but I got it. So more. Two stars that are working out for us. Oh, on SpaceX. So this is another name that we're going to go get 20% of down here. Well, obviously, a lot less. And we're trying to break back again. Right now. Let's get this one to 1450 now. So that breaks up to 1111. 111451. That's D1 is where we're at right now. We can get a little shorter now, but we'll put stop out there for SpaceX. Make sure that hits us out if we are wrong there on this SpaceX. So it's a little bit there. Not in the D1 because it's short for SpaceX. I don't think that's just want to do it. I think I'd rather wait in the opportunity that there's a lot of short on the holiday. We get stopped out fine. That's actually a positive trade, obviously. But right into there, 150 every time. People probably will not probably go back straight to that one down and then that was another. That's not ours. There's another one, it's the big one. They have that money from SPRC, they up 5%. Was that way slowly trying to break this to 70. We bought this one to buy right here. I think it was all good at $4. Now you're at 530. So hopefully somebody it's a little bit of cash on FIP right there as that has both out open one more time. We're going to know it's working on what exactly that's going to be. 30 and 14 days of this, so how we look at 45 notes. So that's kind of not much of a short flow right now. And as I say down here, I don't see any storms there. Maybe there's something, maybe there isn't, but okay, so there's nothing to find either. But nice move, yeah, nice move higher for now on FI. Interest rates coming up with that tier wash. They actually will be here all ready to go. Now it's on Salvador. Salvador is a story. Oh, those 6 million, right? And that's, I guess that's small. That's tiny. Yeah, they were 4 in 2 weeks. But that's why I always look at the chat for the same something other, but they're in the Eagle about to break down some and so on space which is about
what do you think those insights? I don't know like that one again. SMCI, not SMCI, SoFi, off to 15, the bounce on basically to 15.19, which is the prior high, and then that's it. No further, no volume weighted average price on every ones that got back underneath. you gotta take what you can get and try not to be upset with it. As far as late sex goes, I'm just reminding myself of yesterday. Like every single day, actually, this dip, and then the low gets made. 10:30 there, 10:45, and then yesterday at 10 o'clock. So that whatever that initial, I don't know what the plan, whatever the initial short is, I don't know if I like to be able to say from just Rip City yesterday, but most days it's 8 or 10:30 on. This makes it's not enough that I like the long, it's enough that I'm not like T-Ram still very much inside base. That feels like a bit of a classic worker. And I just saw a name that is now interest. That's the key. And Lucid is now ranking at all. So I think that, yeah, I saw a couple people mentioning this as well. There's finally starting to go upside here in Lucid, so there's not going to be any NSPA. Lucid will be on to D1. Trend down, D1, great trend, look long. Lucid, that's given the fact that they've been energy badly in the past.
I'm just going to some sell, but don't forget to buy the plug when it starts to fog out there. Little close there, but I do agree with all of that, right? Once there starts to be I think what you're saying is one like some sort of down there, but you maybe it's hard and what you want to go and find was our good friend who don't often calls it, but you know, it's trying to call right now, but and that is that you know, but it's also what I do with the post this. Well, I have written down here on this today, and you'll never a problem go over and things that we right down in hospital is there. Go wrong. I'm pretty sure yesterday, obviously, we talked about that strong couple of days with the line hits. So we did that. Right? We did that. And the problem is that we didn't really they're 3 for 4 hours right? But once that 3 broke down, then we start to see a little bit of action on the south side. We started to go short. Yeah, we reloaded it. There's a few things we felt. And now you're down to like huge right now. So this is going to be once again, it's pretty decent work here on the future. We'll see if you buy support out there for those 70s. But yeah, so far so good on the reversal. So I always see these super at any time. All this sort of things. And then there, that is just to get reverse your initial thought, right? And if it gets back in, it doesn't hold to levels, then potentially you're right about the wrong about the actually. So we get back to right here, and obviously getting a lot of bucks in the market, but it's a really rapid seeing that trading. You gotta be sure that the market is always on your side. So it's 2 shorts that I'm holding right now, $1 to $2 in money. And it should have gone away. If you talk about reloading there, it's like that would have been a buck. But yeah, it's hold on to your position sometimes if the market is great. Right now, so we can you how they obviously happy with it. Things like that might be going a little bit more like at the end of the day, man, I talked about this off a little bit today. Yeah, so yeah, good trading for this.
Yeah, this is very different from yesterday. In regards to how aggressive I want to be on the team. But I did this else on the bail. This is SFCI. Well, it gave me the confirmation, absolutely. It gave me the confirmation. There was a little high. The second bank will green. Top and tails handle. And then right once it came back underneath to try to punch back.
You bitch.
Every time I'm getting short of the stock, I try not to sit there and have it left over. Like I'm trying to take it back to show you the top and tail. But it fails to break the backfire high. To get back on me. I did it. But we're headed to the open day here. Couldn't just be able to story. So again, I'll take one more look for small cap. Oil names. USO is holding a good trend up. It's a nice channel up. It did break. It just continues the channel back and good, but it didn't break the channel go parabolic. I find it hard to believe that we're not going to see a little bit of head in the stat, but it is a small name. Above that resistance. want to see like delays because I think you're wrong. If it was about 77, like getting close to 8 was about 15 pennies. The high from yesterday sits about 8.30, which gives you a good R&R. It's yesterday's top. Where I expect resistance at, buddy. And the only reason it went yesterday is because of a Busta Rhymes song. Sort of. I don't remember the name of the sounding prince, but you can probably look it up. Still in 5% stake in Lucid and the stock when they started recirculating storage in the morning, they went because it was an old story and it got reposted in the afternoon, and then people acted like it was something new. And
that's not good.
I think it got reposted in the afternoon. I think it started running in the afternoon. It's even better. I still never saw it. People never.
Well, I saw it on our source.
On my feed. Maybe, yeah, but I finally, I don't know, I'm seeing circulating like this.
All right, and here's the trade that we made yesterday on this.
Come on, let's get back into these levels.
Get it that we outside. Then we shorted $8, and some of the fills down here you can see where it was and where it takes us. Well, the money is right there, but then it came falling back into that's the trade yesterday.
Come on. This the one. This the one right here. Drop that down. This the one right here. We ain't going for that. We ain't going for that.
Into the ball so that you all right, so there's Google. You know, we did do some good covering down there. Like I said, we were initially pretty nervous that maybe this thing was starting to pick up, and got you know, a nice little move back down in the future. So now starting to cover pretty good there at 330. Again, really like this. Probably my learning position now, so we'll continue to support it. All right, so we got one out there on SpaceX. We should have taken this. And it came back in 1330. We're kind of letting it flow down as we were talking about let the market sort of work for you. There goes SpaceX stock out there. All good men, Green Day, shout out to Green Day on SpaceX. I rather talk about that trade now. So down 1.85% now is SpaceX. But yeah, I mean, there's not much. I mean, Bitcoin seems to be relatively strong. I was trying to look at it once, but then it just lost at it.
I'm actually seeing silver breaking trend here. I just heard in my ear. I had nothing for but that's fine. If there is time to tell now, the gold can there make super chat is a semi-trade longer nowadays. Well, that's you could show it or say it also I didn't know where. What's it even mean? That's what the long side is. Like, look, if you make the 72, like the trade to the long side right now, yeah, it feels like even when they get up, look at the rejection. Every single time it feels like you're getting a little bit of strength up. But look at Micron the last 4 days. Look at DRAM the last day. That's the 10. Look at Intel. Good critical for that. Going on the bottom, but even when it's trying to go to the open, it's just flush, and the open. So, yeah, long doesn't look very good. It's like all short. But I don't think if you're a day trader, you can still be like, give me 1 second. And give them away. It's not for them. People wanting to adhere to the small cap.
Keep an eye here on some of these small caps and as a big trading players now on Monday, they announced that XS Security has had a 7% stake in company. So that stake was originally given initially to get running, but now of course they sit with that out at 34 after the market cap over 15%. Sorry, 14%. The IBK focused before this company announcing 2 long-term marketing programs to secure analyst activity for roughly $5 billion and significant portion of ready to focus on oil related small cap here. The IBK $1.66 billion market cap, 590,000 shares.
Oh my god.
Very low. No, this is on SFI. That's $23 million market cap, 40,000 shares.
yeah, on pretty small cabinets. I was watching them for this market. Of course, we get stopped out on SpaceX. That's very odd, right? I'm not even sure what the world is like that would they would go on how to that's better. I've already had those so I guess they want to yeah, man, this is why right? Traders keep it up a little bit, right? There it goes right there. The long gap that was great. Again, I'm just gonna wait. The 334 for 2 offers, but then myself, yeah, it's going to 350 months. We're close to that right now. Offers working with the average, so we're not sure that's very. We're not going to do anything. We're just going to let it go. Like I said, 50% have to get out. They're pretty so this goes down there. There's on Google. And then you can trade there on Google today. Yeah, pretty interesting game, to say the least. The Buffalo Flyers game for us. You guys can sit there as Google does get back on I think they made some money back. They got it right there on Google for SpaceX. So far, you don't even need to go that high a little bit. I did want to maybe there is any, just Google take out the average. Maybe that's what we look for on Intel. They took it with it. So maybe Intel, they can take on down in those levels. You would trade down here, get a like something to check.
Never give up. Never fucking give up.
The heads up thing would be launching so high. Anthony Noto, CEO.
Never give up. Oh my God.
Each their own. So he is talking about before it supply got passed. There's a whole there's small gap all for new one, at least it's community at MSS. So Holton not making up the tab. It's Holton at $3.67 last print. $4.75 is the current tab. So this one 126% right now. It's not as well. So another big time over there. And as the app mentioned, so my 52-week lows were basically held. So the new low was 1488, and it's holding on that. Right into 352 lows for SoFi. I jumped in loose slow back, $80 level. The momentum trade might not have been done. I don't give a well about this. I just view off as SMCI and SpaceX did the same thing. I'm not really seeing anything that's giving that entry just yet, so it's small cap. Lucid over Ewok. It is a long way there. Right, we'll have to jump out of that. But it was a big time fail to not got Ewok on SMCI. That's not right now. These games get twice. Ewok once in the open, Ewok again, and then they continue to flush. Maybe T-Man. That's already in both days. Get that information intel from both the day. I mean, I'm going to chip game for a month. Sure. And I'm not something that isn't breaking a low. Let's go back to what's already working. And remember, everything that happens right now, the trend that we're sitting in, and maybe you're still on something, do that with that. If this is a disputed decision, still 1 in 3 chance that they could raise rates, whatever support technical trade we got going on continue to get supplies.
Short line on everyone. Again, that's why you don't want to get but yeah, and that kind of sucks as the market right now. We've been turning around a lot of these people. Look at this people that wow, we did see it to be on right. For that bias, that's for to break. All right, so here's the short line with that. I am going to go button. I would look at it, see how it is, just like precedent for that right by months. So trying to break low as we so, okay, if we do get that break, let's see the ones. Okay, if we are wrong on this one, we don't want to be too wrong. We're trying to get out almost like these are teammates, sort of like the idea that we had with like again, break back into the bar, but we can get out that long. We don't really want to go with the risk that we might that, but it's good to want to get bar that's I want to get out at least 1/3 or so. So there you go. Great stuff. We get involved. This is again another earnings day today. That's done quite well. We could get as low as a minus half an hour there. Not to think that that's a market, but let's see what happens here now. Great. Right. Somewhere where some bigger things. This morning, Dr. wants to be this that. Yes, they feel like that's good. But yeah, the downside stuff, SPI to break lower. So that's a that high in seconds to go short on. If it does break those levels, then we were just about 70 again. So that's going to be another day that David Space and people like Uber, you have no worries being short this because it's never really scared you since they took down the market there at 70. Now down to 70%, we're down 1.9%. That's where it go down. Maybe we pick it somewhere 69. But yeah, so what's
it might be a fall on that. It's let me try to hold that 52 people. I looked down the idea was this IMC it's a very company. It's $5. That price is incredibly small and it's incredibly small. I don't think that would be trading. That's nothing but running that happens. And yeah, I mean, I'm wishing I was still in some shorts. Like I wish. I didn't say Vince again, but yeah, I don't know what Joe's phrase again. Switching one hand and what if the other and see which one the other, and then see which one goes first. I don't want to be. I don't play those. So yeah, I've heard it before, but like you look at the ECB vote there, that's exactly the whole thing. You're trying to find your bottom up and do it. I can say the same thing about SpaceX. That didn't happen wrong as well. But then I just saw Lucid light of wings underneath the off. I take consolidation, get the long get that price. It wants the whole thing off again. It would need to give me that trend rate. They have a trend downside is to give a bit more confirmation of some greatness in the trend line. Show a little bit on higher low to come into that energy without that. So it continues to on break on. It gets to the top, it's just sitting in the channel, but it is trying to go. And I do still have the back up. When I see that big spike in USO, this one has it's now, but you're talking about at least 15% here. To be long. So if there's any kind of rate of high, this is the one that I want. We just had proof. It doesn't. I'm worried about that tomorrow. That gas 10:30 that goes. They basically don't put there on the bill. I'm going to try to be 1495. I'm just going to try so far right here. Thought there was maybe a chance to take a look at it. Doesn't I mean that very bottom. You can almost wait for the bottom. I was going to try to get out. There's our sloping down 25 period gap. So I think I'm going to save myself a little bit of money there and get up on base 95. It will take it along there. I'm also going to take that gas and out here. Better price here on so far. I was thinking that I put it there. That was thinking that that kind of something like that. My first target against what right now would be sensitive. So if you basically show up now, you could get SSR down to on top of that. They have some simple sort of. Sometimes I will be a little bit higher. What I was getting at is my out. The very first out right now that. So we'll see if we can do that to the arguments, but we'll see if we can go back into this area. So let's take 2 or so get it, and then we'll work on better.
Let's see how that SK hydrogen will go on. SpaceX still down at 13. Let's see what that does. With SKHY, I thought we were going to get 12, and almost did. Went down to 1.91. So we trace back up on a little bit of a bump there, and now we're going to see what happens on 1.1 versus here. Just the same over 1.29 is that final event. And then, just as you mentioned, we could get that oil number and right here. It was U.S. gas inventories 0.007 million barrel filled versus a 1.7 draw. So that creating this upside move. I mean, obviously it starts with a rate here about 100 ride, but it doesn't look like, as Neil said, it gives it a little bit of a shot in the volume, but for the actual stock moving versus sort of the actual asset doing something, oil not really moving on that, but it was a draw versus a, so meaning that they were expecting to have more oil in stockpile, but instead there was less. So something to think about there. But yeah, obviously oil is going to move with whatever. There's probably going to say so as we wait for updates and everything to move on. That compliment, I don't think it's getting better with China now. Apparently getting involved like that is almost awful. What we like to hear. SoFi works right now. It's an amazing 6 cents in the money. Joking about that. Oh, it just came all the way back. So I my first target is at 19. We're going to keep it there. Let's see if SoFi can get higher. Oh, as soon as we notice that, it gets to the downside. All right, let's go back over to it there and find out what she's up to.
What I'm going to do is tell you guys about USO. As we know, we heard reports, I guess this was probably 10 minutes ago or so, that China will be sending more than one on that Telegram. We've also heard this morning that apparently the U.S. Treasury has more sanctions to oil and water. Hearing more about these sanctions now, according to the Treasury, these sanctions will be targeted specifically for news monetization. So more sanctions here on Iran related to oil from the U.S. Then, of course, the China report was saying watches to Iran. The tensions just keep ratcheting up between the U.S. and
I can already sense it. Like all those like small cap oil stocks are going to go ham in the middle of the day. That's what they're going to finally catch. The U.S. just continues to trend higher. When the market was bouncing, so I'm going to take a second shot, maybe with a better entry point on IBIT instead of just the old, hey, we're taking a break and VWAP and give it to the low and then not give it to the low, Neil. Stock placement. If you were placing a stock underneath the support level, like I'm in VWAP and out that breaks a pre-market low, usually you actually want to place your stock below. I'm being self-deprecating here for obvious reasons, but it did double tap that bottom. Regardless, markets will get down like you did before, but we double tapped the bottom. So if any trend break after holding this low the second time, I will put long on IBIT. That's doing nothing. Lucid's still doing nothing. SMCI, I said I'm not chasing lows on this stock, so it's not sure if this is going to die, defecate all over itself. Louise, don't tell me that DJT is over $10 because that usually makes people okay. So why is DJT up again? Well, obviously, no, but this is a big level on DJT. Like $10. Remember, this was a SPAC before, right? This is back. This was a big SPAC, and anytime a SPAC or an old SPAC gets to $10, like there's a price bounces off that level, or rejects that level, it's now everything above SPACs. Well, I feel like everyone has some kind of a SPAC or former SPAC yet on themselves, right? So all of it. ETC, it's been a great vehicle for volatility trading, but it looks like it's breaking up to 10. There's no story here. I wait for it to get back up to 10. Right? Go back. The thing about DJT is there's just been so many headlines that, okay, so there will be a fusion company, and they're going to be fintech, and it's all over the place. And so there hasn't been any one thing to latch on to for some momentum. They can take the slices, get it, and usually it lays back in for $10. If it's above that, I would want to pay.
We did get a little bit more and talk about that in some that, and now we're going to see where it goes from here. I'm being often, oh, there we go, you get it out of there as spikes get that bill. So get it all nine. And there goes so like we're running up to the ones that I do still have 11 offer and have one second there. More shares coming out after so but I wanted to take a little bit out as like gets a little more aggressive. Right now, so that's kind of how I like to trade average day. We'll change some of our outs we now have about 2 units on this now, so that's don't use the plans or higher price stocks, I can say. And now we wait to see their levels as well. So that one is one so why to that is a little higher. SpaceX gave us money to get that I did take that one swap out there. My next trade idea, so I have 2 trade ideas that right now I'm ending. That's going to be Google break for long. You know, I wrote down I'd like to go long on Google. Obviously, you go front there. It's going back to the boss. I still do get the longest there. The market break that has to happen. So, the trade that I'm working on here is SH Linux. I might not. I've only crossed out the 50s. So if it breaks my mind, I would not even get that. All of this is like, zero breaks it, and then it goes all the way up to 20. I just don't want to suffer a slippage that is too much. You know, so I'm only going to try to make it 1 cent on that 159 day. So if it does break that since I think I'll keep the order there. If it does like go back working, we'll look back taking it. But now we have a easy out, right? That's 131 right there. But 129 short, I don't want to even honestly. I'd rather have the momentum just through. So a little bit of balancing is fine. If you need to take it, I think 130 right there for $1 is about the most risk that we put on the best behind it. So you're going to both actually have to be there. If it's something that you guys can, that's fine. You know, I'm back. So it's like they'll say they're on. I just want to give it to you, but I'm so I'm right there at 129. Now this could be downside, right? You talked about Michael and talked about saying this a little bit like I'm going to go 800 pounds. Like this thing, I'm still going nowhere right now. This is not look like S9 does. S9 obviously stronger. Yeah, but it's going at one point. Now it's 11. But that's the $1,000 they get now looking to get lower right. So yeah, we're a name on that. That would actually come through. Now down to 1,000. So if you didn't think like these moves were possible, and how can I say minus with that 70%? What is that in time? I don't think you can go to my top 50. Like 50% of the time. Right there on that. Okay, we're in SK Mining, so I don't even know. Well, slippage, the price is better than 120. So back and forth there, SK Mining is short on this one, and we like the stock. And if they should give us a little bit above here to the downside, let's 75. Right there, see if we can get 50 cents on it. That would be a bit of a good start to start trading. Trade off the SK Mining. So by the way, when it moves to the Moto, that's trade there for this trend on SoFi. Let's take some more out so far. So good. Actually, the high SoFi that I would do now are just SK Mining. So we think those are at 60. Alex usually goes well. Everybody did a good job for explaining this trade. The stock now goes to 130. 130, just to go there on that frequency. As behind you should so far, all of a sudden, just so go back here, have to go back over the desk. They can stop running this behind us. Here's the right there.
They're not looking for a lot of these tactics. I like already tactic again. Your KFC, LAC, now the LAC. both from the block of that, also for the bank, right, right, well, how, but have up to the downside point. When you have a center and a second, you know, these two are very small, on the technique, the bond, it great situation here, SAS, steps up, everything down. Also, we have to do well, we have to policy combination and all of our market stripes are targeted here of US bases. Right, really get so across the board, so once again, here's the technical race, really play a role when it comes to type of it's not a deal.
Thank you, Barry. Yeah, he's got a 6 of us plan of action. It's that $10 try so this one basically at 10 9. I got a 98 fill and a 10 fill. So out of 90, first to get first in first out. And I want the free market or yesterday's highs, also the free market high 95. That is then a low today. I'm trying to break into a low today. It's not so much that whatever. Usually when BJC is up there,
yeah, no, I do. Well, that was being said there was there you go. So we're doing about 1.9. So that great initial look on it, but now they're falling back down. It doesn't necessarily have to be here. So I'm going to start to get some things out. My best skills down there on Instagram, 200 barrels. Where you got a whole bunch of like 44s, and a bunch of like 60s. So right now I'm actually still at let's say highness, looking for a little lower now. That's the space. Once I have you there, then yeah, so far you not only be there, that was a good one. Right up there, he said, right? He said, it's a very that we had there on. We actually do that there on so far. Really optimistic. Happy to have these going right now. Because more as he goes, there go let's hear on small goals. That I am getting to you guys know I didn't for some reason. So hopefully that day comes here. I don't know how it will be able to really push down there and get that and support I want to and then see everything outside. But I would still make out going quickly. So hoping to get a little more success on that over there because I'm so far behind up and so far. So that and so far so maybe has to be
she's in a chair of super chat. So here's your trade pieces for today. It's SL, which is again it's a short silver short ETF. So it's SLP short ETF. There's little chance of rates going down. There's no chance of rates going down. Rates equal short, the chance of rates is still super short. So yeah, I don't mind. I really don't mind that. Sports, but people somehow. You know what? There's a lot more attendance. We just have to vote on that. You know why I don't think they get the pay? Because in my opinion, if for some reason they do lower rates, the spike that will cause the market, you won't be able to punch it. I'm not kidding. It would be such a shock that the liquidity vacuum that would get created. You're not getting a punch anyways. So you're not getting any kind of a long, and they're not going to track it. It is either going to be no change or 1 in 3 chance to get a rate. Anything like that. He says, I should mention, he said Tennisal, so I should go Tennisal or Tennisal instead of SLP. That would make some sense, but maybe just a reversal. This isn't doing, this is only 600,000 in volume. Remember, they reversed with it. That was cheap. Doing hundreds of millions. But I know that I like that better than SLP. $3.3 million is trend down. So it's either a lot of times you trade for itself, better. It's not good. Like, yes, we can't for us. We can't. Like, I can go. You can trade. I don't want to say it and then it's like, oh, by the way, I understand if you don't have the ability to short SLP, then it's SL6%, but it is no longer available. That was the appeal when it was like a couple of dollars. But is people pushing a lot of shares and now like
All right, yeah, it's probably the argument that's going so far here, but SK High is pretty good. We just started built down there. Once we got our 38 pro, and so we're pretty high. So it looks like after all of this, we're close to flat on SK High. It's that because they both have right now SK, they're both just over there. So like that was a little bit of fail on that move, but it was there until the positive now market. That was dramatic. I think we're going to do this back. Let's try a little bit better price. We scored there at about 20 pounds. Let's see this little one for they're back. We did a very back in gas, sir. And a good sense there. It does have some again. I think over my time he gets out there. But there comes back in 7 so there comes right back in again. Or at the end, it's supposed to happen on the air post. And we take a little more out there on so that I don't know that just a couple minutes ago. It was home in Pokemon very good. I'm looking at the 60 right there on MSSS with that recent on a daily chart here. It's both everything. So let's get to see it there. So that was 5 cents on the so this is the 1 to 10 rate there. This is the 1 to 5 as we try to this to get that on where we're over in silver. So it's not going to be this as out to 5. It's not going to be I think that I really voted on it.
Yeah, great question.
Yeah, with the 5 million rule that you have to be about. I don't know if you know about this, everybody on here.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a new rule passed out where it used to be 30 days up there the listed. Now it's 30 days up to 5 million already. So maybe you can get one that's going to find it. See, it's very well under the 5, but I don't know if that's really crazy. Yeah, so you still think 30 days. So it's good because like it's under 29 days. That last day is probably second time. So when someone tries to yeah, something like that. So far it's very back up to the highs again here. So I'm gonna take the header on and buy a high. They take the header field there at 60. Like it on so wide. There it goes outside. I still waiting for 19 to still have you might start it, but instead
This is the first green candle on the 15th since this candle of gold, which that's obviously a weak candle. And you see that before you have to let you remember we still got this low on Monday at 176. Even if we bounce and it get back above some prior lows, and then there's a potential trade. What's so crazy about still a little bit surprised by these things. We're going to go with there for my talk. I just want to go with the show. USO is now back to just hit 130 and pull back. The upward trend is non-stop. Cannot tell me that battle, but keep an eye on these The battle is not pressing lots of
You see these chains? You see Rolex? Oh my God. The get money niggas is here, girl. Rip the shoes off my bathing suit and tell me my shadow malfunction. You gotta see my crotch. That's a scamming nigga? Well, that nigga beat up his last bitch's mother. Maybe she was talking too much. I would tell her mama shut the fuck up since she has money. Fuck. So you let a nigga keep like dog shit because he got bread? I don't care if you're Randy or if I'm kicking in the head. As long as you give me a Birkin afterwards, I can show the brand. We cool. Gray suit, cufflinks, quiet laugh. Back on the table, one scuff.
Also, another type the larger life chances about hearing that was reasonable for senior guys or to get twice this year. Now, or it's never the other December, but I mean, things are really keep around again from venture and force and other members of the research board becoming active.
Thanks so much there. We did get out the back end. Yeah, so far we're long 50. So right now I didn't keep it down. It's kind of said like rated the year. I don't know, it's right. I said so far I'm on the lowest here. I don't know, we'll see what happens. So we're talking about it bouncing on its 10% there. So we might they're on so far that's if you want to put itself a little bit right now. Let's get back to the outside. Okay, then it's alert. It's Google, by the way. I just popped in on the break with 134. I want to use this one thing much love. It has been a really great red line today. Gone back and forth. So let's see what's going on here. It's a much bigger. That's a minute and a half. It's not a huge position, but it's still something. Let's wait to see after Google. I just got a little bit out there. I didn't even realize what happened actually, and that was it broke already on me and went out there. It's going to go on the way back now. So I was way too focused on the down situation. It was a little bit not focused on that name, but first come back into the before. So there's that way down we talked about it. There's our on Google. Let's see what happens with people. So Sebastian, our good friends are here. Again, everybody seems a little more slow. Like, I want to thank anyone for joining us on TikTok and on YouTube. I said, oh, just getting started. It's about to be our final show.
And then remember, it is still Fed today, and we're not even done after the Fed taking for the full Fed. They got big time earnings after the bell, but someone just asked the chat, talking to the Fed, why not actually do the team pretty simple. I'm putting the option out there for everybody because people want to have more options. Very simple. What's Fed going to say? Raise type 1, no change. Type 2. And you can type 3 if you think they're going to lower. I expect to see absolutely no 3s in there unless we're being trolled. Because the defense confidence. They're not going to lower rates. It's going to be a raise or it's going to be nothing further. Only 10% early look. And remember, if you want to participate in the poll or the chat or the community, then you need to be a subscriber. Hit that subscribe right now. Jump in there. Type 1, 2, or 3. That's pretty simple. It's easy to do. You click the button. You enter the chat. You type a number and then your voice is heard. 15% right now saying a raise. That is significantly lower. The market's still pricing in 35% chance. But what are you saying today? That's why I just don't think that I've been finally broke that trend. So, and it's pulled out that everybody do that. It says, we want a better way. Yeah, instead of that whole screen sort of that's much preferred. Tuesday, so we position Ivan, want to get to VWAP, there's trend breaking into the low, and then still do DKT, but now trending for obvious reasons. So just we held VWAP, so we held VWAP underneath, and I'm looking for this low here at 975. But if it breaks the ball weighted average price, I'm going to get it out. That's always a good target, but that's downside. Market is desperately trying not. It's not doing the best job yet. I do feel that one thing about here's a this is the first time I want to make sure we're contractually on getting to the start. So with 2 minutes to go, triple bottom here on NVIDIA. Don't ask me if I just chased NVIDIA, but it's resisting just like the futures were. It's resisting the prior lows. So resistance where there was support yesterday. It's right now. You have a chance to rally. They're all kind of wrong. Technical rise. The waste that you will see. You've never seen a medley. If they were to shock us, what you see at 2 o'clock, these are folks moving their minds. Yeah. But if they were to raise rates, you're going to see that. Just because they see it.
Yeah, we are just like honestly, if I stay honest with us a minute, on a good level here, you just wait for you on it. Where's my car? Like, all we had to do was wait for that trade to come through and spray that the downside there, cover a little bit down at 129. It's always a good time, but we need to show our highest volume in that all day. So at the time right now, thank you to people. But I would like to see if this sometime we can get that lease just one here to get out of set up. That's still a full vibes. We would like to see if we can get back up to the outside there as we continue to get a little higher on Google. And then so far, that goes all the way up to Elon, so of course, we'll talk about it now. I'll take a little bit more here. And then we'll just let that one sort of run through. So far, SpaceX, man, do not look here because that was the border line. On SpaceX, still a bomb stock today. Well, not really was. Now so far, not number one today. But SpaceX was number one. Now number two, over there on that really level. This one, so called players. So we'll go on Georgia and put it up that one. And then what we do going up to that. I might be fine. We'll see what the states are. But my software Google is 333.75. That's just stop there. My software SK minus the 1.1 million. People are going to so far is 14.97. So it's like 14.94. So again, 6 cents. Like this is the other thing, 6 cents worth of it. Popular where software so far. Now it's the money, 26 cents. So there it is, man. Never 5 to 4, 3, 5 to 1. Put on so far. So probably good to
yeah, that's why thanks everybody for joining us. One quick update, it's not a big IPO, but the reason on IMC is now a buy amount of 1.5 million. So that's actually not bad. Very well at 1.8, still indicating that wide open issue was 5, and selling the option price is $5. I never heard of it. It didn't even make our research. So that's a hard note to make. I'm not touching that. The bigger one comes tomorrow. Truthie Mike's Mike's time. We gotta get some stuff. It would take a lot of sense. I know there's a Jersey Mike's. We're going to order if we why? What is it? What's wrong with Jersey Mike's? I'm looking around. Oh, who is that? I'm looking around. Okay. I just looked around. How dare you? That is crazy. And it's very steady smidgen, man. Smidgen. But they feel like something bad, man. That's
that's the crazy, like right away, Joe. Man, yeah, a lot of everybody had a good slide. They had class on that. We're gonna go over these guys and talk about that. There's some like topic that's favorites. I don't know that I put my mic away. I say that being said, what is the chat? The person who dislikes the cars that being something. Oh, she like cars. But then Sharif probably did because he never power. It's on my phone. Why are you going to be so weak? Somebody had to get that button. So, anyways, what can we have attention. I know what's about. So, and I know the chat is down with Jersey Mike's. Like, watch how easy this is. This is me with the Twitter. There we go. I get help. Thank you. Thank you for come on and tell people what you're listening to. Thank you for that. Okay. She was a real one. Okay, that was making the that's the way of saying stop talking. It's the big see we got you don't worry about it. It's the big advantage of start now. Everybody. Hey man, you know Long Island Road, man. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's a good day out there. I'm Sharif. And let's say hello to everybody in the chat. Scott, Andrew, Omega, Alan, Kilo, what? No. Arcade, we got Rich, we got Super No, Unrods in the house. Check the Jimmy, Jim, Rhino, Dave, Captain Rocks. We got Omega Zero, and Smith. Follower, love that. Ben Affleck, Borat, Runner and Trout, Meg West, Cannabis, 11 Hunting, he says. Joey is innocent, claims Lorraine. I appreciate it. We go, bro. Economics. You're going to get into that economics or the MC crypto for a little bit. Mojo off, Watches Nino. We got Drew, we got Luis, we got Baka, and Mark, Mosquito, Jim Vesting, Miami Dragons, Metal Psyops, said the price for Drew, Body, Drake, Dino, hey, man, Ruben, Miss Crypto says, we got Casey, one of my favorites. Casey 5.6, man, she's saying NCRA. Casey says, we do, Joey, lest we fight. As I put it, what she was saying there. What was it? I lost. There it is. FCRA, let's have a look at that one. Okay, breaking back about feel like this one. We'll look at that as well as the rest of the lot of case think of three. And if you ever watch that movie Speed, you say we'll go up. There's a lot of gas will break, so you know why. No, but I was going to ask you, are you tapped in? I am maybe not. You know what? The production team, I have to blame the production team on this, because, yeah, Tiff, can you tell him? Talking about all right, guys. Good masterpiece to expand beyond people said. This week, we're about to be partnered with Freeland Finance to support EV financing access. Well, Green SM launched all authentic liability policies and about the 6 vehicles together. These moves highlight Greenback's broader mobility ecosystem strategy on the NASDAQ under ticker BFS. All right. But yeah, I was some friend of mine and stuff. What is this? Yeah, little big thing. I'll put it up on my screen. So thank you again for doing something. All right, I was looking at MS-13 over here. MSS. We're going to call this one lovely MS-13 on a day. I dislike it below VWAP, below $3. The only thing keeping it on my side chart here are these higher lows. Let's this one again. Back above 3. There is, as you can see here, a lot of resistance at 3 to 367 high. There's a triple top there. I guess, what keeps me pseudo interested is the higher lows. If we can kind of put back up, I'll play the range. This one seems like it is range bound with maybe 2.5, 2 to 4 in the ball, and then 3 and 2 thirds at the high. We'll keep an eye on that.
MPLT, more expensive of a name, 15 and change. I mean, this is a multi-day runner, but don't forget with this one day on Monday, people don't forget when you drop from $37 all the way down into 9. Yeah, that'll hurt us from feeling fair. A bit of a recovery day yesterday, more of a recovery today on lesser volume, 15.29 high, right at 50 right now, right above the 10 EMA. I'm interested in 14 and a quarter. That is the bull flag in range as well as the volume weighted average price. OTLK, using VWAP, about to lose their dollar and about to lose the spot of the side chart. ALVL up 13 and a half. Light volume. Look at sporadic the volume is. Sometimes you get a big volume bar, but most times you don't. The problem is it's trading about 3.5 and if you go to the higher end of the range, I gotta keep it on unless they find a bid. EXLS more expensive, but it's a multi-day play. $35 on the dot. HOD. It's holding 34.75 quite well. This could be a flat top rate from 35. They had a day yesterday. It's having another day today. They had a day Monday. They had a day Friday. This has been running for a few days. EXLS, the ticker. Continuing on, MUC, and you said, if you're of the said information, 1387 high. However, we are still below that aftermarket high yesterday. We got it to about 18 change. The best we put on the date, 1787. I'm not liking this one until we can take out some sellers from yesterday's high. CORD, how many days in a row are we going to talk about Ford? Ford has been putting in higher lows and higher highs. Let me flip to the 15 over here. That's the 5 do it justice. It's been putting in higher lows, higher highs since the 23rd. This is a multi-day runner. It continues to look good almost on a daily basis. And today, a little, well, no different, but frankly. We've got a triple one high, quadruple one high, Joey. 11 is a high of the day, and it feels like this one has got a lot of resistance in around 11 and change. Last but not least, BATL. I was telling Neil about this one before the end of the show. Neil brought it up this morning. It looks like it's a stair stepping up. So the prior area of resistance generally has support. It's broken this prolonged downtrend, but you know how I feel about these ones that break these prolonged downtrends with typically full tracks. We lure you in only to lose prior or lower and then this money. So not touching that one. And then I sort of mentioned quickly when that KC 526 pulled out and the CRA, we're bringing that one in from the side chart over here. I like this one, KC. It's got a lot of volume. It's got a bit of a head and shoulder higher possibly. Really, you could look at it as possibly some higher lows and a retake here of 3 1/4 with technically the day highs of 63, but when you look at what it did in the pre-market specifically at 8:40 a.m. we got to 452 showing. So this one has had a big move on screen. Let's see what we get on the day. I gotta tell you though, guys, I'm not in love with anything. I'm gonna have to use that free Joey.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what you were going to say there, but all right, guys, yeah, let's get right into things and see what we got going on. Now, right at the gate, we're looking for some long day. Sure enough, it was here on Canyon PPL. This initial one to start with bang. As soon as we do break out of this level, which is somewhat just correlating, let's see the exact price of 96.50. We'll call it flat. As soon as it was dead up, all right, let's lock in the profits that we have. We grabbed a nice entry, and then sure enough, it just came down. So right at the gate, we were winner, but then we try again over here, but it didn't work for us. So we take another step off in that one there. So not too bad, but no continuation. And then I posted up at the lower end of the range after this last game, to be honest with you, but we never got that pullback to 26.76. So sure enough, that would have been the winner chicken dinner. What we do have here is our only blemish really on the session. And this was this long in SoFi. So I started in order to catch a fill right here at the low end. So $15 flat is what I was looking at. I know. You guys are gonna fight too. Go ahead. All right, that's what I'm talking about over here. So anyways, well, now you threw me off my game, Tree. All right, hold on. So I can go next step. All right. So there it is, right? So we just stopped out, and then eventually it based out at $14.90. All right. So now that was the climb. That was the movement. Congratulations. to Continuing for catching that ball, they ran out to get that move back into towards the volume weighted average price. Now I was posted up here on TQ. We took a little scalp with the short time, but I'm like, you know what? We're not going to get that immediate momentum style breakdown. And I took a little win on this one, but eventually that stronger leg did happen, which I wasn't willing to participate because for me, I honestly believe that can bounce at any time. For some reason, I decided to go slow. So there it is. We take a small scalp, slightly red just due to sizing. We were the largest position of the day, looking for that move back into 1230 or 1532 here on SoFi, but it didn't work out for us. So yeah, that's it, slight red, but it ain't a thing that's jiggling for us to climb back. I mean, we've done it umpteen times throughout the week. Yesterday we closed slightly green, but we were on bad times. I mean, at the peak of our losses, but then we just managed to cut about 80% of them off. Only putting the only blender shot of the week. So it's still early, and I know it's really good.
I love to hear that attitude, though. It's
No.
yeah. So, what's that?
I said, you know how we.
Yeah. This is how we do. All right, Joey. We got a KC 526 special here going. Yeah, man. AGRC. Yeah, so we got that position, Joey. All right, 54 big seller at 54. Can't shake him here. Looking for a prior bar on the one. There goes 56. We got 54s on. We're looking for 69. Jose, let's go, my man. We need you to punch it. There it goes through 58 options, man. We're looking for 61. No. That's not good. All right, there we go. Looking for there. There's 60, Joey. Limit up to 68, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. We're looking for a little bit more now. Let's go 63s. And then we're gonna go 65, and then we're gonna go 69. All right. Looking for that resistance to break. We got a 65 penny high, 63 in focus here. No continuation point yet. You're getting some selling here, as I expect. At around the $2 of the dollar, 62, 63. There it goes again, man. We got 53s on this one. We took a good position as we aggressively had there. My man, Jose, I'll get just for a second, Jose. Let me finish this trade here. Let's see if we can get up to 69, take the whole look out, and then we're going to take in about 75. Now that you're at the beat quite a bit, I think I'm going to put my stop below 50. So we're going to risk 3 pennies initially. I was risking down at 42. So let me go ahead and use it about here and still holding the majority of the position as we did have one nice gain for this. So here we go, coming back down. Let's go ahead and put 49 as my help. As we have to give it a little bit. 55 now showing up. Let me click to the 5-second chart on this monster. So I can support in spot here. It's a support resistance. 55 is B1. 65 penny high. There we go again, Mr. Options. Through 60. But if we reject here, that would be a lower high. Right?
Come on. Right back up to the top of the video. Come on. Do it.
It's a big thing. I'm talking about the higher you go to the top. We need that higher high, right? That's what we're not getting.
Right back up to the top, baby. Here we go. Let's get that push, NVIDIA. Let's get that push. Let's get that push.
In the overall market. So what we have is, I'm not going to call it turtle shell or anything like that, because I don't think that's the narrative. So you can see the weakness. Let's give an eye on our volume by the time. All right. So what is happening on our rebounds? Now we are stair stepping higher as a positive sign, but it was the exact same example of what Ann and I were looking at yesterday for the short. Okay, so what we do have is volume is kicking in, but look at the strength within the selling candles opposed to what we're seeing in the main candles. Okay, so that can just tell us where the dominance is, which I believe is really important. Now, am I going to try to find a bottom and look for the wrong half to it? Because I do believe that this market is right. I'm not going to say the market. Some names are oversold, which can help the market find somewhat of a wrap. And we get into those momentarily. Now, see, we don't like that number. If we go 666 on that one, we don't like that. We'll go a little bit lower. Maybe 67 right here. They are just getting worse as time goes on. But no, in all seriousness, 59.20 is where we can potentially post up on the view. So also give yourself some risks. Risks started to jump over the place. People have them to get So 2 p.m., regardless of what happens, 2:30, allow the volatility, 2:45 is when you really start to hold it and look at the high opportunity. So you can just mess around a little bit, see if you can find something, but really reduce your share size and your risk so you can find some opportunities. If that is the way, but what I'm doing right now is over
Fuck! Every fucking time, bro.
9, then maybe our thesis is going to be about hold up at 59, okay, we'll go 30. So let's get up 10 cents. I think I'm at the lower end of the range, and the objective of this is to just really determine where we're going to go from. Now, if it cracks through this support level, then hey, we might see an additional leg lower in the NASDAQ. So let's do that right now. We're going to post up at 59.20s, just in case there is a bounce back towards the volume weighted average price, and you'll have the ability to take advantage. Right? So 59.20s or 30s is what we're going to post up at. So relatively cool, just in case it doesn't work out. But we know over place, we know what we're going to be wrong, and that's going to be around 59. So that's our thing. Now, just moving forward to some names that have been battered. Where am I going to start off with? Oh, yeah, you get the memory. Yeah, so exciting. So here it is, right? I mean, no, I don't say it. And it hurts, right? Like, so here's the what Brian might be saying, it's extremely early here today, is that we get all excited about these ones. And I understand it, right? Like, people make a lot of money off of it. But if you don't sell on the way up, well, then guess what? Congratulations. You just lost the majority of your gains. You're down 56% off of the highs. Now, when there's blood in the streets, is this a good opportunity for us to slowly start driving some? I truly believe so. You know, it's going to be a problem next year for the next year and a half, 2 years. So this might be oversold in some aspects. I know we get into one lane, we get carried away, but it happens in the opposite direction as well. And that doesn't mean that we're going to. Okay, so just be cautious with this. Don't beg open. If you happen to get a strong move back to where the previous high is, then by all means, look to lock into more gains and leave a little bit for running. But one thing that you have to take into consideration, and it's why it's really difficult when stocks go down 50%, so now you need 100% return just to get back where you left. All right, so going from $1,000 all the way up. $1,100 here, all the way up to $2,200 isn't easy, and it may take a little bit more time than what this initial. So, this is about years. Both give a great for sure. Have you drifted before? Yeah, it's like I wouldn't say I'm good at it, but like actually a marketing for the brand brand. Can we get that video again? Can we get that Brian yelling? Can we get that video of you doing yoga? That Brian Doris, Brogdon, Nagy, and Carr that you have? Yeah. They're going to hit the world. Okay, so there, that's that was a really good thing. No, but there it is, right? So we catch this still at 30s. Now let's see if it holds up. Now, I mean, we've already gave back the majority of our risk, and the market is really looking to take an additional leg lower. So this break, it just we can come to an end really quick on this here, right? So it's complete selling pretty control, and it makes it a little bit more difficult. But that's why we post up at the lower end of the range, just in case there is any more. Let's see if we can get this trade to work for us. We can see that this lower high was established. Let's set things up. All right, guys, it's so remind everybody that Trading TV Live members get streets on daily market research. Every single trading day that I'm here with the talk and post of the big number stories. But more importantly, we're talking about the key technical levels, the trade plan, the calculus, and what we're actually looking at and watching. The open. Latest really 499 talking about the things a game. So again, members of the video, you get posts, custom emojis, and badges. Super simple to join. Hit the join button below this video to the button number now. All right, let's get the super chats and top, please. Who asked again? I think you're gonna like what you hear. $390 is the fee right at the launch price. Vault price $371. All time $1117.43 current time.
11:21, 41. The earliest open will be 11:22, 43. NCRA, shut up the case. Shout out Adam. All calling this one out. Well, you guys are going to thank you very much for calling that out. Minneapolis said he's got two ice cream on the chat. Thanks for all the knowledge and laughs. Great show. Thank you for joining.
Yeah.
And Casey, 5.6, as she typically does, just magnanimous. Always giving 2 hands. Casey, 5.6, drop it. 5, Trader TV memberships. Rob Benchot. Eduardo, my man, you got one. Oh, Mr. Gray on that. Mr. Left. Oh, my goodness. Well, you're going to have to look at his name. I can't finish that. Mr. Left, 19H, something A-Rise, and Fizzy Slider. Yeah. My left. And then read it. Yeah. Okay. So we're waiting for resumption on here, and while we wait for that, we'll take a look.
That end to the downside here a little bit of volume time. And Amazon offering now stars and punches on of July and then stars and punches as a judge stars storytelling I wonder
yeah, but stuff. Yeah, I agree with Casey. Cool on that. So yeah, we learn. That level when you get into our things for sure. I'll tell you that's my bread and butter. Like what happens to our nothing crazy side acts. Anyways, NVIDIA and the Snake system. Yeah, listen, okay, we'll get into that right now. So you guys might get like this angry one and asking me about it before spots. I may as well just tell about now you know Michael Curry. Listen, this void is going to be filled. I could totally be wrong. I don't believe that I am, but I think at some point this is void. You're going to see this again. And maybe not all the way towards the lows, but 180. Yeah, I totally believe this in the books. There's a really strong structure, right? Extremely strong structure. It's held before. I just don't know if this is going to be the scenario in which people think again. So maybe 180, 75, I think we totally work for NVIDIA. Now, guess what? I'm a consistent buyer. I'm forever going to be building an insane position in this for as long as I can. So yeah, I'm looking forward to lower the price, the less we need that I need. But the total effectiveness for this will not say that over $2 million. But I think at some point in the next couple of years, again, you can see how long my horizon is. It is okay. All right, so 180 will be loading up a bit. I'm not going to be buying any right here because I think the support system at one back is going to increase. Regardless if you have some foot bounce, right? You get a bounce back up. That's fine. I'm pretty baby, but again, this was a bull drop. You see that we had a little bit over on this one, and yeah, I think this is going to be the round. A couple of days ago, we were talking about this low. You can see outside we posted up at 30s there. We're now printing a little bit higher because it's slightly down in the market. We'll get into that momentarily. I'm playing what I'm looking for. We may go 59.60s here. See if unfortunately get that mid-year rebound. You're talking about this a couple of days ago that the selling has just started here in AMD. You go on this big time run, you're only down about 25% off of those highs. I think there's going to be some more people that will get out this gap that needs to go 60 and 406. I think it's both attainable and reasonable. 200 bucks all the way to 600 pretty much. 200% for you get the market back. So take out a bunch of unfortunate people with it. Again, that really hurts me because I know it's hard. It's people's hard earned money. I don't like seeing those types of things, but that's the nature of this. Like give you a lot and take something for you. So the same thing with like lots of people are actually relatively strong here compared to some of his peers. But we went over saying this Micron some 38% to the downside. Now it's selling to move on. There we go. Yeah, the Nasdaq popped into almost 60s. Let's see if we can continue this momentum for the top. I don't want to take too much off early. When you can see, and Ann and I were even discussing this yesterday, Every single call, you can see it met by some aggressive defense. And there goes the market absolutely tanking. Pretty aggressive there. Absolutely taking a little bit of a stretch. But you can see how it took all of this time, 5 minutes for us to climb higher. And then it's just met by immediate defense and the stand for about 30 seconds, right? So you take the stairs up and everything gets helped. Okay. There she goes. Again. That's it, right?
How is it that only one seat at a time passes the conveyor belt here? That conveyor belt there does several small folds where there's a back.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like such
So the seats are held there by the back.
you obviously not the stick to just
What's good, Trap?
things are significantly more. Yeah, okay, that's great. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, niggas finally made it through the threshold.
Come on now. All right, Casey, we're in A or G.
Oh, that's another one.
Back up. I'm gonna stick to my
Type shit. On the gay type shit. Yes, man.
getting support at the same level for these pennies. I don't want to base anything here on VWAP because it looks like it's
Mhm.
respecting that.
I wasn't even worried about it. I smell money coming in type shit. Oh, me. Oh, wait.
Mostly on back to 75. Then we go coming back into 52 again. Let's take out area high. The water resistance at 60. So you can get up. That would be good news. But expect some selling here. So it's on limit my man. If I see you here, Dad, love it. See limit more often. We see after we didn't see it as often. Jim was such a please yesterday. It was pre-day. Now gone. That day and bad luck to me. No, man. They just let's get warmed up here. Everything is good. Let's have a look at GMM for the Yeah, I see what you're saying there. Yeah, when at the open in the 4-3 and then kind of lost it. It was good yesterday in the aftermarket. That's what I see what you're saying there. Right around 5.
I gave motherfuckers to like Capone or not Capone, but true and shit. You feel me? To like let a nigga know like what's really to it because if they give you the box truck, bro, I'm gonna put that bitch on skates.
Hey, nah, I feel you and shit. You feel me? Like, you already know niggas already know how to scale that shit up. You feel me? One box truck. You feel me? You got your business going on. You feel me? You get a couple contracts. You hit the bank up. They tell them, hey,
They did like 5 to 7 small brokers and shit.
Tell them, hey, I got this under my bag. You feel me? Now they gonna give you an evaluation of your business on what you bring in, on what you projected to do, right? So, hey, no, they give you an evaluation off of one truck. You feel me? As long as you got a business, bro, and you got good credit and you go to the bank and say, this is my business, bro, they're going to evaluate your business at what it's worth. It could be 50,000. This is what you projected to do this year. You feel me? On considering, okay, you got a couple contracts. Boom. Now, this is the important part. Listen up, because I ain't going to say it again. You hear me, folks? So when they give you that evaluation, not saying you take that loan money and you go and get another truck, boom, now you sitting on more. You not sitting on no money really. You feel me? You just sitting on your initial investment. You feel me? You get the loans, you feel me, and you try to get more trucks. So about your second and third year, you feel me? Now you get to reevaluate your business all over again. You see what I'm saying? So your business went from $50,000 to, okay, now we got a couple more contracts, a couple more trucks. Now 2 years from now, my business is evaluated at 300,000 or 200,000. Now you can take out another loan again on a new evaluation. You see what I'm saying? But you started off with one truck and no money really, but just the money to get your truck. You see what I'm saying?
Hell yeah, but shit, the money just to get the truck, shit is an expensive task and shit. That's one of the main tasks and shit to do and shit to get the truck. You feel me? But my main concern is though, I want to see what the board look like.
Tight.
See how they gonna treat a nigga with no authority and shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna treat me nice, get a couple orders in, let's get the LLC, that motherfucker get the insurance, that motherfucker's good with the truck. So I gotta make sure I'm able to start working immediately and shit, because I want to pay that truck back. Because they said your first year you can make 100,000 to 200,000 and shit, but you need to be taking 10% home profit. If you're really about your business, but that's just ballpark figure.
Yeah. All of that shit, you feel me? Like, now say I got to chop it over with my cousin AJ, and he telling me he up to 15 houses, all of them paid for. All of them paid for, folks. You hear me, folks? All of them fixed up. Bro, stop playing with me, bro. He's I forget his last name. He's not a McGee, but you know what I mean. He started. He looking for this shit. Type. He said he just rented his last one out. He said he had it up on Zillow for 4 days, bro. Instantly buy out. $1,400 a month. House paid for, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm telling motherfuckers and shit. Shorty, like when you came back and shit, she like, yeah, what's wrong with you and shit? And I'm just thinking like this life kind of stressful compared back to Gary. Like, I got some heavy hitters over there that's deep in the ball game, folks. And I'm over here just doing DoorDash and shit. Like, you feel me?
Let me 2 Tito shooters. How much y'all getting for the pint? Half a pint. Yes. Okay, smooth. Shit, I gotta transfer so I'm second. Hey,
hold on real quick. What's up, Margie? Oh, she hung up.
So that this update parts 0.07 mistake. So the rules will the best it's very mental or on stronger and operates properly. They say it's about 7% of the big one that's there. It's ultimately savings for costs. But it's where it's going to get detail. They added 1% as break out. So those hairstyles, US and South on Iran batteries, Iran escalated that of the this escalation was breaking back up to the barrel, and that's also violent and constantly credit. Also, it's statistics about the effects right now in Europe, right? Yes, they might experience this market sentences of time. So markets also still concerned about AI spending and slowing down. This was triggered 0.46 slide, European tech effects, right? Using the lockdown for things like this, together for Europe, and so the microphone
you're
AI
So I'm gonna sit down one of these in the off days and shit, maybe pop me a little vitamin and shit, and really like crunch the numbers and shit on what niggas need. Because she get the truck, I had to do some recon on that board to see like how they really treat people with new authorities. Because they say some people they give you a 90-day grace period and shit where it's like you can't fuck with certain people for 90 days and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I really want to do that shit though, gang, because like niggas tired of the motherfucker telling them can't get no job and shit because of this and that. But hey, background friendly, all this riffraff shit. You feel me? Like, motherfuckers responsible to go to work for themselves if you can.
On me.
That's my damn self.
Nah, for real, folks. Like dead ass. Like motherfuckers ain't really trying to work for nothing. Well, at least for nobody.
For myself.
Yeah, like
tell people
what's up?
You ain't gonna want to do that either. I'm like, shit, if the sky's the limit and I can make whatever I want to make, you feel me? Why not? Once we got insurance, we got fucking maintenance still on the truck, but we got like, people we can go shit.
Certification process.
That's all that really matters. This shit, we got the insurance, like something that was the truck, we got the shit.
Yeah.
Just gotta get the orders.
Oh, me.
Yeah.
Shit. To be honest, bro, like I said and shit, not saying motherfucking when the kid come home and shit, folks. Not saying like you know how Capone ended up getting the gig and shit. He knows somebody. So basically his cousin worked for a company, right? And the company like on some like really verifying like did you work for a company? You feel me for X amount of time. So Capone, he knows somebody that's close. He knows somebody that's close to the family that really have a trucking company. Like no, like a legit trucking company. Boom. He boom before him. You feel me? He said anybody that's friends of your family and shit, just because I got my company, because of your family, they all good this way. And I'm talking to Capone like woo. He's like, shit, not saying you can get in where I'm at. Shit, not saying I just send you to bro. Boom. He gonna tell you all you need is your CDL. You feel me? On phone them, folks. On me. I'm fucking with them and shit. I don't know if he was full, folks.
If I tell you about the job and you gonna spend your money to go get the things you need done, to go get the job, and then you go holler at your boss and your boss tell you, oh, well, he didn't take a driver's license. That's it. Like, you don't go do no follow-up. Like, what does he need? Like, he got too many points. Like, what's going on with it? So I can let him know. You feel me? He ain't never get back to me. Watch me like, but I can't expect, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what I would do. Like, if I'm gonna put something off a family to room or some shit, a friend of the family and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to hold my motherfucking, what the fuck word, my respect. Like, you feel me? Like, okay, I'm gonna make sure at least we get answers and shit. So if he don't do it, that's on bro. You know what I'm saying?
Tight.
And on me.
Tight. But you know how motherfuckers being shit. Shit. But yeah, shit, motherfucker, niggas really trying to figure that shit out. I came back and shit, folk, I ain't gonna allow on some. This shit is kind of depressing compared to being back at home, folk. Shit, I'm talking about shit. Nigga, I'm trying to get to the money line. Like, nigga, I'm just hearing motherfuckers talking shit. And definitely the motherfuckers I need to talk because Larry and shit, like when I had called him out here one time and shit, man, bro, that housing and stuff, it ain't what it is and shit. Woo. But you talk to a motherfucker that's really doing it and shit, that really, you know what I'm saying, that really got to play, and it's nothing like that. It's like, oh, folk really, like, I know Larry for sure. He got like a little grind and grit to him and shit, and he'll do it. or whatever, but he ain't going all the way do it. You did? Yeah, like my other cuz, AJ, bro, he always been a hard ass worker. Like a hard ass worker. Still to this day, bro. He got all of them houses, bro, and he still have a job. Some shit that I would fucking do. You feel me? And it's like, nigga, I need to be back at the crib so I can catch these houses on the tax sale. You feel me? And get them bitches reevaluated. I'm already talking to cuz and shit because his dad put him on game and shit. I ain't seen his dad in years and shit. And I'm talking to him and I'm just running out the script on how everything is. He like, yeah, bro, you right. You feel me? All you need to do is just come with the game. You feel me? On me, get your one house, take the loan out, bro, and it's over. And it's over from there, bro. We bro, I'm telling you, like, it's a grind right now and shit, but motherfuckers gonna see on me. Huh? You want a house, nigga? Huh? You want a house, nigga? I get you a house, folks. Not saying, matter of fact, get your son a house on my mama, folks. Turning this bitch up, folks. Now I gotta show motherfuckers how it really is, folk, on the other side of shit. You feel me? Maybe I've been in Vegas for too long and motherfuckers don't know.
Hilarious, you know, everybody's story ain't gonna be the same. Everybody's story ain't gonna be the same and shit. Everybody hustling ain't the same and shit. You feel me? It's not like shit. You get that crib, or you get the box truck, or you feel me? You just get your foot wet, and you start seeing that. But Larry not young no more either. Larry older than AJ.
He younger, way younger.
He way younger.
I ain't gonna say way younger, but he got some years on him for sure.
Shit, Larry probably just like his money more than he like.
Nah, Larry, he like his time, and he like his time more than anything. You feel me? As long as he making a little dollar and he can save money and shit and put in the least of effort, that's him. You feel me? On me, but he still gonna get money. I ain't even asked, bro, if he sold all his cribs and shit.
AJ might got good credit and shit.
I'm already knowing shit. AJ shit, he doing it big. He doing it big, but I'm most definitely nah. I think he is. I think they say his girl, he been with her for years and shit, but I don't know if they said his wife or not. Yes, sir. But man, shit, what the sports bet looking like?
Man, niggas down like $140.
Shit. Man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I ain't worried about it at all. That's the least my concern right now.
I mean, that's fair, right?
My friend's got this concert coming up on the 12th and shit, so shit, I'm just trying to get bread for the concert.
There we go back. So here it is, guys. There's that there.
Bro, I'm thinking about grabbing them. What's the names though? Some real shit. No, not the Myros. Them the gloves. They come out too. You know.
Harachis?
Nah.
The white and green, they got birdie on the sides. That bitch is hard.
It's no case. Don't be afraid to sit on your hands for a little bit and start lining up some of these things. Now, $5 a guy. Whoever got
bitches is overly hard.
Scale before earnings. Always go.
What they call?
Made $100K doing it that way.
Shoebird.
You got it's 100 smackers.
White, green, and yellow.
Congratulations to you. And you know what I always say? What I always say. Fire, bro. Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, that's what it's
They like some hooping shoes, like the Kobe's.
Yeah, but shit, I ain't wearing no bad.
Nah, bro, you know, my brother, he bought me a shit ton of those as a kid. Like I had a black and white pair, the all black pair. I ain't know these was the names though.
They got the all black pair came back out too. Them bitches exclusive.
So I had them bitches probably about like in fourth grade or some shit.
That's around the time they was out too, 4th, 5th grade. They came out around the time the fellow came out and shit.
Because I'm looking at, they say 2K. I thought these was the Kobe's because I think Kobe used to wear these bitches, folks. Let me see. On me, I think Kobe used to wear these bitches, and when I went to school, I used to tell motherfuckers these was the Kobe's, and then later I found out that they wasn't. They Hirachis for sure, but I didn't like these, bro. I ain't go near in 3rd and 4th grade, folks. I ain't gonna near lie to you, folks. I did not like these. I'm just sharing, bro. Brought me a pair of shoes. These my only shoes, nigga. I'm finna rock these hoes. Bro, but them one Kobe's and shit, bro. I really want them hoes. The 81 point Kobe's, the Protos, the number ones, not the
first ones he came out.
Them bitches so motherfucking nasty, folk on my mama. Bro, them bitches crazy. I had a chance to get them, but I ain't like them on my foot. But from the side, them bitches hard.
You don't like the first person view.
I just don't like beefy ass shoes. from the first person on me. It's a no go.
I really want the Glints. If I don't get the Glints, I might get the Comic Fours.
The who?
The Comic Fours, the white and pink one.
Hey, bro, you're gonna have to start wearing your other shoes first. Yeah. I ain't seen you bust out a pair. Never, damn, nigga.
Man, you gotta keep them clean, bro.
Yeah.
Keep them clean and shit, bro. I decided out the mind. I've been wearing them. I've been rotating this shirt here and there. So they said the same thing. Probably wears the New Balances.
Yeah, folks.
She acting like now until when I bust them out, then they dirty as hell. Then she be like, you gotta keep them shoes clean.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I might have to start getting back into the sneak game too, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
It's always fun doing that shit, game.
Yeah, I might have to because it's like every time that I wear a pair of kicks, folk, I'm always doing something in them bitches to get them dirty. And now, and these my only pair of shoes and shit, and it's like these really the Bugs Bunnies, nigga. You feel me? And it's like, bro, I don't want to have to look for them bitches again and shit. I want to keep them bitches a little decent.
The more the shoes you buy and the shit you keep them clean, so when they drop again 10 years later, you ain't gotta worry about that shit.
Bro, you know what shoes coming back out?
Right now,
the Martians. The Martian 70s. Looking back at them, them bitches, they're black, they got a little green in them, red in them. Yeah, I'm cool on them, but like remembering them, like now that they retroing, it's kind of a decent shoe to look back on. Like maybe they wasn't hard back then, but they retroing now. It's like they kind of decent. They ain't horrible.
These guys are the most valuable companies. Really bring them down.
Citrus.
This is for 7.
I them bitches look. The black ones?
Mhm.
Oh yeah, them bitches always gonna forever be hard.
They got the organs for them. Bitches hella expensive.
Shit, last time we looked at them, they wasn't that bad.
They wasn't bad, but they went back up in the market. These ass niggas look like no barbecue sauce in my fucking ass, sir.
Oh man, what a fucking day.
I just hope that like doesn't take 5 years. If it takes 5 years, then I'll have.
I gotta do some track too.
Damn, it's only 9 o'clock. It's early than a motherfucker.
It's the same narrative, boy. Like, what I'm good thing is,
Man, I don't want to be at this motherfucking job right now, bro.
Bro, when I tell you that shit, I mean, do what you gotta do and shit. But I'm starting to feel like Kels. I don't want to do nothing. You remember, motherfucker kept trying to tell this nigga, man, bro, go and get a job.
listen, dude, we're gonna put the technical.
But the nigga ain't got shit.
Man, that's what I'm saying. Like, folk really ain't got shit, but I'm damn near starting to feel like him, man. On some, man, fuck the DoorDash, bro.
Same thing with
I always find myself right back in it. But I ain't gonna there bullshit you, bro. I'm really getting to that point, like, bro, even fuck the DoorDash. Like, I'd rather just sit here and just use what I got to make some shit. I ain't gonna there lie, cause some days I'm wasting time out there. Some days that shit just stressing me the fuck out. You feel me?
That's how I was first nigga. I ain't gonna lie.
For real, I'm starting to hear knocking in my car. That shit really blowing the fuck out of me. That shit getting louder too, folks. It's to the point, it's like, okay, maybe I need to take this bitch home real quick.
I gotta go through that today. Was like, shit, these next 2 weeks and shit, I gotta start coming up with some bread on for that.
I get it, right? But nobody like, should accept their
Oh man,
just like the longest thing because the U.S. has stuff.
shit show, folks.
And again,
I'm gonna stop doing what was making me money though.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
right? So I think
That is the hard part.
continue to watch here and see it.
But I'm really on some shit. It don't matter what money come from. Like shit, like you feel me? Cause like on a Monday and Tuesday and shit, it's like fucking. If I make $40, $50, $100 on the stock, I'm damn near not gonna even do the DoorDash no more. Cause I'm usually on some. If I make any money, I'm going to get more money. But it's like at this point, bro, I'ma just say fuck it. If I make anything, bro, I'm just relaxing that day. That shit ain't, bro.
I barely. Brett Cable showing up here. Same thing with
700 a week. That's decent.
Oh God.
Nice.
Shit.
High right now, but for whatever reason, looking at MTNB. And then you brought NBC.
Damn, but nigga really low key starving.
Your funds close to that. So now you're really making a move to take out yesterday's high. So and that's the aftermath, by the way. With no volatility out there.
Give me a couple of dollars and shit. I gotta go grab shorties.
Between Egypt and Ethiopia, that's they're really advanced.
True blue threes.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Blue Phillips is sky blue.
Get the flats.
So range bound, but definitely the range here. If you're still inclined, looks like 410, 415. There is support, and then you
I need to go from my move. This is already clean.
and you're only saving a piece for the dream, right? In case this one does pitch again, it takes up that 42 yards to provide a
Really too long to put this back in.
So it's all blood. We're going to continue to watch MTNB, and then at some point, they're going to have to go get forward.
They always doing this shit.
See the contract. Most of the
Oh, shit.
friends of decided to pick up, and you can see that this is the ball, the large flying crazy.
It's the truth. He had too much.
143. So over an hour ago. So yeah,
Man, you talk to your brother.
He ended up texting me like, yeah, bro, I left some in your bag for you, some clippers and shit, this and that.
So hard feelings.
Bro, absolutely none, bro.
just keep that going. Just keep it up, waiting for us to fly.
Sometimes you just gotta let niggas know. Like shit can go totally wrong, folks, but it's never like that with me, folks. I don't care who fucked up. I could have fucked up, you could have fucked up. You feel me, bro? It's back to the original script. Nigga, I need you for certain shit. And nigga, at a point in time, nigga, you gonna need me for shit. That's the bottom line with me. You feel me? Nigga, I'm your brother to the day I die. Nigga, that's gonna always be the bottom script with me. Nigga, let's get to some motherfucking money, nigga. Fuck is we doing, bro? That shit is small to me. I might be heated in a battle. You did. On me, folk. But niggas like me, boss ass niggas like me, folk. Come on. Still love that nigga, folks. On me, and I still feel like he a bitch ass nigga until he changes his ways. And there's no way around that part either. You did. On me. It's something like you and Steve and this shit. Niggas fell out or whatever, but it was just on not saying the morals and shit. Motherfuckers got you feel me? And motherfuckers might fall out on me. Motherfuckers might get that shit get superheated. But you know, motherfuckers just put that shit to the side.
Bouncing out the 150, 148. That's 30% right there.
Sucker ass nigga. Lame ass nigga. I surely was gonna text his ass that too. Like, yeah, I got it, little meathead ass boy. Salami stickhead ass nigga. Nah, he gave me some Andes, they call. They like some liners or whatever, but he decent, ain't they? Get right to the script, oh. Oh, me, he threw a pair of them bitches in there for me. And you know what too though? And then I thought about it and shit. Like, I can't even expect motherfuckers to do what I do for them. You feel me? Like I just have to take it and run with it. You did. Like you said, you didn't want to do it. I should just took it as an L, took it as that, and just knew what type of time it was and shit. You see what I'm saying? Like it's just something I gotta learn from. I'm getting all fucked up about not saying this shit when it just is what it was. You didn't want to come pick me up. You feel me? I'm a grown ass man. You feel me? I should have been on something. You know what? If don't nobody want to pick me up, I gotta do it my damn self. You see what I'm saying? So I can't even point the finger at you no more, bro. You feel me? Like, yeah, I'm gonna take the L too, folks. On me.
But that don't give him ass for not want to do nothing for nobody.
Right. It don't give motherfuckers a pass and shit, but you know, it's an eye opener for me and shit. You feel me? From this point on, just take it for what it is. Motherfuckers don't want to pick you up. Oh, all right, bruh. You feel me? But when I get to acting strange and shit, you feel me? Or get to acting like I don't want to do something for you, then you know it just is what it is. You know, don't feel no type of way about it.
How could he shit?
What the fuck, dude?
I can't get some food and shit, so I can go through the DoorDash and shit. Beat this traffic.
What it say, Illinois?
Yeah, I'm in Plainfield right now. I really don't even want to make no bed.
Bro, tell me about it. I'm always itching to make something to make something shake. That shit break the see, is it gonna break that?
It's ain't on the other. But it's a nice little 3 day though. It's only $40. Oh, see, $40 fucking dollars.
Yeah, folks, I'm damn near. I gotta come up with a better strategy and shit, folks. I just found out that I'm really low key scared to make a lot of money, folks. Folks, as soon as I see that bitch get into green, folks, I be taking my shit out, folks. I ain't gonna lie to you. I be holding on to losers and not the winners. Gotta work on that. Gotta work on that. On me, keep missing out on stupid, dumb money.
If you're gonna do it, say just be cool, like don't do the DoorDash for real, like do it every other day or some shit.
Oh, me, folks, the account finally made it into red. Hell yeah, we down $184 in the last 3 months. I started trading, so it's grind. It's grind time for sure. We made the money back today. We made the whole $184 back today, but the shit moving so fast, I couldn't get out where I fucking needed it to be out. But we end up taking a little profit today. I'm down there, just leave it at that. My whole account is in red, but I'm green today.
But there are ways where you can find extension to the trade and still having these threats. One thing that happened, you hit target.
I can't find out a good play for real. Watch that shit live.
When it gets too low, your first price is so good.
Be patient a little bit.
I anchor myself into the block. I will anchor myself mentally to $28 on SMSI or 20. Well, first things first, you need to rate yourself. I call it 5. And the best way to do that, I find,
Either too, because I gotta feed this bag and shit. Get all these shit with this shit.
Now, in this particular case, I'm looking for gaps in the low that gives you price level.
Shit, how much you thinking that shit gonna run? About like 4, 5?
Only like 3 something. Cause our shoes gonna be like 170. And my shit gonna be like 225.
15. It bounces.
So that's like some. Plus, you gonna eat food and shit when you get out there. But we still about to do that.
These cables
Big motherfucking allergies is fucking with me.
underneath the 27.
I'm gonna tell his ass like I'm forget about them. My allergies is killing me right now.
What they got y'all doing?
We labeling shells and shit.
Against, so you're anchoring yourself to be
Alright.
Easy money.
a little bit trickier with SpaceX or when you go to a higher
Easy
time frame.
motherfucker.
However, if we simply look at when it had the parabolic move the day before, there's a simple level when it broke down, it was a massive move. One green candle.
Yeah, the boss man, his ass ain't really around like that for real. So it's like, shit, we really just cool.
And then another topping tail, confirmation candle.
Alright.
Right up 113. Where it bounces out of our wall. To reorient
They talk about a few years to make money and shit, and I'm scared. Shit, I don't even want to
find that little bit of the and stick
Man.
with the plan of action. DJT was
Jeez.
so
I ain't looking for the
the chance for a continuation with JT. It should have been much
like this shit ain't paying out no more and shit.
I'll actually chastise myself.
You repeat some shit together, thinking you getting freaky and shit all the time. That shit ain't freaky enough.
Shit. More money.
You're not just, I wasn't just dealing with
More money.
this man turned into a
Like
breakdown.
I'm starting to notice that like I'm going too soft on plays and shit.
And he's doing
Way too soft on plays.
how much it works.
Like today was just one of them days, bro. Nigga, I motherfucking nigga.
All
I just say I'm finna go crazy, folks.
more upstairs. I just
Oh fuck it. Like shit, I'm
Just start loading that bitch.
bro. I ain't loaded.
see attention.
I ain't loaded, folk. The shit moving so quick, folk. Like nigga, my shit up like $260. I clicked the button to get out the contracts or whatever. Now the shit moving so motherfucking quick. About time some shit happened, I only can get out at $111. I took the profit or whatever, but it's like, folk, that bitch was finna get the bro. That bitch was really finna get. It did go and shit, but I ended up just like shit. I thought 200 and some change was enough. You feel me? On me, I'm thinking that's enough. That would have brought the account back to even and shit. But boy, I see exactly what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Exactly what I'm gonna do tomorrow. First play, I'm gonna put about like $300, $400 on it. If it win, it win. If it lose, it lose. Hopefully, we don't just lose the whole thing and shit. But that's where it's getting to, folks. I got $300-400 to lose. That's how I'm coming in the game playing. Fuck it. Not because I'm thinking like the contracts and shit. Like earlier today, off rip, I had bought a contract for $70. It got down to 40. I bought another one, so that's 2 contracts, which brought my shit at 60. Bro, I ended up cashing out. Like is like a little bit over 60, like 70 some dollars. So that's 60. No, that's 76 minus 60. That's $16 times 2 because I got 2 contracts. So I was up $30. But bro, that bitch got to going to $250. So I'm thinking, like, bro, I came in with the game plan like I don't want to lose my $100. You a great play. But I don't want to lose my 100, which made me get out at plus $30-something. Like nigga, you just missed out on fucking $400-500 on an easy play, only $400. You see what I'm saying? Like I could really be getting down if I just come in with the game plan of losing. In a sense.
That shit gonna fall together and shit when it's supposed to do it. But if you put all your time into it, that shit down there do. Hey, well, look, I'm back on the phone, so I'm gonna get with you.
All right, folks.
make your trading a little bit better, a little bit smarter. Whether it's what the beat, you're supposed to say that. Okay, take so don't get it all out, or don't get all at once. Let the beat. That's another phrase that I think makes a heck of a lot of sense. Use a lot for the trading. There's lots of ways you can look at it, but they're all the ideas to make yourself a little better. I'll give you a little bit of beats going on. There. Not a lot of cozy here, so, but actually not that it takes some time to be good, professional, always competitive all the time. So we enjoyed that. Remember, it is a fat day. So you might see no markets moving against some movement. You might see what's most volumes until we get back into the song to those few a little bit earlier. That's what going on 150 that line. Take that for now. That's the question for now. Thank you very much, Neil. And excellent, informative, and just all around awesome. Always all right. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales this week. VinFast India, they partnered with Shield Finance to support EV financing access, and then Green SM. For their part, they launched an all-electric ride-hailing service in Pakistan, and they're actually using VinFast EX6 vehicles. So together, this combination highlights VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. If you're interested in trading them, investing in them, or finding out more, you can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFX. Shut up. All right. We're building a position, as I mentioned, on GSUN. There's not a lot of great momentum names. Some people work better on highs, and I keep asking myself why I don't trade them. PZ, PXLS, CORD, but GSUN is steaming at flat top rate with higher lows. So it's got that descending wedge pattern vis-a-vis the higher lows, and it's got the flat top vis-a-vis the resistance at 30. So I'm building a position pretty strategically. Now, anything can happen. I have an out now that's a little bit below 44. The reason I say that is because, generally it's been a 44 penny support, but there have been areas where it's obviously reached on a quick basis for me to recover. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. I like to look at GSUN better than most. MTNB is losing it. AGOZ is losing it. I'm interested in CRA for gold above VWAP, but knowing pretty well that we traded this and failed at the floor. So maybe it's got another opportunity here to get back into four, vis-a-vis these higher lows. And, I'm absolutely fine entertaining that idea. I will need to sit a little bit more, though, in terms of a bit before jumping in. There goes GSUN again, options man, into the high 30s. We're looking for 31s next. And then after 31, 31.9. I only did that. You don't know what I literally did. Because I wanted to get ahead of the level, and there goes GSUN into the area high. This is the high of the day as we speak. Here comes 32 on Japan. And we take it. You said you weren't even looking for 32. But I know where you're going. I'm 31 down. We're going to wait out 39. And what else are we going to do? We're going to wait out 34.9. Are you ready for that?
Yeah, same. I've already lost it, so that's all right.
Jose,
I'm really close.
did you know Sharif in almighty Kazakhstan, you can with your finger indicate you need a ride and anyone interested will stop. You need hitchhiking. That's what I would do. You go with man fingers and people stop.
Did you ever do that? No, I never.
My old man say if you when it was safe to do so, like they used to go to the West Coast, he grew up poor. And so, they didn't have a lot of money.
So you gotta get around. Yeah, I think it's different. I think it's a little bit different. But in like to make it more common, right? People drive
there's this guy on video, it's a guy, right? But basically, he went from Egypt to Colombia. Why? That was interest numbers that we made prior, they populated by the same now that's he's going around the world. And so that's kind of what he does all the time. We have this kind of voting to the leader of the boy. It's something he's kind of, collective. He has the builder. Here comes Keystone J, 33. We're looking for 33.9. Then we're looking for 34.9. This is above the level. So we're going to keep an eye on this. I added it aggressively. I added 30 video that only a couple of big trades that didn't hold, talking about 46 and 25. And here comes in 31. So there's still some resistance here as this one is going to 86 million.
I mean, the market is still continuing to sell here. I might look at some small cap names, see what we talk about. You see that stocks as great today, and DFS, I'll see what performing, how much going on there. I was taking some wires with that, so not too many going on here today. So yeah, I mean, hey man, it is what it is. As the NVDA puts an NVO, we're gonna help drag the Nasdaq down. We're still sitting in this it's just like, all right, well, we have this noon hour. So we're going to continue to stay fine like this. We're not going to go short. With that being said, I think it's a good day for you to say, all right, please, right? So, yeah, exactly. Let's see what we're going to do. The one time I had to hit back into the Canadian dollar because my parents forgot about me thinking I just want to stay in Canada. So,
Yeah, just so
yeah, well, that's good. Yeah, there's so many. Well, we've been wearing it.
Did you upset your parents when this happened?
Yeah, you know, yeah, so they, yeah, parents and female parents just like, and it's gonna be great. Yeah, every time they like, it's a big mode. Yeah, it's yeah, I don't know, man. How we lose such a good rock. They're going to get into they have to, what's the name? I walk and say, you know, so silly. Like, long people stash and everything. So, yeah, I've seen so many Australian dudes stash and go anywhere every year. I think that's their story. And I'm all about experience and all. Going off to support everyone. It's everybody. It's good.
Is currently over 1.5%. It's 1.5% down. Red bottom Walmart has announced the growth of $1.15 million. Its earnings on its 30th of July, second on fraud. Fraud is funding 5%. Presenting at investor conference 5%. On this trend.
Guys, that's the question. Oh, wow. Yeah, burgers and friends. This is the best one. Did he say that? No, I found it. Oh, I'm gonna say, what's it, Smith? Tiffany, do you know this? Are you too old for this movie? A little bit. Are you familiar with the movie Superbad?
That's crazy. If you don't mind us asking, how old are you? You were the younger person, I think, in the school. It's okay.
crazy. That is crazy.
Our birthday literally is 6/7, so you're Gemini. That's awesome. CI is, I think, a little bit really okay. That's a good one. So, yes, CI, definitely. There you go. All right, man. Moving on. Case, Granite Case, thanks PTV on the port call on Monday. Yes, absolutely. Port Case, are you doing this as a swing? Because again, I gotta tell you, I'm just really taken by the amount of you guys that are swinging these small cap cameras and quite successful. So shout out to Case, thank you so much. As always, Casey, the magnanimous one, dropping another 10 in the chat. It was that as always. But I just want to know if you've been swinging this since Monday, because it feels like you're talking about it since Monday. Swinging 100%. She said, love to hear Case break up multiple storms as I know you are doing on this side of the street. Brian, I think NCRA is about to go on. 20 EMA crossing VWAP right now. We're all of them, Brian, because I didn't throw this one on the yeah. It's a lot of things. Yeah. CRA. Hey man, it's very low, higher low. I think actually put a good trade during we catch that higher low.
Yeah, I think it's like you're proving wrong.
Exactly. Would you get up through this area right here, this back area right here? So that's two.
That's even further. That's even further. Yeah, I would give it a, yeah, especially because you have the tire. If you enter the point, then
Oh my God. Okay, just nice. There goes Jason again. We're going to beat him.
It's going to talk here quickly about GL, but of course, higher here for introducing this model for pretty simple. Urea 3.5 is not much. A little bit of a bounce here for GL with this new AI longer now.
All right, Joey. Yeah, let's talk about lost 30 tenders on TSC. It's a problem. If he gets back up, then maybe we can have a conversation. But I was looking for 30 generally to hold. It did all the way down into 28, so I had to get out there. My price was 28. Let's see if it defends this area. If it moves back up, I'll get in. But right now, not like Carlos. Wow, Carlos so loud. I tried to tell you about it earlier, brother. I saw a message, but I already have the side chart. So I was very much alive in CRA, brother. And if it does take with that 330 level, I'm going to get involved. I was involved in it earlier. I'll show you my trade on that. That's right. Yeah. It's this one here. Yes, there we go. See this? Yeah. So we got it. Long stop out. Yeah. The sheriff see no what. Right. So we're going to probably see a little bit more here, but
all right, stuff. And now I'm not yet. Anyways, I'm ready to tap why. It may seem that way because I don't like myself. I haven't really thought this would feel that. You think advertisement. That's not yeah, definitely. Oh, that's still worth $2 actually put our side down. This was really important to get out. Right? So they put you that long, you get that into the pop. We're more than this, right? 59. And we're good back, yeah, going to start to piece them out. But you can see that we got out of the position, but then we got like that in drastically increasing our risk reward. So imagine I held on to this, you sit below this volatility, and then to the extent where you're just holding, once you head up to 58, 76 or 75, sorry, you're just break even. So you held this position 2 or 3 hours against you, and now you're only 1 hour and 20 hours, like you get out and reward. And then sure, you see the difference between where we entered our first position and then we're entered the second position from 50 5840 all the way up to 15. Moving forward, we can see that there is a slight increase in the big skies. And on the daily, we had a low of $15. Now climbing up 30%, 30% from that zone there. So watch out. We know that inverse correlation between the two. VIX up, market moves like VIX down, market moves slightly and on the rise. Okay, is it always that case? No, but the majority of the time, we have that equal inverse correlation. Always most that it's not always the case. Most of the time, what we've seen in USO at the beginning of the conflict was USO up, market down. USO down, market up. That decoupling and then the divergence started to happen. But anyways, aside from that, just keep an eye on some more downside here, guys. And I mentioned that some names are just getting started. Okay, there goes the market. Nice stuff way down. The question is, do we head into the volume weighted average price? I'm going to be waiting here. I will buy some on the backside of this trend. I grabbed a little bit at 3. Now we're on tap. Yeah, I'll put in a couple of targets. So now I'm going to wait for the backside of this trend to see. Really condensing our holdings right now. They've been working fantastic, but the bank's not necessarily strong for all of the TKO. TKO was fun, well, but it wasn't anything substantial. I mean, it was just kind of me spreading myself a little bit. And we don't necessarily want that. Don't forget Jersey Mike's all guys behind IPO. With a head time of the started down thing. That was a couple of days ago. The narrative may have changed since then. Now, as for XLP, the 6 staples, we're not too far. 3%. You know it's not too far. XLV, what's up out there? Yeah. So this was the best performing sector. Okay. On today's sector, we're up a couple of percentage points, and we're still not too far by 8 tenths of a percent. Yesterday we ran into it. So when we're looking for a rotation out of fact, the memory names and the tip plays, you have to go to your sector. So within the financials, the staples, and here now potentially healthcare, you see a little bit of a rotation in some cases. So the money.
There goes G-Sun again, 330. We got back in here pretty aggressively at 29.6. It says 30, but that's incorrect. 29.6. It just rounds up. And now we're looking for another attempt here at 33 break. So this one seems to find a lot of support in the 10-year mid. So initially I was looking at 30 pennies. This to me 30 looked like that initial resistance area. And I was now at his support. As I watch this a little bit more, very few in the way of closing prints or closing anything below 10 PM down to 5. So I'm going to base my now on that. So we'll see how this is crumbling. Looking for a high of day break and really for this turn on me or spend very little time in here at this 5. A lot of these what they call resting quarters. So I also mentioned should I begin it for calling this one out? This is obviously wide half, small cap capper, 6.5 really go with market cap. I'm not going to trade it, but you may like this level. Looks like sort of some consistency between 12.5 and close to track. This to go to the 5 so could be a range very higher interested. I guess we'll stick with energy. All right, so I'm calling you right here. It's up 30%, close to the high of the day. In fact, it is at the high of the day, 285 high, but it's 1.45 billion dollars in mustard. And only clearly secured that is first. I guess they got
This playground in South Carolina uses a special machine that sucks the balls in, sanitizes, and dries them before pumping them straight back into the pit. Standard industrial machines like around 10,000 to 16,000 balls an hour. Researchers have found anywhere from 200 to more than 170,000 bacterial cells.
No. Back up.
Except for that, it's the same also. My eye on that. And now I'm going some trade from the next. Because we were putting it on the my friend. So if you want to think about so it's go back and you put so two seconds.
Go right back to there. I'll think I'll work like this. I'll work like this. I would like
Maybe shoot up with 15 another Airbnb.
Whereas with other people, then or we have to go down the ball down. Just go 35 and 5% off. Tech services with Google and Microsoft. Trade a little bit and 45% on over here. Flat down, followed by the data down to 2%. Okay. Netflix is up 1% policy or off CRM is up 2 to 4%. Down 1%. Okay, finance. URTP is largely with a trend in JP down 2.5%. GAC down 1.4%. MS down 3%. PS down 4%. Not a great low, but it's up a little bit of small firm is up 1.7% for almost 20% per share versus $3.22 per share. MasterCard up 2%. Voluntary, however, down 2%. When you trade Amazon, 40 downside, 74% inside. Walmart is more outside, over half percent up. Also is up percent. If we take access up percent, not just one, they're looking on the sector on S&P 500 LRC, all right, down, roundable, and I would say quality consolidation, which is big bad, subsidy law, some tech, relatively flat here, but 12%. And energy barrels, like I did cover, straight with that sector change.
Keep an eye on Hands and Hers Health Plan, HIMS and Focus. Public reports are suggesting that the Federal Trade Commissioner FTC is suing Hands and Hers HIMS for billing, cancellation, and privacy notices. So more employees here work with IMS. That's a $12 initially. All the state will cover once the office of affairs and we on these funds. Thank you so much, Darren. Quickly covered before. That's what it's like. 12 years stop one, because the district of right was 62 and SW is down over 6.5%. SW down close to 2% monthly. The Toronto UK hold that up 1.6%. We did discuss the launch of the blog yesterday. And finally, non-energy FTX is slide 5.5%.
All right, good. Thank you very much for that. So, yeah, we took a little bit more off here, guys, on the TPS. So, a nice meeting from approximately 58.40 all the way to a high around 59.30s there. And now starting to get a little bit of a pullback. So, you have to be patient. You are looking to pay these bonds. Sellers are stepping right back in, guys. So, they are pushing price low approximately 50 cents from where the previous bit of high.
All right, man. Stop out of G-Sun for the last remaining amount. I mean, it's an unbroken downtrend ever since putting in that high at 33.10. So Yeah, I'm trying to bottom pick here. I'm still trying to build my position in CRA and catch those higher lows. So we did get a failed breakout there into the 40. So I'm building a position. I'm going to build it into the 280s, give or take. So a little bit below 3, we're getting it a little bit at a time. So if it goes, it's going to have to go here without a full position, which is right. Oh, it's already going here. It looks like it's taking back 20. Initially finding some support here in the low 3s and now kind of moving back up to 250. So we'll keep an eye out on NCRA. It's not big, it's 120% bigger, but you know, it's a lot behind. Just put it that way. Let's look at COUR as well, because this is hanging out at the highs. Should have the TP master calling this one out, showing 6 1/3. There's a lot of buying here for whatever reason at 6.30. Because look at this. This is the one that showed a profit. Nothing is going to be reaching that level. So we can this, right? We're not too much too far away from that. So I think there's going to be a college drive. We're going to like 28 or something. And we'll see what we get on COUR. Let's see if we can run this to the half dollar to 6.5. It does have a profit as a buyer bar. Seller 18 still on NCRA side. I haven't seen this print anywhere above 18. So it feels like the short sellers here are earmarking 18 as an area of resistance. So keep an eye on that. See if we can ride it to the high. Yeah, like David in terms of a lot of small gap down with front. So 18 showing up again, 19 now. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher and see what we think about that side. Keep any spread to be at 19 means that there wasn't a bid to support the breach of 18. So now we're really good.
Let's go take a look once again at something done here in the overall market. I don't think much hard of it, but at the end of the day, I think DC some value and sitting on some capital. See if I can get one of the crowd saying that they're sitting on capital. Well, congratulations, you're putting yourself in a solid position. Now, what was our previous pullback that we see in the market? It's a pretty rapid, right? So at some point, I figured that we were something to the tune of 12.5%. We're roughly sitting on that right now, 11%. So 11% in the way, I mean, it's a gap down from hitting that benchmark. And I like what Brian had to say yesterday, AB equals CD, which is very true. I like it. So you're looking at an ABC pattern. This move down there, but that was next potential legs. I mean, this will be pretty dramatic, but I wouldn't be surprised if you do see somewhere around the 50% same round. But yeah, in all seriousness, let's actually zoom out a little bit because we've gone over this example on multiple occasions. Okay. Now the month doesn't show us as much details. What we will do, we're going to get it for the weekly, and we can see a little bit better. We can get a bigger picture of what can potentially happen. What we can prepare ourselves for. Okay. So where do things start? All right. Where does each pullback lead us to? Where does each previous pivot happen? Okay. Those are the questions that I'm asking. So we're going to go almost back a decade, 8 years. So what we have is we'll call this yourself right here at 186 levels. All right. So we pull back to $144 here, and then we go on another run. Continually almost, you can see this collective pivot price. So we're starting to form a base up here. There is a little bit of a risk on me, but past that, we hold on to that level, right? Because I think it's really important. Now, where's our next major pivot? Okay, this is going to be this previous high. Start of open. Okay, so let's take a look at this one here and see where the next quality major pullback leads us. So we go on this multi-year run, 20 to 22. We're this excited, 21, early 21 to late 21. We're excited. So we form another pivot all the way. I like what she said. Stick with me. What am I hitting? Where is that next base one? Previous key pivot. Okay, so you pull back to that zone. You guys see what I'm getting at. So you go on another run. Oh, we have a base from 21. Where was the air from pivot? Right at that base. So what I'm getting at here is where is that next level going to be? I believe it's going to be multiple options, right? So we've had this pullback before. You see how this is working out? I think it's wrong. Eventually gets brought back to your previous pivot high. Now, I think this can be a pretty solid pieces in the fact that, okay, we went on this pretty hefty run. Nothing's, the sky isn't falling just yet. So let's aim for $635 on NASDAQ. Why? Because you pivot high, you sell off. Sometimes that pivot. You pivot high, you find higher, you sell off. Oh, you're back at that pivot. You see the pattern that's ongoing. And I think that's something that we can set as somewhere as a base case and what I'm going to be looking for. We had a 12% pullback before. This will cost around 15%, which I think is totally reasonable. You know, we would need to participate in the broader sell-off in order for this to happen. We need the big names. Who are the big names that have been pretty strong? I mean, Apple has been on a fantastic run. Microsoft has been selling for quite some time, but could it be declared to be there at some memory stores? Could it be Google and Amazon, Broadcom, all the trillion-dollar names that are going to have set the market a little bit lower? I think so. Brad is reasonable and you want to see some cleaner price action. And I'll say, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm not, listen, if I was involved with it, what's that one politician? He's like, it's not corruption if I'm involved with it. It's not corruption if I'm involved, but it's corruption if you're not involved. Have you ever seen that guy? It's so, yeah, it's a politician. It's crazy. Yeah, he was great. I gotta watch that video. Yeah. So, anyways, so this is we'll call this kind of conversation because it's not. But again, it's all fun and games on the way up. So it's not, on the way down, things can get pretty ugly. But that's why I'm saying I have to be a little bit more patient when we see this because at some point you will have that turnaround, and you just hope that you're not going to get caught on the coffee. If you're the individual, because it's an opposite party flying on your $2. Now, unfortunately, you're down 50%, and that's extremely. It's not fun. It's difficult to sit there, especially if you expend the majority of your capital and allocate it all at once. You're stuck. You're scratching your head. Yeah, well, I was going to say something else, but I decided not to because we get into. But no, you see where I was getting at here with the NASA. I think this is totally reasonable pullback heading up to 635. That'll just add some confidence. Well said. We're still in NCRA here. Zigging and zagging, a little above my level, a little bit below. Nothing doing quite yet. Trying to build a position in here slowly, so we're not getting it too much too quickly. So they don't worry about it. Not yet, right? See who you are. I think I may stop out. Okay, it's premature stop out. Of course, we're at 30s. It's at 30. I'm going to take care of here simply because there's a topping's okay. No, now it's getting very close. So that's not what I'm involved in this floor, but I just saw that NCRA did down. Oh, no, they went out here. So let's go on this to everybody. Right back in. To that right off the level. So it gave me a perfect opportunity to catch a good trade that I was looking at. See a low, sorry, that's my fault there, but looking for this one to hold up on the higher lows. Let's see if we can take it back to 340, sell it on the counter, that 430 on the 5-minute chart. So that's all I've got for now. I left the Sun because it's putting in lower highs, so there's no point in resolving that, right? You look at the lunch time, go to Sun, but it came back in that T1 level. It hasn't shown me any higher highs. It currently is a higher low, though, probably very low, but no higher highs at the moment. We start seeing those higher highs, I guess certainly work in. So I'm going to continue to watch and see RA. Yes, that's AMX. Yeah, kind of same look at NCRA, which is got higher lows, but we're going to be trying to work way high. But yeah, you good point there. We're going to take off the AOPM, we're going to take IX on there. Unless this line break out the AOP, so there we go. It's on the side there. Thank you for that credit. We're listening for in the morning, but that's I should put that ready to see this thing. Look at 8 page. Oh yeah, it's so expensive. That's why I can see this. But it's $120, $169. The high of David is up 13%, $5 billion.
You're not wrong, man. Is that it?
The funniest part is he's like, oh shit, this is like, yeah, and then the dog says somewhere in the background, he's like, yes. It's
I he's not here. Probably carrying, yeah, but like it's still fun. Yeah, that's a classic video, though, so it showed up on YouTube. I like yours.
Do you know Corrupta, man? If anybody that's bad knows Corrupta, man, I don't even know what to say. We might be that's there. So, it's Corrupta, man. It's like English comedy, so it's just about this TV show. It's like it's like the English and British. Yeah, the radio. Well, people just do thing. And it's about these guys who have this absolutely big radio station called and they're like 5 listeners and they have it's English internet and they say like yeah, exactly. They play the same song all day and then they're like all right, speaking of let's go over here and take a look at some of the comments about this. Some people are saying Netflix is the part of the day. Let me get it it's not that. It was on a big time market. You see consolidation and eventually it broke out from 71, 86 all the way to 574. Talk about on Netflix still right around in the downtrend is still a factor. So let's keep that in mind. We haven't broken this yet. Look what happened the last time that we did. I thought we would be off to the races and potentially testing all time highs. That was definitely not the case yesterday. And ended up establishing them today. Let's set it up for the next.
Take a look at the weight market, which weight market. So let's take one here. Very low, 0.04%. Let's also take a look at maintaining appetizer. Why? We go together. And even at the escalation, when is that red? 1.5 that is a big fire that will be down Wall Street is largely trending but investment costs
no, I don't think that's going to be I didn't say can't put in work with the same thing with the baby. Anything can happen. All ability is gone. It definitely would produce this.
I think, frankly, I changes. So you don't say the results for the past years. I think that a lot of people who are pricing in possible rate hikes, I still see that as a possibility. I think that obviously economics, but I'm looking at the politics and the reality, and I don't think you see a Fed rate hike unless something market changes in the economy and we start seeing inflation move up aggressively. But I don't think I personally just let this time in there and sort of see exactly what happens in a few days and in months. So I got back to the G7 here because it did break above 30, it break higher bar high, it's above 30 now. It definitely is showing more of a stair step pattern than a breakout pattern with the stair step support area now at around 28.90, 27.5. So something to be alive there. Oh no, NCRA failed. Gotta get out of that one.
NCRA down, folks. NCRA has to stop me out there. We'll be negative on the day because of that. So we're keeping an eye here on Tucson. This is illegal. Try to put a position.
So yeah, also this will facing more names here. I think here very so there it is. Congratulations, yeah, really nice. It's a big time, but it's I was looking at this, it hasn't been given out yet in the office. It's in that early stage, right? So they're like 50% off. Let me start. I was looking at all this stuff. I didn't say, yeah, just like also still, there's a key base right here, guys. Generally, people it's really back. I think this 301 would be somewhat of a balance. I will say this though, I think what my cars on says what we're experiencing right here is, I mean, it started in June, and we're at the end of the month, and June, again, on sell off is relatively good. That's good. It's not for long like what we've seen before where it was a year and a year over there. We didn't bounce back. This is something where we've seen this before. The 10 yeah, not even going there. Your arm goes down 50%. So where you selling? Pardon? Same thing here. It's going over some name though. We sell more than 300 on Marvell because
did announcement.
Yeah, you have down 50% on that one. So this is quite material down 40%. You're still in it? SK Hynix, okay. Okay, all right. So SK Hynix is sort of the one that ran to a low of $25. SK Hynix, we have really a couple of strong sessions that's been popular basis. With that being said, before I send it back to you, I want to take a look at the overall index one more time, and that's the cost. All right, there's a reason why, I know I say this pretty much every day, but there's a reason why there's no more perspective that it's common speaking. So if you check through a video, obviously, yeah, it's upgrade by not issuing anymore. Yeah, of course, yeah, and it's like in which you apologize, and what specifically you apologize to do, or like which said, relative to these letters you guys are assuming is a apology is not doing that. Yeah, not something that you just want to get. But I don't need that in the state of 8%. Okay, because it's not only, and I want it down. Anyway, guys, we better go first. Hold on. Is it breaking news? If it is, okay, give me a second here, right? So again, here it is, right? You're almost down 50%. So within the index itself, you need 100% return pretty much for 12% just to get back to this previous pivot. If you're in a leveraged product, it's a basically reverse split and the chance of it recovering that race. Yeah.
There's all like behaviors. There's a little bit about support entertainment. Like Tom Washington mentioned, Semaphore reporting that NTIA, which is actually going to be the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, apparently is working with the U.S. to hold initial conversations with private companies that could drive 60 developments. And according to an individual with the NTIA, the U.S. is working to hold initial conversations with companies like IKEA to drive 60 development with IKEA, specifically against the Semaphore government.
Thank you. G-Sun breaking out from 32. We added on the move up. Looking for 33 now. 43.10 is the high of day. 32.25, 32.5. Looking for 33. We're up 65%. Got a good position on this one, but we're looking for a little bit more here, man.
And the thing about this one is, you know, it really was yelling to me, 30 pennies, flat top break, but like, yeah, I guess we just don't have the juice to get away from, you know, former area of resistance because we're all but 3 pennies ahead of that 340, or sorry, that 30 penny flat top break area. Continue to watch, sell it at 32 and a half. Let's see if we can get anything above 32 and a half here and continue moseying on up. It's just not the day for me saying, oh, 50 incoming. It just doesn't feel like that. But like with the lack of continuity on a lot of these small cap gappers, the failures at technical levels, right? Or the inability to kind of break that technical level by the requisite percentage. And what I'm talking about is essentially the established range with about 27 and a half, 28 support, it was 30 resistance. So that's about what, 2.5 pennies, 3 pennies. We're barely getting up to 33. So, you know, the range is not duplicating here. We definitely need a bigger move above 33 to open up the door, squeeze out the shorts. That's not happening. We're still at 32 in the fifth here, so let's see how this cookie goes. COUR did come back into the 10 EMA. Could be a buy here. I stopped out when it's lost 30 because we're at 33. So that's wrong. Looking for a $0.25 pull. Keep your eye on that. And then you have half as well, which I'm not interested in trading. COUR is finally pulling back a little bit here. It's at 11.455. It's at 182. EXLS though continues to be the buy program. It's still like all day. Look at this. Into 35.99. We mentioned these two guys at around 34.5, so $1.50 ago. But good look here for EXCLS or EXLS. There comes G-Sun. Come on. Into 33, 32 and 3/4. Goodness gracious, these sub $1 names just have so many areas to post that you have so much resistance along the way. There we go. It's about 33. There's 32.8, 32.9 and a half. Looking for 33. Now we're up to 34. So let's scroll back over there. But there's no continuation above the high of the day moment right now on GS. This is, I guess, the best of the bunch. That's quite frankly, I don't see anything else to do. So we're going to go just fixate on this one. And go above 18. As always, guys, though, if there is a small cap gapper that I have not mentioned that is breaking out, that is the big volume, that is above the big volume at average price, I'd love to know about it. Otherwise, people are already not going to trade, but we're going to go to see it right now. My videos for the conference and stuff. I totally forgot. Get those ready. I'll get the video from the conference. There's a couple. What's so funny? You did show any of but there is 3.4 all the way, so it's not 51%. Now, listen, my goal is a little bit more here, top of the nose, nothing substantial. Okay, so I'm counting 60s and 50s, then obviously tank, so we're down substantially from that mark in this game. Now, this is going to be a significant longer play than we're anticipating. Well, guess what?
You know what day it is? All this course trades are. That's going to be next day is when we get the privilege to see them. And then the 6th is a lockout period. So where all those shares that were locked up will not all be drawn to the winnings that is the tip rate. It's just somewhere there. Wow, okay, that's more than we don't say this for. So here is price of 106. I do believe there's going to be some more temporary lows, but now that it's going to be somewhere of a bottom. It's about something almost negative 5%. You can see, I'm not going to follow the April, but it's pretty close to the green here on the so a nice little rebound as well within some price action. Again, I don't think it's the end of everything, but it's better than after it's banned. Once again, down to 5% plus time. So then we can talk about the one there. And Sanders, it was almost double digits every day. 2,300 high, all the way down to first like $1,000. Yeah, let's play some of these videos here. So this is the top list of watches. So this is what the Blue play their home games. So they rented out like basically half the concourse, right? So they had a bunch of Jays, you know, cheerleaders or whatever they're calling them now, and there's mascots there. They do it by the Alfred. Right? So this is the actual sitting area, right? So this is Brandon Dennis. Obviously, he's the co-host of the Lester podcast I listen to often. So look at the dome. So they didn't obviously break out the entire part of the dome, but they had a bunch of response. I absolutely loved it. On Q&A, and Q&A was through the app, so you know, getting a good question. And then they really were, you know, really were worth their time. So I really enjoyed this. And then we got, of course, Amy Pala. This was the opening act for Kane. I feel like it was UJO or something like that, but I did like a lot of the numbers. So this is at the the Scotiabank Arena. And so this used to be called the Advance. And it's a small place that's where the Jays play, the Leafs and the Raptors play. This is Kane now. And so these are my seats. So I was literally in row 2, and then right in front of us is skating room only. So this one is the concept, what's it called? The stage was facing the other way, but it's like that limited on stage. So they were able to kind of go around all the way, and so they were facing us. And this is like the big beat drop when the setting starts coming down, the lasers start going out. So this was a lot of fun. David Bala is like playing some music. And then these screens would go up and down. Right, so then they got certain times they would just be lower, you wouldn't be able to see the band, and they kind of like club and stuff like that. So it was a lot of fun. Something I definitely do again. I do like sort of alternative stuff. You know, concerts, guys have just ripped up into 262. It's 2 pennies online. The day now is 1265. Sorry, excuse me, not 262, 1263, 1265 high day, POTH on the move. Keep an eye on that. I'm still moving to cent. Looking for 30 pennies. So it's actually down here at the NASDAQ, guys. So some strong updates. Not necessarily the volume spike that we're looking for, but we'll take it. Something is better than nothing at this point. As we're heading right back and towards the volume weighted average price. That's speaking from where we're headed in the overall market. Like some of these other names really started to this big, down 2.5% there. Apple, I'm going to guess that this name was positive as it's after to the all-time high. They're going to 82 cents in this next session. So, yeah, I mean, this thing continuing to add to this market cap over $5 million by this trade. So this thing, if it's something with numbers, and we'll pick up volume. Yeah, it's over 5 billion. Yeah, exactly. What are we at now? 550. All right, so 2. So yeah, look, big time volume spike here on the board. The NAS here, look at the Google movements, not necessarily doing it, but we're heading towards some of these big market highs. At this pace, I do believe we're going to break and reach, which could be good. Who's down? Well, they really want to go back. Palantir going back to that strong session, it seems. So back to that Jags there. Up 2%, just a little bit under 2% on the day. Finding as well. The yesterday was strong, but it did sell off here. Now, what are we up in the lows? 20% off global. We have to take in the consideration loss It's really good. I thought that hopefully Pound Cake can find us in that way. But that'll be a good, like, you also have to think if this thing went on an absolute terrible on 100% for November of 2024. Right? So, yeah, there's a couple of those things to point. So, this is why we'll do this example right now. Why only, so you can use something like, you're looking to buy a market account. I think that's significantly different than buying a like continuously on your account. Right? So if you bought this doing it, obviously, the difference between a leverage product is once the underlying assets in 50%, eventually those have to reverse this in order to stay liquid and stay within the market, right? So you have to take that into factor. So here's the point, right? So okay, 62%, right? So 60% to the downside, you keep 20 days, going out to 5, it reverses it somewhere, if you have a face down, it's not good. So you go from 52 all the way to you lost 90%. That's what makes it so difficult. That's why I say trade and don't own. Trade and don't own. Jim Cramer said the opposite.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Stack is breaking out. Here's 3 as allowed. With a $23 high, now down to 70%. It's a down. That makes sense. Time. Exactly what it's all it's done with the man himself. Who's the myth, the legend? He is known around these parts as Luis Barbados from the real trading office in the beautiful city of Barcelona, Spain. 3 weeks to the day, your boy is gone. So very excited. I'm going to be in Barcelona right away. Obviously, we're going to start in London, and then we're going to watch Arsenal's home game, which I first time ever. And so I can't tell you how excited I am. But I'm very excited to meet this as well. Whenever he's ready, actually. Sorry. I know. I'm excited to be at the all right, guys, I'm just waiting. As soon as Andre is ready, we're going to get. All right, let's bring in Luis. There he is, Luis Barbados. What's going on, Luis? How's everything? We already know how to play Luis. I feel like you weren't very happy with the plus 30-degree weather this morning when you were speaking to Aaron. Is there a lot of humidity?
Yeah, no. So it's not very nice to be in the city. This temperature and the humidity is very, very high. You will see when you come.
Very excited. I'm very excited Luis actually gets you in person, obviously. And let me ask you something, Luis. So I hope to be able to visit you at the office on a Tuesday. Now, I know that we typically do the small cap segment, on Wednesday and everything like that, but maybe, just maybe, we can do it on a Tuesday so that I can be there doing it with you guys, and we can have Joey and Obi over here.
That would be great. You can trade here, license it, live trading here, whatever you want.
I can't wait to lose money in Barca.
What a better place to be, right?
Right, exactly. I always said that. Like when you go east of the Eastern time zone, it's fantastic. You can trade, after your day, your work. But when you go west, like when I go visit my sister in Los Angeles, they're having to get up 3 hours earlier just to catch the market. That presents a tough opportunity. Let's get that closer. It's a bit of a tough thing to walk today, small cap value. I feel like it's probably a good thing for people.
Yeah, but on the other side, you cannot complain for the last weekend. You got plenty of runners going crazy and keep going during the day and hunting out. It's a huge risk for the short side. So for you, I guess it was a very nice week since it was Tuesday last week that we had the first crazy runner. We have ADBL, STKH, STAK, a lot of crazy movement with huge call-outs. Today is more quiet than 62, so we have here, if you set up that it will pretty fine in the short side. Yes.
Let me see here now. I don't think they're sharing the screen. So,
yeah, so
Andre just wanted me to tell you that so we can see your no worries, we'll set that up. Yeah, so there's a perfect. Take us through what your result was today, what did you trade, how did it go, and what.
Today, I think the easiest way the easiest trade, sorry, was one we got pre-market, we don't know, is the PIK. Okay, I was trying to load there, as you can see on the V1. It's not my expertise, but I try as well, I was logging here, get out, log again, it was breaking the pre-market highs, and then the next one was be short. Again, the resistance, we were talking about the resistance on 3 and 350, and you can see here, check. There we go. We sorted against that resistance, $3 and 350. We got it from previous days. Okay, so that was the nicest one, probably for the key was in the market open. Okay, the opening one bell was the we were trading above the pre-market highs and falling and with volume. This could be a bridge. This resistance could be a bridge and could $4 or $5. Then once the market opened and we saw a clear fake of this resistance, it was okay to trade to both of the short side. And it was difficult to run into add into the winning trade because it went right away and it was very too low to add more into the trade. That's why I was getting out on the way down to the V1 and the lower below the V1. So that was probably the easiest one. The second one was, I know you were on here and we were shorting, as you can see, against this previous resistance there. Several little bit here, added here against the resistance, and we went down to the exponential moving average.
Aggressive. That looks really good. That's an aggressive add. Can we put that on back, Assassino? Yeah, I do like that as well because where you got in initially at 56 and then 58, you knew that high there at 64 was the day high, right? So that would be your stop loss. Is that why you added at 60 to 62? Because you knew if the break 64 is open.
Yeah, I mean, this was a start, you don't go full size here because your risk is like 10 cents out. So you gotta go with a full size. Usually we're scaling and scale out. So it's not that we don't hold in one entry and then we get out in one exit. And we like one range of price where we like the short and one range of price where we would like to go out. So it's not that we go hold in one entry and then out. We scale a starter here, we added more. It was not full size here, it was like 70% or 60% of the full size. And then when the stock start to work out, 30% around the V1 and then a little bit more. Usually we don't trade like in one single price, but in area, we like the short forward.
I want to ask you about MSS because this one I was interested in looking for locates on because it was quite aggressive. Very similar to the one that you traded there, but this was about $3, right? It got into that triple top. This is MSS. Sorry, let me just go over the ticker so everybody can follow along. And what I did like about this is that key area of resistance kept showing up. So if you were able to wait for your levels, like you get to 375, you only have to risk about a couple of pennies. This is something that you looked at today, or did you have this on watch?
I missed this one, but I know some people here in the office who traded. I don't know how much were the locates. I'm checking how much they cost per day because I see some people on my risk management. I see some people who trade this stock and they don't take money. 3 traders here sold this one against the resistance, and it was very cheap. You see, I missed this one totally. So I was messing up with another ticker. Suffering another ticket because it was lazy. We need help, and Friday we is open and need help again. Usually I go on, okay, because it's a lot of risk. But said that we have a lot of helps here, continuous help. I am going totally, but once it starts to train more lower, it's okay. It's still a little bit safe. So it was a nice short profit there against the system and here when the V1 drove. and have an amazing movement on that. Here, there's the difficult part. This for me is once you are in a good trade, just do this some way, right? Hold, and it's heavy like 5%, 5%, 5%, 5%. That's very difficult. That's how you scale and how the demand your
Fantastic stuff as always. All right, we're going to keep it extremely simple. We're going to move on. Eastern here, we're going to have the Fed funds rate decision. How do you guys prepare for this?
If you trade a small cap, usually you don't trade there. I mean, the stocks, and not only because it doesn't affect them so much, because we're talking about stocks, huge news, so actually it doesn't affect them at all, but also because of the time, the Fed is too, so most of the small cap already made a movement on that time of the day. So really, if you don't trade shares or index, you really don't care about the Fed or any other economical highlights. And since we have Trump in the government, it's even better to be out of this kind of risk. You don't want to be 1 tweet away from blowing up your account because, so another reason to trade a small cap to avoid this highlight risk of tweets and economical movements and fundamentals and so on.
Yeah, absolutely. You and I, we've had the conversation before how the IWM, some of these small cap gappers are kind of deep up, right? So it's not necessary that you have to worry about the index itself, the IWM, because these things we call their own and they have their own catalysts and that.
Yeah, because when you look at the scanner, then you see the volume and the flow. For example, CMA today, having on 104%, so how usually I'm trading almost 50 years pre-market. Okay, so that's like 100 times the whole company. Do you think this compare about Fed decision rates or something like that? It's trading 100 times the whole flow today. So it doesn't matter. The same with this one. Though it's less than 1 million flow trading 4 million pre-market. We're talking about stocks with this running crazy DFNS, right? So, and I do a lot here as well today. I'm not very used to taking loans, but this one I was long on this consolidation here, okay, on 38, 37 with a very tiny stock. So if the stock is moving so much, they don't care about Fed decisions or fundamentals. All of them, they have huge volume for the stock because we don't look only the total volume traded, but related to the stock. Because, maybe Google or Meta or Bank of America, Ford, they trade more absolute volume. But according to the flow, it's not big. Like Google, how much they trade, 20 million or 30 million. But he has a flow of, I don't know how many billions. So.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, so we have, before we get into my next question, that is actually going to sway a little bit from small cap, because I've seen you trade some larger cap. I want to get your opinion in this. I want you to opine on it as well, too. But we have a super chat from Zion Longlock. Luis, you know Zion.
We're in a health inventory actually. Within these cores and probably he out of the core because he's an experienced trader. We're gonna try to put all his trade risk, all his data in our intranet and analyze every statistics of his trading setups, everything. Your free rewards, risk management, everything. We're gonna work with Zion. So I'm very happy.
Yeah, perfect. So, simple question: thoughts on DFNS?
I think that the trade short side of this one is kind of difficult because the locates were very, very expensive today. Yesterday was okay, it was $20 per 100 shares, which is 20 cents. And considering how much it was okay to locate some. And actually, I think that yesterday I located some nice profit. It is fail of highs here, $35, adding more here at the break of this. But today it was like $90 per 100 shares. That means you have to make $1 movement just to scratch the trade. Yeah. And look, it can go to $20 and you can make a lot of money, but right during the trade, you're $1 away from your entry price, so that's not very nice. Look, there's something here that we are missing. This is not anymore a small cap that is popping up one day. This is like 3 or 4 days running. So maybe we're losing something here, fundamental talking, like the company agreements, merge, or whatever. Something is going on here behind the scenes because it's not no one that is holding for so many days and so strong. So far, I do not short because, if it breaks again, it's fully pretty nice. VWAP, as it was here, over $30. So we might see another leg 50. And since it's going higher and higher, then liquidity gets lower. Okay, it gets very, very thin. If we break $40 and $50, then liquidity can go to $100.
Fantastic stuff. All right, before we send it back to Sharif, and as I was mentioning from before, I've seen you trade some larger cap names. My question to you is, have you been paying attention to some of these green names?
Yeah, and I can tell you honestly, and humble, I wish I would have traded because I wish I was trying to find the bounce yesterday on SNDK. They was trying to find a bounce, and today on Micron as well. Maximum loss on Micron trying to find the bounce. Look, it's not that I buy and holding, look, I'm buying, cutting my losses, and buying again, cutting my losses. Trying here some support, cut losses, trying here, cut losses. It just keep going down. This happens to other traders. I'm very much looking for these, let's say, great setups. You're looking for a bounce. You're not looking for maybe a couple of dollars, $5 or $10. You're looking for $50 or $100 movement in SNDK, for example, or even more. So how many times you try, you are wrong before you are in the right setup. And if you are like 3 times wrong because you cut your losses, it doesn't work, that means the 4th time you try that trade, you have to go bigger to make everything back. Yeah. And what if you're wrong? So it's very, very difficult. And that's why I think I should have bought this blue chip and trade on this small cap where we have, I think, an edge, a much bigger edge than the blue chips.
Yeah, no, again, I just wanted to get your opinion. You were looking at some of them, so yeah, it's trading some Sandus. I mean, Sandus 55% off of the highs. Street knows I have this weird obsession with what's going on in the South Korean markets and with some of these memory names. Because just the over leverage, it's crazy in my opinion. And people get really, really burned on this, especially trying to pick these bottoms while individuals are just getting liquidated. So yeah, some of these memory names to the wrong side as a player. Definitely very good for the culture.
Very, very difficult. I try SNDK, I try Micron, and I try DRAM as an index, but none of them just work. And as I said, even if you are right, it's very difficult to hold for a whole day, or maybe even string it, not here in real trading, but on another account to make a decent profit, to get a nice risk reward compared to the winning rate. It's an equation that I don't really find the solution so far in trading. That's why I focus on small cap trading, where we have an edge because we have a lot of things into account, not only technical analysis, not only the chart, but tape reading, slow news, statistics of probability of closing trade and everything.
Perfect, fantastic stuff. All right, Sharif.
Yes, sir. We got to let everybody remind everybody that Luis and AJ Trading have a course. So here it is on the screen. Make sure to check that out. ajtrading.com. There's the phone number. There's his X account. There's the email. Give Luis a shout. If you're interested in small cap trading, one of the best in the business to do it. Thank you very much, Luis, as always for coming on.
Thank you very much. I have to say, the group would be very, very small, probably up to 8 people. Hopefully, there is already 4 seats booked, so we're
love it, man. Love it. You guys will get value out of this, especially because Luis takes the opposite way of the way we look. All right, Casey, GWAV is open. It's ripping up 68%. Be on the lookout. This one has done very little volume for support. Perfect timing. At least everything with this one. GWAV. I know this is a little You know, it says Zigger and Zager. It looks like it's going to hold down already at 361. It looks like limit down possibly here at 361. So I don't usually say to stay away from it.
You like to walk in the edge.
If you're walking on the edge, you ain't living, baby.
First of all, we try to avoid tickers that they are not having a free market. Okay, because if they got a free market, you have some safety net, you know, safety lamps. Or sorry, I cannot put it here. I got it in another screen. Yep. This is running now. It didn't have pre-market, so we don't have levels pre-market. It's not that enough. So the new is right now when the market is open, so it is more risky to trade. We had one of these yesterday, and it was STKH. And I always try to tell my traders, if it doesn't go up, and it's like in the middle of the day running, it is more difficult where to show. Well, we have a gap up from a few days ago here on STKH, so you would show against this resistance that to do, because it didn't have pre-market, active pre-market. They just went up from 130 to $3 hot, and that's a huge risk. Same, very similar than GWAD, very, very similar. So yes, we try to avoid this because you can get a stuck in a hole like every minute, and that's very, very risky. Right now, it seems more safe than. Imagine you top up $6 and you get a T12 and you're stuck in the position exactly for the next.
Louis, we have to ask you a question because we got a super chat here for you from Venue 42. $5 super chat. He says, INHD has been on the Hall of Fame, of course, in T12 as we talked about, for 3 weeks. What do you think will happen, Luis? Thank you. I mean, a lot of people are asking.
We got a bet on this.
I know we do, exactly, right? But just for our purposes now, you know, and this person who's probably worried about their money, what do you think?
Two parts here. If you should be worried because it is very likely that it doesn't like I told you, we did that, and there's if you're not, you should be worried. I think because this is a if you're sharp, anything you want me to do, oh my God, he's counting green. Also, very good. So, once you count those, so take a look. Make sure you are paying $50 every single night in the trade. So there's more than you're down one round, 2 rounds, only because of the overnight fees. And I don't know, you guys, if you are apparently they should be using policy because it's closed and it's not going to happen. Why do you pay overnight fees when it's not going to happen next day? Like I'm paying every day. The next day. Why should I pay this over? And that's a very important point. That's that's what we always say to you know, use the technical levels as the reason. Even for this way, you know what? This actually swing trading these long small cap gappers. I've never personally done that. It's surprised for me. I watched short of course, absolutely forbidden to go short overnight because you can have you can keep it long, you can lose 100%. But short, you can hold your broker a lot. Never short overnight, guys. It is a very dangerous wise.
Very wise. All right, guys, Luis Borrego. The Barcelona office of real trading.
Luis, I'm giving you forewarning now, brother. Don't send Sharif back to Coleman to get it, all right? I need something from the office, all right?
Guys, all right.
All right, brother. Good day.
See you guys. See you there. Great look, man. Great guys, always, man. Love having conversation 5 weeks here. Always a class act. But we're overtime, we're half an hour overtime, so let's end up the big desk and see it. We can do
time and with growth factor, you have a decision today with there will be covered shortly. So let's quickly into a couple of foods that we cover starting set out. EPS $3.50 per share versus $3.02 per share that was expected. Revenues come in at $11.6 billion that was expected. Continued momentum has also been seen in both the and the reason for the stock gain however, that so that is also the factor behind healthy fantastic. The cross-border volume for exceeded 13%. Now, process transaction has grown 10% year-over-year to an amount of $7.7 billion. And revenue is up by
There's a couple of interesting things here because in my opinion, I feel like the narrative would be a little bit different, but that's not the case here. So the company's reporting and stating healthy, consumer spending is healthy, right, and robust. Favorable but macro environment according to the analysts themselves. So what I think would be the total opposite is due to the fact that we have an increase in energy costs. Well, do people need to use their Visa card and go on to credit a little bit more? Just considering the fact that prices are raised? Yeah, absolutely. That's where I stand on this. But we're also raising our guidance as well. Visa is an outstanding company, but they're raising their full year revenue outlook while maintaining its adjusted EPS as well. So there's a couple of favorable things going for the same in order why we want to see this pop. Guidance is extremely important. But I'm surprised by the robust spending of the consumer because it's usually the lower end of the consumer where you see certain things cool down, and the higher end is where it maintains flat or starts to pick up, which you would see in American Express, but that's not necessarily the case here.
So it looks like some of the best parts of the report were one off, and they had a lot to do with the World Cup. So it looks like they got a lot of value-added services fast. $3.8 billion, but that was heavily boosted by non-recurring items post the World Cup. They made money more on marketing services, fraud prevention, consulting fees, all due for the 2026 World Cup. Also, listen to this: the GAAP operating expenses continue to lock it up this year about 19%, $563 million restructuring and severance charge, which they're saying is tied to global organizational efficiency initiatives and tech layoffs. The layoffs make sense because you have to have severance for those people, but why do you? Okay, in any event, client incentives. So assuming that has to do with like rewards and stuff like that, they were at a genuine area high of 18% year over year. They paid about $4.7 billion in credit card rewards, and that outpaced their revenue growth. So you had the credit card rewards 18% jump year over year, and then actual revenue jumped 14% year over year. So there has to be some, parity between those. And yeah, that's basically it. Late quarter U.S. volume modernization. Apparently, U.S. payment volume grew 10% for the full quarter, and that growth peaked at about 9.5% in June. Again, that makes sense with the World Cup. So, not a company I really keep my eye on all that much, but hey, where is it trading? Well, it's up 1%.
Is the lack of sense making you sad and money?
To start the day, it closed out about 366 and change, and the pre-market is down to 357. So yeah, big recovery for them, but not really. They might be called out. My eye exposing it on $700 billion market cap, 696 different companies now that are just knocking the door of that trillion valuation.
So I would say that EPS is at $1.42 for the expected number of $1.42 revenue at $21.2 billion, whereas $21.38 billion projected number. Net income at $3.04 billion versus $2.62 billion a year ago, excluding restructuring costs, transaction gains, and other items. Companies earned per share, I would say, of $1.42. Net sales also risen 2% to $21.2 billion. CFO of the company, Andre Schulten, has said the earnings call for the fourth quarter. The company has seen improving global trade trends versus prior period, but headline results have been impacted by trade dynamics in the U.S. and also spike in input costs. For the year of fiscal 2027, the company has expected a core EPS of $6.89 to $7.11. Also, all-in sales growth projection currently standing at 1% to 3% on range. Wall Street has also been anticipating earnings per share of $7.04 and revenue growth of 7% for fiscal 2027. PG currently stock is down on the day to 2.5%.
It's flat organic growth year over year. When you look at net sales, yeah, they did grow by 2%. That's because there was a 1% forex tailwind, so that's inorganic. And when you look at organic sales in and of itself, not net sales, organic sales flat 0%. With both volume, pricing, and product mix all contributing to that 0% net impact. So it kind of signals to me that the organic consumer demand as well as their pricing power is kind of hit and near sort of ceiling, something that they need to digest. But you also have really, not a great EPS number, whether you're looking at GAAP EPS or non-GAAP EPS. GAAP EPS dropped 15%, non-GAAP EPS on a constant or GAAP diluted EPS dropped 15% as well. And then you have a big divergence here between how they're doing with their beauty products, which grew 6%. And you look at the baby and healthcare, that all dropped 2%. So, it's not an even mix when you're looking at the product category. But it's a tough look.
Yeah, it is. Tough look, but a full recovery, and I think a lot of this sell-off was just due to the guidance, right? So 85 billion consensus is below estimates. All right, so we'll keep an eye out on that. And to add to Shree's point, right? So you get into the segment, delivery, beauty delivery 4% year over year, grooming segment flat on the year. So we're talking about flat healthcare, organic sales declined 1%, fabric and home care flat again. So there's not much organic growth going on in this. And Shree brought up the baby and feminine family care products decreasing 2% as well too. But the issue being is the guidance. If you lower guidance, then you're going to run into a little bit of trouble. Hence why we had that gap down this morning. Even though the underlying asset did find its way to recovery, it's still down.
We're going to take a look at now two names that are reporting post-market as of today. Microsoft and Meta. So Microsoft EPS projected at $4.24, adjusted everything projected. Revenue projected at $87.62 billion. Analysts have been looking for 14.6% growth year over year in the quarter, which ended June 30th. And they are seeing growth speeding up a bit to 15.4% in the September quarter. As of yesterday's close, Microsoft shares have given up about 19% so far in this year, while the S&P 500 index comparison has gained 8.5%. Investors have also been looking in now to see if Microsoft raises its forecast on its CapEx and finance leases for data centers expansion. Also, after the fact that Meta's lifted its 2026 range by $50 billion as of last week. Secondly, let's take a look at Meta over here. Meta currently down on the day, we're almost flat on the day, but it's also reporting after posting significant numbers. EPS is projected to come in at $7.22 adjusted revenue and $16.7 billion. If Meta that is projected to show revenue growth of 26% from 47.5 to 40 in the same period of the year ago, because now the company's core advertising business, which is continuing to benefit from advancements in AI. The company is trying to show that it can compete directly in the market for AI models, where OpenAI is dropping and Google right beyond the so on the earnings call, investors are, according to CNBC, go to listen to what Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg has to say about the company's efforts to more directly overall monetize its various AI-related efforts.
One of the ways I think he can monetize it best is to sell compute to those who need it. Because right now, I'm not going to diss new MS 1.1 by all accounts, most accounts. It's pretty good, but he still doesn't have the demand for it, whether it's good or not. So rent out that compute at least, on a 6-month, 12-month, short-term, interim basis. Generate that money so that you're not continually punished by the market for spending too much. I'm talking, of course, about Anthropic. I'm talking about, of course, about providing a cloud service, something Meta hasn't done, but that's something that's also leaked multiple times from reports and from Zuck himself. So to me, it's going to be exactly more, the typical stuff we look for Meta. How did ad sales do? But, the other two is what's CapEx, and are you going to monetize the compute that you spent phenomenally on with Microsoft? To me, it's really about Azure, as well as, stopping the bloodshed in the SaaS and software space. They need to save or do something or show investors that we've bottomed here and that, growth is just, around the corner and we're not going to be completely disrupted by AI. I'd like to see more information about the ever-evolving relationship, let's put it that way, between OpenAI and Microsoft, as we've seen that kind of relationship continue to rate over the months and over the last 3 months, I want to say the last 6 to 8 months. But those are the things that I focus on the most.
We'll get to those super chats momentarily. I'm in the same camp. There's 3 methods in regards to Microsoft earnings. CapEx, let's figure how much more are they going to be spending? At what click rate is Azure growing at? And at what rate is Copilot? I understand. Are we gaining monthly active users? Those are going to be 3 key metrics that I'm going to be looking for here within Microsoft itself. If those come in lower than expected, then I really don't know what to say. It's unfortunate that this stock has not been performing well. Now, in regards to Meta, you guys know where I stand. It was only a matter of time. I think the most logical thing, I don't know why it took this company so long to come to the point is like, hey, we need to start selling this excess compute. Finally, they did that. They struck a deal. Are they going to be getting more? How much more is Zuck going to be spending? Because he's most likely going to increase his CapEx. And I want to see how some of his tools are performing, right? Like, is MuseSpark gaining any monthly active users? I'm sure it has some, but is it gaining ground? Is it grabbing any market share? And what he has planned for super intelligence lab? What is the outlook from this specifically, and how much of a loss is reality labs? Okay, so those are some big factors. And I talked about the overhang and the weight on this company specifically in regards to antitrust. I think that's a bigger issue. But aside from that, once that is lifted, compute is going to be key. He's going to be selling it to the larger participants. He's going to continue his build out. And also, how much ground are his tools gaining? Where's that biggest number?
Move on to Bloom Energy. I know Adara wants to speak about this as well. So Bloom Energy record quarterly revenue of $1.07 billion. That is common analyst expectations of $827 million. Adjusted earnings at 78 cents per share. Diluted share ahead of the consensus estimates of 41 cents. Now, revenue climbing 165.5% year over year, driven by 250.4% increase in product revenue, $945.4 million. BE has also made a comeback, I would say, to profitability over here, reporting a net income of $196.3 million a day, or 62 cents per diluted shares. Operating income improved $142.2 million. Operating cash flow, however, increased also to $2.64 million. And that's a nice look. It's very clear. I think it's very consistent this market as well. That's really a one segment. That's the product revenue here, right? This to the outside product revenue, 15%. All the other categories here growing well under 50% of these products declining. So it's always been cool to do a couple clients or a couple corporate based revenue segments, right? All of your growth as well as all of your growth in the case of Blue, that's both. So it's to be where you're working. And that is very much the case. We got it. This is solid report. And also, your year-over-year growth in all of these segments is better this quarter than it was last quarter. And that includes even the decline
especially that we would find greater in Q1 and Western Q2. Also, just seeing XAI and seeing during those months.
Let's see, brother. AGB 6773. You don't need the super chat anymore. We're very thankful, brother, that you're super chatting. We love you for it, of course. But you promised we will get to that. So let's talk a little bit about Bloom Energy here. I'm worried, right? We're ready for the roll. Okay. So
you want to do the super chats?
Yeah, let's do super chat before we roll over here. How can I feel good about making money on market fluctuations during war? Asking for my family members in service. You want to take the options road on this? Perhaps maybe.
How do you feel good about making money? I don't know. And you don't feel anyway, I guess. Like, some of the questions I read through some of the super chats, brother. I don't know. You have maybe become a politician. That's the way you can only really influence what's going on. Other than that, there's nothing you can honestly do.
Well, yeah. Well, you're absolutely right. I would say, look, you don't have to be emotionally attached to the investment. The investment is what it is, right? Are you talking about maybe investing in military names or oil, things that are specific to the war? Because
he's talking opposite. Because his first was like, what stock can I invest in to prevent death and destruction? Asking for a friend, like I don't know how much
money you have, but I don't think you're going to prevent death and destruction. I think that's something you have to explain.
Yeah.
Look, man, go to the good stuff, right? Find out exactly what the market leaders are in every specific sectors that you're interested in. Find out what the market leaders are. Do some charting. Find the good technical levels to say, it's bounced off this area multiple times, or if it's cleared it used to reject this area multiple times. Set up orders there. Remove the subjectivity out of it. Remove the emotional component out of it so that you're able to make these investment decisions, even when the market is red, even when it's bleeding and it looks like you don't see it in the world. Take the subjectivity out of it. That's what I've done. That's what I've been doing. And that's what I'm going to continue to do. Throw in the orders, setting, and forget it. Go. Anything for the roll?
No, it's in there. Let's roll it on. I'm good with that.
Yeah, they can do another fucking. Yeah, you know, we were out with the goddamn shot, man. We even got the bullet. Yeah, we run around with signature.
Las Vegas area resident. Oh, I've seen this at million times over. This is your classic. Okay, now you can recall. It's the quality. Practice. I'm going to do a micro oil painting of a micro car. Okay, first I'm toning my whole surface with Mars red, then isolating where I think I want the car by lifting away pigment everywhere else. Rewind a second here. I was actually on my way to paint the Eiffel Tower, but then I saw this car parked in the motorcycle parking, and I had to paint it. And actually, I think I want it smaller on my composition to help convey how tiny it is. I mean, come on, just look at this thing. I bet it gets like 1,000,000 miles per gallon, which sounds pretty good right now because of the gas prices. But no, actually, it's electric, and I think it costs like just a few cents per mile to drive. It's called the Renault Twizy. It fits 2 people. I hear it's very jarring, but very fun to drive. And the reason it can park in the motorcycle parking is because it's technically not even classified as a car. It's an electric quadricycle. Oh, no, that woman's going to drive that moped away. That mom green in my beats. You better beat that quick. What? Now she's leaving? In that case, I guess I'll just finish the moped later. Well, anyway, I've seen just a couple Twizzies around Paris, but I've never seen one parked. I just hope I can finish this painting before the owner comes and drives it away. So with a detail brush, I'm painting the reflection on the windshield of the sky and buildings. Some rearview mirrors on there, and little lights in the front of the car. Oh, and by the way, this is the palette that I'm working with. It's titanium white, brilliant yellow light, Mars red, and ultramarine light.
Yeah, we run around with West Kids.
Did you know that lobsters have 2 types of pincers? Their crusher claws, the larger and more powerful of the 2, is designed for crushing and breaking hard objects like shells. It can apply an incredible amount of pressure, reaching up to 100 pounds per square inch. On the other hand, the cutter claw, the smaller of the 2, is sharp and used for cutting and tearing food.
Play the ball, not the referees. He's saying that because the Fed has pulled back with their guidance, the markets are responding in kind. This seems to me, for somebody that doesn't like getting, making these leads to be kind of a lead. We'll have to wait and see if we get anything more from that. He's also again saying here though that nominal real treasury yields are extremely higher, and also saying that even though they didn't make any kind of rate change, that there was nothing quote inertial. Since there wasn't any inertia, things were just stagnant during this discussion or with their strategy. But yeah, again, just to restate that thing that I think is really important here. He's saying that prices react to real-time incoming information, and he believes that's because guidance was reduced. So I mean, look at that what you will, but I thought that was a really interesting point. I think it's really revealing about his strategy and his opinion on how Fed should operate back to you.
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, I don't think you could have more in this point, more decision with what the market is doing here. Initial breakout, pulls right back into support. We have not made no break of the high, no break of the low. So you just got to be, I think, a little bit patient because usually we find a bit of a direction here. I typed in the chat, rest in peace to those that are short DFMS. It opened back up. It's halted upside again. It tried to lose the bid, but they couldn't. So anybody that shorted this, as I said, got speed, but it's at 47.42. Tap is now 47.75. This time it's indicating slightly higher. It did hold down earlier today. I think this is like the third halt, and two of them to the upside. So this one is absolutely flying. We're saying CapEx is preparing the ground for future growth. Interesting. I don't know that that's something I expected him to be commenting on. I was commenting on Madison. CapEx spend. What is that what he was doing there? Did the Fed chair just endorse CapEx? Let's go on Google, Meta, Microsoft, all of them.
Well, he's kind of big, and this came up actually a lot during his semi-annual foreign policy report. He's very much the market's Fed chair, and some senators and Congress people have issue with that, but he made that pretty good. He does take it at great line, for better or worse.
You know, they do say don't fight Fed. Yeah, that's what this is what this is what I'm saying. What's going on? What's that? I like that talk. Right there. That's fun. My leg was in some kind of way. So yeah, just when I was swimming, they actually extended it. You can swim basically the whole day now. So I said 45 minutes I was going to do. And I just did it 1,750 meters. I did or 1.1 miles. I don't know if that's any good or not. So it's the swimming people. No, I would not. Swimming 1 mile. I don't know. It's in a pool. It's a YMCA. Listener.
Or is this talking about memory prices now? Like, I'm not joking when I say this, man. It's really something about memory and memory demand. It's and again, he's saying these are the things that the Fed was most focused on. He said these are things the Fed talked about. So this isn't just him. So you have to wonder. I mean, I would love to be part of all of these meetings, but this is like pretty interesting. Very excited to hear what questions.
I find it a little, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about CapEx, they're talking about memory demand, and they obviously, it does make some sense because the trickle down effect of higher memory prices is going to be so Apple raising prices. That's something that we have seen. That certainly can affect inflation, but probably not as much as sustain the great oil prices. But that being said, we're seeing a bit of a bounce here. You know what? I'm going to get out of DJT at break even. Why? Because VWAP's a thing. And so is the prior day high. So on weighted average price, prior day high. So you just saw my stop order at break even fire, and it fired in order all the way up here. Of course, so now we're really high because now we're really ripping here. But this a chance at again that CapEx talk, man. Yeah, you hit liking CapEx. I'm going to just take overall NASDAQ as a bomb right now. Maybe go QQs. Let's have a quick little look to see. It's almost, it basically just gapped up right there. Look out the boom right there. I looked over at Apple, almost like 344. Again, all time highs. But what about this thing? Why don't we just try this? I mean, if the continuation trade happens, NASDAQ's down 0.67 and there's lots of people to get back up to the outside. We've made back everything basically all day right now. That DFNS is now 49.60. I just heard in my ear. DFNS. And you had appropriately said rest in peace there. So I hope nobody's actually told. Well, I'm saying you nailed it. I mean, at least that was what I call it. They're now DFNS. Thanks everybody for bringing to all of our attentions. It's still a good thing. All right, I'm going to do that on the TV world right now. Taking up the highs right here right now. That was actually what I got last day. We stopped there at 61.35. All right, we're going about 61.35 break. Putting the order in right now. What's up with there?
Yes, it's really interesting. So we're now getting the first two questions, both are the same individual at this score sharing. It's continuing to put this whole interesting message of more saying that he wants the market to talk. In fact, he was just asked if you want them to talk to you, what do you think they're saying? But his first response here, again, on, get more into this whole unfiltered message for markets thing. Been saying, he basically said that, we're trying not to interfere with the market signals. So he's basically saying that he thinks North is reacting more organically. Really getting forward guidance.
I ain't checking them. I want to say I appreciate all the love, all the support, man. That everybody been giving me, man. I'm finally been driving, as y'all can see. But I just want to address that, right? So we did a stream yesterday with a couple well-known streamers, right? And I seen a lot of people in the comments and it kind of made me disappointed, right? And they're saying like, you know, why you around these type people, why you around that type of people. My message is, right? Jesus is around the sick, Jesus is around the poor, Jesus is around the ones that need it, right? And a lot of times as Christians, I think a lot of Christians find themselves actually judging a lot of people, and I feel like it push a lot of people away from God, it push a lot of the youth, a lot of the people that need it away from God, right? And when I decided to take this walk of faith, you know, I didn't ask for nobody approval, and I'm not asking for nobody approval for what I'm doing now. My mission is to be there for the people that need it. Church is not my mission, y'all. It's not one pastor in the city of Philadelphia that reached out to me. Not one church in the city of Philadelphia that reached out to me during this walk. And I'm not expecting them to. You know what I'm saying? I'm not expecting them to. But my mission is to walk with the Spirit of God, no matter where I'm at. I'm not changing for nobody. I'm not cursing. I was live streaming for 4 months. Nobody even heard me say a single curse word, any drugs, any alcohol, anything. But I want to be that light in every room. I don't care if it's a dark room or not. I'll still be me. Can't nobody stop that, y'all. I'm proving that. I'm walking 3,000 miles and being hit by cars, some of the neighbors stop me from spraying. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to let y'all know, man, y'all might not approve of my mission or approve what I'm on. Nobody can change me. Even when it comes down to me walking back to Philadelphia, if I hear from God, then that's what I'm gonna do. I never asked for nobody to walk to California. You know, when 95% of people was laughing at me, I decided myself to go do it and prove everybody wrong. If I would listen to anybody, I wouldn't be here right now. So to all the people that got something to say, man, respectfully, man, people favorite pastors is not going to take the walk that I took. They're putting themselves out there each and every day, life on the line, had to be in the dog guard. This is what Jesus would do. This is what the disciples would do. Right? So that's my mission.
Huh?
Yeah, so we're gonna get in there.
Would you cry? For what?
The Fed having their Fed policy having a plate inside. It's getting rid of here, and again, questions are not being answered. There's a lot of
Wow, what a surprise. And sort of an elected official, they're not really answering questions. All right, so we'll wait to the job today. And that might have been in his job. Trump might have said, okay, I'm asking you a couple of questions here. Let's see your answers. And then when they weren't proper answers, Trump was like, no, you gotta just ask him about some questions. I would like to have them answered immediately. That's how you ask it. And straight up, everyone just, oh, yeah, no, there's a consistency. So they like, it's okay. Definitely answer that. You put the right amount of face. Okay, so there's all the other. All right, so here we go, man. I'm just gonna hold this half, honestly. I think you're too much scalping. We're already half. Scalping's attack half. A little bit more than half. The whole 40% as we watch the same profile. So just got more bits. So now we have 40% left. Right there, we take that film. There it is, man. This is now nicely in the money. If you're trading futures, so we have to do that. If you're trading futures right now, you'd be wrong with me at 27,000, 888, 27,970. It's almost 100 handle move right now to the upside. So pretty happy with this. As you can see, we're starting to go. So far, so good. So let's just see what winds up happening now with what two companies. We're definitely rallying up. I don't know if it's that CapEx talk. I don't know if it's the whole blah, blah, blah. I don't know what we're going on. Right now, we've got a bear back there. And on that note, I'm going to take a 97 here. But I think it's just basically taking it all back on the whole day. Yeah, so there is right there. As that, guess what, man? You just started great right there. So if you're trading today, you take the long set, you got yourself a chicken dinner winner. Right there. I'm having the wife is taking a chicken to the auction school tonight that we're going to go to. I'm not going to invite you to better practice. Okay, let's go back over to the desk and see what there's up to these portions.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, as we get this reply, keeping an eye on what's his comments, let's keep it in my ear as well. One thing that Worst did say that could potentially be responsible for this next leg to the upside is, quote, "We got some current inflation data and we'll be watching over the period ahead." So we like to help be watching inflation data. Worst saying that we'll be doing that. He also said that, quote, "The core print for CPI for June didn't influence the decision much." So that's going to be interesting here too. The extent to which data and data dependency with that is going to be in play going forward. We know that's more important. We've got the DC print core and on board with first spending and GDP. So we'll wait and see, I guess, if there is any Fed reaction to whatever we get these numbers at the next meeting in September. It goes to the interpreting markets as quote and permanent business.
Yesterday, literally just finished my water. We still got earnings after the battle as well. So do not forget those. But the Fed president, Fed chair probably just made a bit of a. I think the man right there was the earnings is going to be totally different now. I have to get bags of water. It's not complicated. IGP blasting higher, so it's not going to get this top. It's not like this sale right now. So I wanted this. It's right up into Monday's top end. Right there, breaking up that gap though, and we're looking for that. It's impressive. But now he's off the whole environment, take the top and get it. A couple more points to jump out of this trade. Keep in mind, we probably still have at least 15 minutes to go, which never really come up. Oftentimes they get other going on. I think, but with that way, I don't know, after again, I think by the way, we're starting to really go out. We're almost flooded with this trade, and this is now over 200. Red City, the upside they get. Wow. Now, you can start over there in a second. Yeah, I was nice little excited. Oh, man, I want to be better host this thing. There's not long so far on that side. They're not real flat. You still got long so far. I didn't want to show you that I could have it built. So you didn't actually plan it on it now. We're getting into the back here. There's the new back higher. They didn't do so. That's funny. Everybody else. Right, we'll keep on going here with this market card. Getting to the high side right now is the NASDAQ. If you get the pullback, you were talking right now, so I'm going to take this opportunity to get somewhere out at 7 points, and we'll just wait to see where we go from here. There's also a headline on the screen that says all traded by year. So much on it. Warsh, my own judgment is this is a period of watchful. My own judgment is this is a period of watchful.
Okay. All right. All right.
I don't know what that means, but I think it's always good to watch and think at the same time if you are the chair. So I would say good job on that one. I think the more important thing is how many dissents was there? 3. And what was that? Oh, and there's damage a little bit off. So yeah, 3 dissents. So wait to see if that has some negative on the market. We just got it right there. Now it's $1.20. We are really going there. I think now, I know I always say this, but why not just hold? Where else can you go on this? Let's go up to the book. 2 QQs, let's call it up. Here's a 15-minute chart for the 2 QQs, right? So we're starting to go back up. This is just up the simulator. That level right there, 1670. That's sort of the top that we got the after hours. There's top of yesterday. So I think that could be, instead of just getting at it cents for a little piece like I commonly do. Let's try to hold this. That's 62 and 60. Okay, so let's put it off there. If we get it, we get it. If we get it back.
Hey guys, we're getting some comments here from Kenneth Force. This is by far, I think, the most direct thing to send this entire Q&A period. Really, even in his prepared statement. If inflation stays high, rates could be part of the solution. So, like, what that could be raising rates at some point, but also saying that, again, the rules to limit it to percent inflation. Also, these are wasn't an intended cost control. It's going to be period live and what plans alongside Department of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy and reportedly UAL's we are very likely here to get some kind of announcement about the Washington deal with UAL CEO Scott Curtis. And keep an eye on UAL. I've seen that report earlier. That plus the whole situation with Sean Duffy being President Trump. Good chance that it actually comes today, but everything else will be posted somehow. Find a way to watch what we share instead of
Oh, I think we can expect to hear something about the rate. The rate in direction that's probably possible. Would be my guess.
I think you can comment on this market. Like, comment on something that then was made with it. And then look at the market, right? I don't necessarily think that's right. It's not that. I'm sure everybody will share. You are actually okay, Brad. I'm sure everybody. I think it's sustainable. This is the man that is responsible for cameras, the lighting, basically all the IT in general. We have here. Look at that there. That's what we had is something. When was the last time? 1,500 days. 5 years, I would say. Four and a bit. It's awesome. I
also have some hair.
That's just crazy. Yeah, you would think everybody might every day. It just grow. This stuff